Feature group coverage comes your way in about 30 seconds. Feature group coverage in 30 seconds. A chalice symbolic of excellence. A holy grail bequeathed to a seasoned victor.
On the biggest day of his golfing career, Brandt Snedeker wins the Tour Championship and the FedEx Cup.
In 36 events over a grueling 33-week regular season, the best players in the world have competed, each in pursuit of a dream to etch his name into history. Within view of the towering skyscrapers of New York City, on a nearby shore from a landmark of liberty, 125 players, the huddled masses yearning to breathe free, are now assembled at an event where we've witnessed miracles before.
Pete Slocum is going to stun the world's best here at the Barclays.
The first stage of the postseason to determine the next FedEx Cup champion is here. The featured group channel is next. The PGA Tour proudly presents the Barclays, the first stage of the 2013 FedEx Cup playoffs. Coverage is delivered by FedEx. For more than 125 years, Lady Liberty has welcomed the world to New York Harbor, and this week she welcomes the world's best players. As the tour returns to Liberty National Golf Club for the second time, it's the third round of the Barclays, and stunning views of Brooklyn and Lower Manhattan, One World Tower in the distance. And our conditions after a couple of stoppages because of rain on Thursday, we are back on course. Gorgeous conditions, a little bit of football weather here with the pigskin season just a few days away. Our first featured group today, a member here at Liberty National, the British Open champion Phil Mickelson, playing with Stuart Appleby and Bob Estes. An Aussie and a West Texan shouldn't have much trouble in the wind here today. Masters winner Adam Scott, Keegan Bradley, who played nearby at St. John's collegiately, and Ricky Fowler, 17th in the President's Cup point standings. It's all about the FedEx Cup here beginning this week. It's the first of 4 FedEx Cup playoff events. 25 players will go by the wayside this weekend. Only the top 100 survive and advance to a Labor Day weekend in Boston at the Deutsche Bank Championship. Grant Boone and Mark McCumber with you as we get ready for feature group coverage. And Mark, it is Matt Kuchar leading by 2, and no surprise there, he's played great all season.
No, Matt Kuchar's got the perfect game to play this golf course. He plays under control, puts the ball in the fairway, great putter. Not surprised at all to see that. How about Webb Simpson? He's come on strong. Tremendous closing round last week at the Wyndham. A lot of action going on today with a lot on the line. Not just this wonderful championship at the Barclays, but also the FedEx Cup race to Atlanta. All kind of stuff to be looking out for this weekend.
We'll be joined a little bit later on the golf course by Billy Kratzert. We're on the tee at 10, and because of, well, what a view. World's number 2 player.
That's distracting.
And so world number 2 and One World Tower in the distance, but Phil Mickelson on the tee. They are going in groups of 3 and off both tees as they get back on schedule. We should be good to go in groups, in pairs tomorrow.
You know, as a player, Grant, you really like to have a good target. And you hear the applause for Phil Mickelson. He's got about several hundred rooftops he can aim at here, so he's got a wide variety. This is a dogleg left to right par 4, playing 496 yards. Phil's going off the tee with this driving 3-wood he uses quite often. Working a draw, which is left to right for Phil Mickelson, and the gallery like it, and so does Phil as that ball finds the left side of the fairway. What a great spot to go at this back right hole location today. The hole is 39 paces on it. The green is very deep, 45 yards deep. So today he's got 39 yards of green to shoot at with 5 paces from the right edge. That's going to be the trickiness.
And here is that West Texan we talked about, Bob Estes, 47 years old, 4 wins on tour, none since 2002. But he's played some good golf the last couple of years from my town of Abilene, Texas.
Bob going off this tee with a driver. Always like Bob's swing, trying to hit a cut. Starting it down the left side. The question is, will it cut back? And it does. And that ball runs up just behind the driving 3 medal of Phil Mickelson's, both in wonderful position. Bob played very well at the Wyndham last week. Actually had a chance to win. I'm not saying Bob's old, but I played with him, Grant.
Well, with New York in the distance, how about Stuart Big Appleby?
Well, Stuart Appleby made a good run yesterday to make the cut. He's starting this week 123 on FedEx Cup, so a big weekend's important. Right now he's projected to finish 103, just outside the magic number of 100. Stewart going with driver. A little bit of anxiousness in that look. And understandably, he's hit it in the high fescue that guards the left side of this rough. It'll depend on the lie what kind of second shot Stuart Appleby is facing.
Well, you saw 103. That's, as Mark said, the projected FedEx Cup number of Stuart Appleby. We'll be keeping you up to date all day long. First of 4 playoff events. And Mark, at these playoff events, the points are dramatically higher.
And there's a lot of things they're playing for. For example, Stuart Appleby is trying to get into the top 100, because only the top 100 after this week will advance to the Deutsche Bank, which is the second tournament in the FedEx Cup Playoff Series. As you saw on the graph, this week, points are 5 times the normal value for a win, 2,500 points, so it allows players to make a big jump in the standings. Now we'll take a look at the season-long summary. Everybody who makes the cut gets points. There are 33 regular season events that head into this playoff series. You can see the total playoff series are 4.
And Mark, they've tweaked this through the years. You may recall Vijay Singh in 2008. By the time he got to Atlanta for the Tour Championship, he had already secured the FedEx Cup title, and the Tour, I think wisely, went back and tweaked the way that they construct the playoffs so that when you get to Atlanta, you've got a chance to have some volatility, a chance for everyone there to win.
You do, and they found a pretty good way to reward guys who had a great year, because if you are 5th or better in the FedEx Cup standing going into the Tour Championship in Atlanta, you control your own destiny. What we mean by that is you control the outcome, let's put it that way. The 5th place guy on the FedEx Cup point list, if he wins in Atlanta, he is your FedEx champion for the year. And it's even possible for someone 28, 29, or 30 to win, and if the top 5 were to play horribly, he could win. So it does create that volatility, or maybe a better word, excitement, that golf fans love to see this time of year.
It's a university vehicle. If I get a ticket, they're going to pay for it.
Couldn't have a prettier day for this round. I talked to a lot of the players yesterday. There was a lot of grumbling, you might say, in 2009. They loved where they were. They loved the way they were treated, but they thought the course was a little bit too tricky. You're looking at Stuart Appleby's ball there in the fescue rough. And what they did, Grant, they took this fescue that we're looking at, which was much more encroaching into the fairways, and they moved it back. They got rid of a lot of the fescue, moved it further away from the fairway, planted some bluegrass rough between the fescue and the bent grass rough and fairway to provide a wider landing area. The players felt the course was a little too tight, a little too tricky off the tee. It's only on 105 acres, which is not a lot of land, but there's a beautiful view looking back toward the landing area from the green. You can see the players left as they're driving or playing this hole. There is a lake. Doesn't really come into play.
Yeah, a 496 yard, as you see, par 4. Quite a way to begin. Again, this is the first hole for these guys. They'll finish on the 9th. And Appleby is going to have to conjure up a good shot here.
Well, Stuart Appleby has caught a wispy lie, a big draw lie, ball above his feet, going with a utility rescue.
Yeah, has to be a little careful here, Mark.
Well, Billy, you're with that group.
It's a lie that this ball's come out pretty nicely, left side, trying to work back a little bit to the right.
Billy, as you mentioned, that ball was going to come out a little bit left. The ball did not release. The course is still a little damp and soft from the rains earlier in the week, but it should firm up as the day goes on and on the weekend.
Well, I can tell you the golf course is immaculate. These fairways, the condition of this golf course, absolutely superb.
Bob Estes, you see, projected at 83rd if it were to end as it is now, but as we know, it never quite does it?
236 yards. The wind just a little bit left to right. Estes going with 3-iron. It's got to go. Hanging right.
And now Mickelson.
Just a touch of a downhill lie. Mickelson right at 230 yards. Phil's got a 4-iron. I'm pretty sure he's going to work this in left to right.
A little bit of a draw lie, Billy should assist.
And this is a good-looking shot. It's right on line, Mark, if it's the right weight.
Asking for it to sit, you can see why.
Billy, that ball feeds just through the closely mown fringe, about a foot into the first cut of rough. Pretty straightforward chip for Phil, the kind he likes to chip in.
Well, a rather inauspicious beginning for Mickelson on Thursday. Teed off well after dinner time because of the couple of weather delays and tugged his tee shot on the first hole into the water. Wound up making bogey, scrambled back, shot even par 71, came back with a 69 early yesterday. So 40 players were left on the course last night who had not finished their second rounds. And guys, as we went through the leaderboard, one of the names we did not see was a Jersey boy, Morgan Hoffman. When he went to bed last night, he still had 8 holes to play. He was 6 under par and inside the top 10. He came back this morning, played the last 8 holes in 7 over par, including double bogeys on his last 2 holes, and he missed the cut by 1.
What a giant disappointment for one of the local players that a lot of people came out here to watch it play the first 2 days.
A great season for a first-year player on the PGA Tour. His consolation prize is that he'll be fully exempt next year on the PGA Tour. But at 111th in the FedEx Cup point standings and having missed the cut now, his FedEx Cup season is now complete. Take a look at the course description here. Bob Cupp and Tom Kite had opened back 7 years ago, and they've really, as you mentioned, come in here. Paul Fireman, who owns the course and built it, he's done a lot of renovations.
He has. Bob Cupp is a wonderful architect. Originally started one of the original architects with the Jack Nicklaus Design Group. Bob's done a lot of good work, and Tom Kite is into the golf design business too, and obviously his playing record speaks a lot for what he brings to the table. It's a par 71, 73.87 in yards, so that's a long par 71, being as tight as it is on probably, the players have told me there's about 6 holes they told me to get their attention off the tee, where there's a lot of trouble, but a very demanding golf course that so far has played easy because it's soft, Billy, and it makes it play a little wider, but as it dries out, I think it's going to get a little more difficult.
I think it's going to be a really good test today. If the wind stays up or if it increases, I think then the shot values certainly increase, and the guys are going to have to strike the ball a little bit better. I think with the soft conditions, they kind of got to break the first couple of days, as you said, Mark. The bunker shot that Appleby has, he has to carry it about 18 to 20 yards, and then from that point, it is straight downhill.
Twelfth on the PGA Tour in sand saves this year. Well struck, you can tell, but that's just a tough shot.
You know, Billy, gravity just took over there. You mentioned that ridge. He was about 10 yards into the green. You were exactly right. He had about 20 yards to carry it. From the fairway, it's about 33 or 4 yards to the top of that ridge, and everything feeds to the back of the green. And on a hole this long, it's not like you're going into this green with an 8 or 9 iron or wedge. You're going in. He came in with a utility iron, so it's going to be a good shot and a little bit of luck for that ball to catch that ridge perfectly and stay close to the hole.
Yeah, this is definitely a big boy's par 4, but Estes playing his third. A little bit different angle. He was able to hit a little more into the slope, and he's going to have a reasonable chance to try and save par here at this opening hole, number 10.
Couldn't help but notice that ball kind of creep and creep and creep down that hill. All of these slopes, a lot of these greens, almost every one had been softened. 3 of the greens have been totally rebuilt and moved a little bit. And, you know, the players grumbled a bit when they were last here in 2009. Not about the condition, not about where they were, not about the hospitality, but they thought the course was a little extreme, and almost to a man, they're all applauding the changes that Mr. Fireman commissioned to be made. They worked along with Tour Design Services, PGA Tour Design Services, and Bob Cupp and Tom Kite came back in here and listened to the players. And I think as a player, you love to think that you're being listened to, Billy.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I had that same conversation with Bones, Jim Mackay, Phil's caddy, as we were walking down the fairway. I said, the changes have been fabulous. He says, no question they've improved this golf course. But these are the kind that you kind of see Mickelson make from time to time when he takes that flag out. Is it enough? Maybe caught that a little stabby right there, kind of that grain of the grass going against him. But I think the biggest improvement, Mark, was the total reconstruction of the third green. I think everybody is happy that that green has been replaced.
Yep.
Or redesigned, I should say.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about that hole and a couple others. The 18th actually has been shortened a tad, and now it only measures 490 yards.
Yeah, I think it was yesterday that Adam Scott hit, driver 4? Good thing they did shorten it 20.
I went out on the golf course, and, of course, Ben Crane, who was battling to stay alive and was not successful, he's done for the year. He had a pretty good drive, I thought. Didn't look unhappy, and the ball was about 5 yards, just made it to the fairway. It's about a 270-yard carry into that wind just to get to the short grass.
Now par attempt for Appleby.
Well, and with the bunker shot, you know that Appleby was taking a look at it, taking a peek at it as it rolled by the hole, so he's got a pretty good idea as to what the putt's going to do. But going back up the hill, it just all depends how it comes out of the fringe right in that first 12 or 20 inches. Smooth.
Well, Billy, so far this week, Stewart's problems have not been with this club. It's been with his ball striking.
Yeah, I think he's, you know, and when we watch Stuart Appleby swing the golf club, we watch him on the practice range, we watch him kind of, you know, maneuver his way around the golf course. We're always kind of wondering, why doesn't he hit the ball better? Because technically, I think it's probably as sound a golf swing as there is on the PGA Tour.
Well, it's a good-looking swing, but for 2 days he only had 15 to 36 greens, which is, 41%. And putting, though, number 1 so far this week. 47 putts in the first 2 days. That's pretty good. Now Bob Estes.
This guy's always been good from this distance. Pretty solid, just rocks the shoulders, very little hand movement.
Well, an interesting reaction. As soon as it hit the blade, he may have thought he missed it.
It certainly looked a little wishful, but the result was what he wanted.
On the other hand, Bob Estes, Billy this week has only missed 3 fairways. How about that on this golf course?
Well, that's really good. And I thought you made a great point as Mickelson taps in for his part. You make a great point with the soft conditions. The fairways become so much wider. They become 8, 10, maybe 12 yards wider for the players, so a little bit easier to maintain keeping the ball in the fairway.
Yeah, you're right, Billy. And that'll change, though, as this weekend goes on. As the play gets later in the day today and tomorrow, the forecast is just beautiful. These beautiful high blue skies, a little bit of breeze, sun's out. Not overly warm. I mean, it's supposed to be a high of about 80 today. This is beautiful golf weather outside of the city. Tremendous galleries this week. What a year Phil's having. I mean, I can't help it. Second in the world rankings, 4th in FedEx Cup points, back-to-back wins at the Scottish and the Open Championship. I got a chance to see him the next week at Bridgestone and congratulate him. And he looked like a kid in a candy store with a big smile. He said, "Mark, I never thought I'd win that tournament." It was so genuine, his response. And what an accomplishment. What a stretch run the last 6 holes to play him 400 and kind of blow everybody off the course.
Well, I kind of go back to 2004 when he birdied 5 of 7 holes to win his first major championship, win the Masters, and I kind of go back and I kind of think, what was more impressive, that run or the 4 out of 6 at the Open Championship? And it's kind of a toss-up for me.
Billy had a huge run on Sunday in 2010 to finish off his third Masters as well on the second nine. He's a closer.
220 yards. This ball just squeezing a little bit left of the flag, and that's going to catch the bunker.
We talk about Mickelson and closing, and when you think about it, your first thought is right here in the New York area, Winged Foot. You think about the lead going into Sunday at Marion. It's feast or famine with Mickelson, it seems, in his career.
Well, I mean, I had a chance to play with Phil early in his career at the very end of mine. Actually, we were paired together at the Tour Championship at the Olympic Club, and you could tell right from the get-go, and those of us who watched his college career, of course, he won Tucson while in college. He's kind of been a gambling-type player. He plays very aggressively. Many of us who watch him and cover him think that it's cost of tournaments, but wow, he's won over 40 championships now and 5 majors because of that style. I just think if you took that away, it wouldn't be Phil Mickelson.
Now Estes, after his bogey at 10. I'm sorry, he made it par at 10, beg your pardon.
Well, the correct shot would be to bring it in from the right-hand side, to start on the right edge of the green, maybe let it fall a little bit to the left. And this ball moving quickly left also. Pretty much the same spot entering the bunker that Mickelson did.
Billy, we just had a good look from behind the tee on that tee shot by Estes. And, so often people think of bunkers as hazards, which they are, and they're to be penal. But I think this is a great example of a bunker that really helps direct you out to the right and also saves you from that ball going into the water hazard. And I haven't learned how to play it out of 4 or 5 feet of water yet.
Well, it does save you. And we saw it at the PGA Championship, the 5th hole, where they shaved the bank, and the players that come up short or left, the ball went down into the hazard. But now Appleby with a 3-iron. Good looking golf shot here. Really good looking golf shot.
Boy, that's a good call, Billy. He's got it about 12 feet just above the hole. Little quick putt downhill left to right, but what a good tee shot. That swing I still think is one of the prettiest swings on the PGA Tour.
10 and 11 are 2 of the 4 toughest holes on the golf course. And Appleby made it look much less difficult than it really is. And you see it's the 3rd toughest hole, the 11th. He's got a chance to answer the bogey he made on 10.
Well, I'm sure that lake is directly responsible for probably all, if not most, of those 11 double bogeys. And playing to a stroke average of 3.24, a quarter of a stroke over par on a hole is pretty high. So it's a tough hole. And I think the length itself makes that hole quite hard. The scorecard has that at 250. So they're not playing it at 250 today, but can you imagine that, a 250-yard par 3? I mean, I'd have to have driver and downwind, Grant.
It stretches out to almost 7,400 yards. Again, playing longer because of the soft conditions. Amazing what Paul Fireman did here on this piece of property that I don't think very many people thought could be turned into something like this. And again, a 7-year-old golf course. I don't know how many golf courses, Mark, you're an architect, you tell me, how many golf courses are great from the moment they're built?
Very few. I mean, because it really takes time to categorize one great, in my opinion. How many wines are great that are 3 to 8, 10 years old? I mean, as a rule, it takes time and a reflection back on those who drank the wine or those who played the course. You need the feedback of great players. Now, how many courses look fantastic? Well, I can think of a lot of them where a lot of money is spent with a lot of imagination and good design features that make it look great. But the test of time will tell if it truly is great. Mr. Fireman spent over $250 million. That's what's been reported. Who knows how much has really been spent? It probably makes it the most expensive golf course ever built in the world. It was quite a feat when you think that it was a toxic dump site to now being, when I went out there, it's almost like, for me, it's like being at Disney. It's like being in the magic kingdom of golf. It's just bells and whistles and beauty and water, and the skyline behind this golf course, the view is incredible. Now Phil Mickelson from the bunker.
Pretty simple shot for Phil. Pretty straightforward. Might be the best in the business right now, Mark.
You said pretty simple golf shot. Well, for him it is. He makes that look a lot easier than it is for most of us, Billy. He's just so natural out of the bunkers.
You see his shirt whipping
there's
in
some
the wind here.
Yeah, you get out on some of these points. And,
Yes.
With the green exposed like this, green is at number 11, even though it does have a little bit of a buffer to the right. I think the wind is probably blowing a little bit harder than what it blew yesterday. I thought there was a period of time yesterday where the wind got up and the guys struggled, but then when it died down, seemingly everybody took advantage of the golf course.
Billy, how about this lie compared to Phil's?
It's pretty much the same, Mark. Maybe a little bit more on the upslope for Bob. Caught that thick.
Yeah.
I mean, he got a lot of run out because of the slope of the green. Turned out a little bit better than probably what it should have, because certainly was not struck the way that he wanted to strike it.
Isn't that one of the nice things about bunkers? We try to help the higher handicap players realize that if you have good form, you know, your misses can be good with bunkers. For example, if Bob had hit that shot thin, the opposite of the thick Billy described, it's closer to the ball. It's going to carry maybe further than you want, but then it's going to spin more and stop right away. Bob hit that thick or heavy too far behind it. It didn't carry as much as he wants, but because it had no spin, it releases. So with good form in the bunker, I think that's why good players don't mind hitting it in the bunkers.
Now Appleby, after the bogey at 10, a chance to get one back in this, as you said, Mark, a quarter of a stroke over par. You think over the course of 4 days what that means. It's, you know,
a lot over.
Yeah, it's a stroke. Now Appleby a chance to maybe roll one in here and pick up a shot.
Yeah, and certainly a putt that he's not going to have to worry about the ball getting to the hole. A little downhill, should move a little to his left.
Barely touched it. It still rolls out a good 3.5 feet. Another look here, and just watch, Mark, how they didn't put a lot on that one.
Look how smooth that ball's rolling. So often we see balls hopping and bouncing. That ball stays on the ground, which makes it go further. Anytime a ball bounces or hops, it loses speed.
I know earlier in the week, the greens, they had him stemping somewhere around 12.5, 12.6 with the green. Maybe with the rain that we had, the greens may have slowed up just a little bit, but I would certainly anticipate these greens reaching 12.6 or higher in this third round today.
Especially as the wind continues, and especially on holes maybe like this that are a bit more exposed. For par, Estes.
Well, right back up the hill, pretty much the opposite putt of what we just saw from Appleby.
Well, Bob won't be the only player to make bogey here. I was speaking to Scott Stallings on the putting green this morning, and he missed the cut, by the way, Billy. And I said, are the greens overly fast? They look beautiful. He said, well, Mark, if it's downwind, the wind is actually affecting the speed. But he thought they were very manageable because of the moisture in the greens.
Now Mickelson to stay 2 under for the tournament.
Yeah, just inside the corner. Certainly can't give the hole away, and he likes to really just pour these in. Well, he tried to pour it in.
Yeah, he did. Wow. That was for bogey. And a pair of lips. And he can kiss under par goodbye.
We're almost back to the same starting point. Maybe a foot closer.
Billy, think about Sunday at the U.S. Open. Or I guess it was maybe Saturday. The 4-putt.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you try to pour it in, that is the result sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, and, you know, it's easy to sit back and say, you know what, why don't you just try to ease him in or try to take a little bit of the pace off, but that's just not his style. I mean, you said it, Mark. He's a gambler. He loves to go for it, and that's just his style, and that's why he feels it's his best option to go ahead and try to pour it in. Nice three by Appleby.
I'd say 42 wins later, including 5 majors. Mickelson, you know, I think his record speaks for itself. So the only par comes from Appleby.
You talk about stroke average. That group played it to a stroke average of the entire 1 shot over par. So that shows you how difficult it is. You know, Billy, I can't help but to observe Phil there. And you think of Phil, the veteran, you know, in his early 40s with all this experience. No one has an advantage on this golf course. It's only been played once, and all the greens have been changed. So there is no local knowledge that Phil would have over a younger player on a golf course like this.
That's a good point, Mark. And, you know, just kind of put that back. You've got 16 holes left, and just grind away.
He is an honorary member here at Liberty National, but that doesn't mean he's, you know, coming out and playing 9 holes every night.
No, but you know,
fescue. And look at this. Is that classic Phil right there? You think that's why they don't love him?
Yeah, it's keeping in perspective that his world's knocking in with a 3-putt from 4 feet. But that same style that Billy and I have mentioned, that kind of go-for-it style, he will continue to do that today. And I won't be surprised if he makes 7 or 8 birdies. And if things go bad, he could also make 4 or 5 more bogeys. But he will continue to fire at it, I can assure you of that.
431-yard par 4 here at the 12th.
Center truck's looking at it right.
I know you have the fairways that, or the fairway bunkers that actually make this 2 separate fairways, or it looks as though there's 2 separate fairways, but I would think most of the players choose that left route, keep it left of the bunkers.
It looks like Stewart may be going to the other side.
He
Billy,
did,
down
he
that
did
right.
go to the right.
But don't you think, Billy, sometimes that's just the way you warmed up on the practice tee, maybe even your first tee shot, how you feel, how your eye, how it sets up to you that day?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the wind directly back into the players from this elevated tee. I just don't know if the bunker is in play for Estes. He may not be able to reach those bunkers. So this fairway for him is probably 85 yards wide.
I think we're going to find out. Nice tee shot by Bob Estes. Billy finds the right center of the fairway.
Average is 285 off the tee. Now Mickelson after the 3-putt double bogey at the 11th.
And going with what I think is a 2-wood. Just kind of a low bullet. Good looking tee shot. Keeping it underneath the wind. Nicely done by Phil.
Our featured group on its 3rd hole of the day. The 12th, Phil Mickelson hoping for better fortunes here at the 12th.
It begins with a whisper, and it ends with a roar. Today, the FedEx Cup playoffs start here at iconic Liberty National, where golf's top 125 begin their quest for the PGA Tour's ultimate prize. At the Barclays, today at noon Eastern, on Golf Channel.
At the par 4 12th, our featured group, Mickelson, Estes, Stuart Appleby, Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Billy Kratzert out there, and you see all three balls in the short grass. Let's take a look at Bob Estes from Abilene, Texas. Played his golf collegiately in Austin at the University of Texas. Graham, Texas, just outside Abilene, not too far away. Grew up in Abilene. In fact, he grew up around a PGA Tour event that you guys might have played in, the old Southwest Classic, the Leggett. Yeah, right there at Fairway Oaks.
Absolutely. Great group of people, treated us beautifully. Both Billy and I had a chance in our career to cross paths and play with Bob. I've always respected kind of one of those guys who goes about his business, won a couple times on tour, but always respected his work ethic and good ball striker, very accurate.
Yeah, he's always been one of those consistent players, Mark. He's always kind of been in that 125 when they went to the 125 exempt list. I think he's only fallen out of that maybe a couple of times, but fought his way back. And as you said, he's 4 wins on the PGA Tour. He's just had a solid career.
He really has.
Well, you look at over the course of his career, 20 some odd years on tour, more than $21 million in career earnings. You have to play a lot of good golf to be in the top 35 on the PGA Tour career money.
You are. This is not slow play here on behalf of Bob Estes. They're waiting for that green to clear.
Well, all three players beautifully positioned on this right-hand side. I thought possibly they may choose the left-hand side simply to get a little bit better angle to the flagstick, but they have to come across the bunker. Estes with 154 yards. Just enough breeze to kind of bump it up one club. Normally an 8-iron, Estes now going to 7-iron.
Billy, we're getting a chance to watch that ball feed down off the green, only a few feet, but as these greens firm up, that type of response to a shot that is not hit on line is going to get magnified. Now right back to Phil.
Back to even.
52 yards.
Yeah.
Ooh. This is not good. I mean, that is in the fescue. That's in that little finger of ground between the two sections of bunker. I don't know what that was.
Certainly wasn't what he had in mind. Now he's kind of short-sighted himself. Not much green to work with over there.
All right, take your time. Take 2 minutes. You know what's
That will be just inside 150 yards, 148. He too going with 7-iron. He's going to have to take a little bit off this. I mean, this has to be a tiny one here. So he tried to take a lot of it off by just putting it straight up in the air.
Might have got a kick.
You're right, it did get a kick.
Did a little bit left.
Good results there, Billy. That ball kicked from the French back toward the edge of the green. Very makeable from probably just about 15, 16 feet.
Yeah, I think it's always interesting how players want to take something off an iron. And Appleby choosing to go upstairs with it, try to take a little yardage off of it by going a little higher in the air.
We're taking another look right now if this ball lands on the right fringe and kicks back toward the hole, so it's just barely off the green, but really good position. And getting back to your comment, Billy, about how different players take it off, I mean, you can tighten up your swing, you can choke down a few inches. I like what Stewart did there because you don't have to change the pace, or you don't even have to change the length of your swing there. All you're doing is changing the position and the stance. Just move that ball up a little bit, make the same aggressive swing, it'll go higher, consequently a little bit shorter. getting a good look at the approaches to these greens. They cut those with triplexes, and you can see the beautiful patterns, almost like a checkerboard.
Mickelson's going to go take a look at what's facing him now after a poor second shot.
As we look at this back right hole location, you can see it's on its own little quadrant. These greens have a lot of fingers and areas where, you know, it's almost like you're playing to a separate green, Billy, than just playing to the middle. Then you've got to putt over a couple different rises. So it's important to drive it in the fairway so that you then can cleanly get an approach shot, an iron off the fairways to these tough hole locations.
Yeah, and I think when you look at some of the green complexes here at Liberty National Golf Course, you're going to find that. And a lot of times that's the only defense that the golf hole has, is being able to put this whole location in a very difficult spot. But this is a hugely difficult situation for Mickelson. He's tried to read the lie.
It looks like
I'm not so sure he's fully committed to this one, Mark.
Well, it looks like he can get the club on it, but it looks like he can do anything. It's kind of coming, not much green, off of a little bit of a downslope off the fringe.
Well, this is the 64-degree wedge, so if he chooses just to go for the flop, this is made much easier by using this club right here. And that's exactly what he did. Good, clean contact. How about that? I've never seen anybody spin it as much as Mickelson does from a short distance.
And out of the rough occasionally. And, of course, that's a little different grass, but amazing. Another look here.
Billy, that's crazy. A man of his strength makes a full swing from what, 30 feet?
Yeah, 30, maybe 40 feet.
And the ball backed up, too, by the way.
Yeah, it's one hop, sit down, play on.
I feel like the disclaimer, you know, like when stuntmen work, kids don't try this at home.
Right.
For those of you recreational golfers, don't try that at home. Or you can try it, but it's not going to work.
Professional short game on a closed course. That's what would give that disclaimer. Now Estes with a birdie attempt from just off the green.
Kind of saddled right in between two ridges, two high points in the green. You have the high point on the left, and then you have the high point at the back, and ball coming to rest. But this ball is going to move significantly to his right, right at the beginning and midway through the putt. All of the break is right at the beginning. Looking way left of the hole.
That's a beautiful job judging that. I always thought that the hardest putt was a putt of length that broke immediately. Because if you have to hit it, you know, if you're off with your speed, either it takes too much break or you go through the original read of amount of break and you can come up looking silly. But Bob did a good job there.
Yeah, that was, I would say that would be dead weight on the speed. Now Stewart, even though he's not on the green, I mean, excellent opportunity here for birdie. Chance to get back to even par for this third round.
And you see the number next to Appleby's name. We'll be showing you those numbers all weekend long. That's the projected place in the FedEx Cup point standings.
He's gone to a very short putter, left hand low, arms away. All the changes paying dividends for Appleby.
Two really good shots, but unable to convert for birdie.
And Mark, we always talk about his ball striking, but he's made himself into a good putter. He's come up with his own style, left hand low, a little bit shorter putter, let the arms hang a little bit. He really has freed up the stroke. Now Mickelson for what would be a great par.
Phil the Thrill, after a three-putt double bogey at the 11th, comes back with an incredible par save from the fescue at the 12th. Estes just inside a foot for his par. 3 fours for our featured group. Back to Jersey City in a moment. Our feature group coverage continues from the Barclays.
I'm pretty sure I don't have that low shot he just hit.
Matt Kuchar will tee off in about an hour's time in the final grouping. Kuchar playing with Webb Simpson and Gary Woodland, both of whom are 2 shots behind him. We're on the tee now at 13. This only par 5 on the back 9.
It is a par 5 that is reachable. You can see off in the distance the group just hitting their second shots and walking away. So Stewart is going to go off this tee with the 3 medal, and he's waiting for that to clear. You can see the water on the left. The water doesn't really come into play off the tee. It's over 334 yards to the water. Well, it could come into play, but going with 3 wood with today's wind slightly in still, Billy, or where is that wind direction?
Well, the wind's predominantly left to right, and what he's waiting on is Stewart's sink. The last to play in the group ahead. And I think that's the correct play. You play, certainly you don't want anything that would, with a big bounce, get to the water.
As we look at this hole through 2 days, how have players done? Well, it's been a hole that's gettable. 10 eagles. How about that? And 130 birdies. Anytime there's more birdies, almost twice the amount that there are pars, you know it's a gettable hole. The stroke average, scoring average, 4.54. We talked about the par 3, number 11, playing a quarter of a shot under par. This is playing a half a shot over par. This is playing a half a shot under par. So these players expect to make birdie here. Now Stewart with his tee shot.
Yeah, it's probably playing easier than the 18th hole, the par 4. Now Appleby set to go. Maybe try to turn it back into the wind a little bit, Mark, to take a little bit off. And that's an excellent line for Stewart.
He's birdied this hole each of the first 2 days.
Billy, those bunkers that we see now on the left side of our screen, which are on the right side of the fairway, those do come into play. They're at about 260, 270 off the tee.
Yeah, if you're going to go with a 3 medal off the tee, like Stewart did, you definitely bring those bunkers into play. So you really have to frame the tee shot between the trees on the left and those bunkers.
Estes made double here, going for the green in 2 on Thursday.
This one starting up the left-hand side, cutting back a little bit. Gets a little release down the fairway.
Yeah, that ball really actually caught a ridge, Billy, and still running out just now, coming to a stop, probably a good 30 yards past Stuart Appleby's 3 medal. And he is in the dead center of the fairway. Now Phil Mickelson.
I think Phil can pretty much take it right on the edge of the bunker. That's just inside that.
Looked like it hopped in.
That ball actually did not follow the contour of the fairway, Billy, and hopped to the right in the bunker.
Yes, it did.
Well, Phil Mickelson, a wild first 45 minutes with his trusty caddy, Jim Bones Mackay, alongside. In the shadow of Lady Liberty, Mickelson making some more fans, some more thrills. Matt Kuchar, the leader through 2 rounds of 66 and 65. Webb Simpson, 67-66. And Keegan Bradley, the round of the week so far, is 63. He played over at St. John's. We'll see him in our second feature group of the day, along with Adam Scott and Ricky Fowler. Fowler with just one more week after this week to earn points for the President's Cup. Is 17th on that list. Tiger Woods at 6 under, part of an illustrious group at that number. And we are back at the 13th, and Mickelson's tee-ball did indeed find that fairway bunker, Billy.
Yeah, it caught that ridge just outside the bunker, kicked in, and really can go, can't hit it much more than a 9-iron from here. You just have to make sure you just do not catch that lip. That's exactly what he's done, just trying to toss it down there, and that should be somewhere around 150 yards to the hole.
That'll be a disappointing play, even though that's all he had, Billy, because any drive in the short grass, and you're going to be able to knock it on the screen. Stuart Appleby's next, Billy. He's got an iron out. Is he laying up, or is he?
Well, he's going to lay up, and I certainly think that's the proper play for him. He's got 264 all the way to the hole, and just a little too risky. You kind of toss it out to the right, you put a wedge in your hand, and operate from there.
That's exactly what he did. You know, he went off that tee with 3 wood. That could have easily been his play from the get-go.
Well, and when you look at the options and where the hole is located, you miss it to the right. Everything is at such a downward slope from that right-hand side. It's very hard to get the ball close to the hole, and certainly if you hit the ball in the hazard in the water right in front of you, you're just dropping, and then you're going to have somewhere around 195, 97 yards to the hole. But that's just also going to lay up, which I think is also the right play.
This just shows you that even these players who can reach only 242 for Estes to the hole, but sometimes the better play is to play the conservative play. Bob has laid that up in the far right-hand side of the fairway.
Yeah, and I think the key is, Mark, that they're laying far enough back that they're going to be able to spin the ball. You put the ball up around the green with the quickness of the greens and the firmness that we now see them. It's just too hard to make the ball spin unless you're Phil Mickelson or something.
You're right, Billy, and the same is true too. That with a hole only 10 paces on the green, if they were to go in there with a long fairway metal and to carry the water or pull it or come in there low, the ball's going to release probably over the green anyway. So why take the risk without the real payoff or the reward? Look back at these pictures. We see the beautiful lake to the right and these beautiful bent grass fairways. Hard to believe it was a dump site some 15 years ago, but what a tremendous job they've done. Moved over 2 million yards of dirt just to cap this dump site to create these fairways and these features you see, the mounds there in the middle of the picture and the roll of the fairways.
Mickelson went for this green in the first 2 days and did not make a birdie. So.
I'm wondering if he's even hit a shot in practice from here.
Yeah.
He's got 158 yards.
Fifth on tour from this distance.
Well, everything lends itself to moving this ball left to right. The wind direction, you bring it in left to right, you're kind of going up against the slope.
What a visual for a player. Lady Liberty off to the left.
He did the same thing that he did back at the 12th. He just kind of hung back on it a little bit.
Interesting.
Just kind of hung back on it a little bit, Mark. Stayed on that back leg and just kind of flipped it with the hands.
He is. He's looking at the direction. He walked behind the divot to see the direction, see if he could learn something of maybe how the club is entering the ground, but we're not seeing vintage Phil at the moment. We saw vintage Phil around the edge of the green on the last hole, but not from tee to green so far.
2 consecutive shots, approaches into greens, 12 and 13, coming up well short and right.
Well, he's also in the first 4 holes 0 for 4 in fairways, greens and regulation. So you can perform your magic, and he has more than anybody, but at some point you're going to have to give yourself some birdie opportunities. Don't forget, these guys are going off early. They're trying to make up ground both for FedEx Cup points. A lot of things on the line. They need to make a move today.
You know, on 10, he hit 2 really quality shots. It just went through the green at the 10th hole, that long par 4. 11 was very close to being a good shot. And as Billy mentioned, just squeezed into that left bunker, and he 3-putted for double bogey.
How much? We've got plenty behind it. If it happens to be wrong, we're going to spin back in.
Just listen in here.
He's probably a good sort of squeeze.
Right, squeeze it.
How much right is it?
5 off the right.
Bobby got Stewart at 87 yards, and I think it's just far enough back that he can just kind of take it in there about mid-height and plenty of spin.
That's just what he did, Billy. That ball carried probably 8 or 9 yards behind the hole, took 1 hop, and then spun back a couple.
Mickelson, the solitary figure out there, just wide of the lake here at the 13th. And now Bob Estes' 3rd shot.
Interesting is we were walking down the fairway. Bob came up and he says, "You know, we all hate to do this, but if we laying up, but if we miss it to the right, it's just a whole location we can't get at. So we hate to do it, but it's a necessity." Now that's just right. It's 70 yards. He's always been good with the distance from here. A little deeper than he wanted.
It was, Billy, but there's no really easy angle into that whole location.
No.
Because where you'd like to be is right in the middle of that lake as far as direction, but you can't play from over there. And we had a great view from behind Bob that if a player went at this green at 2, as you mentioned, and misses it out to the right, which is the correct miss, you would think, then you've got a very difficult downhill pitch with no green to work with. And like Bob said to you, you couldn't get it close anyway.
Okay, now here comes the
this
fourth
one?
shot for Mickelson at the par 5 13.
How about the club selection here, Billy?
I like it. You look at the whole location. You look at what's in front of him. It's a pretty tight lie. You mentioned how they're mowing the fairways. Well, it's pretty tight. It's about a teeing ground length grass, so it's a really tight lie. Ball's going to roll pretty nicely through this area. He does have a good 10 yards that he's going to have to putt through, but I think once it reaches the putting surface mark, I think gravity will just kind of take over and just work its way to the left and down the hill. But I like the choice. I really do.
Fourth shot, par 5.
Billy, we have a great view even right now on our screen of where he was putting from, and even though that's considered fairway, you go 3 feet behind him and you see where the fairway mowers are cutting as opposed to these triplex greens type mowers, French mowers, and there's a definite height difference. Like you said, it was almost like a secondary green he was putting off of.
Mm-hmm. You know, sometimes a golf course will have to put in a temporary green. That's probably the height that it is. So
we can see the difference. Yeah, we can see the difference on our pictures. Bob Estes is looking at a putt here that the shot link has just outside of 28 feet from the back right French.
Well, and it's this whole location is kind of right on a little bit of a table on this right-hand side. He's going to go through a little bit of a low area, then it's going to crawl up the hill and then level out again.
That portion of the green was recontoured for this year among the many changes that were made from the last time the Barclays was played here in 2009. And Estes will have that putt for par. Appleby, the only one on the green in regulation. And a third consecutive look from reasonable range at birdie.
Yeah, and as I look up on the leaderboard, shot link has it at 20 feet 9 inches. But again, it is the kind of putt that the first part of it is going to be a little bit up this little slope, and then once it kind of crests and get over that, maybe slightly downhill. But again, this is all about pace. When you get 20, 25 feet, you're just thinking about pace. You really can't pick out a definitive line. Pace will take care of everything.
He's been the best putter statistically this week. And you saw that was a really good look at the ridge he had to crest with that birdie putt, and Appleby will have this left for par. Bogey at the first. And now 3 straight pars at 11, 12, and 13. Playing in groups of 3 today, as we mentioned. And there's the scorecard for Appleby. 4th hole of the day. Going off both tees. Should be in good shape for traditional pairings and tee times tomorrow in the final round. Par putt here from Mickelson.
Yeah, just inside 7 feet. Nice putt back at 12. Pretty much the same length.
Well, he hit a fine bunker shot, really, at the 11th hole, and as Billy said, he loved to pour those in, and he caught the lip. The comebacker caught another lip, and he made double bogey. Otherwise, he's scrambled well. A little bit of everything, which is often the case with Phil Mickelson.
And I think you kind of get that from Mickelson. You get that from McIlroy. I think both of the players. I would kind of put them in the category as free swingers. When their timing's on, when they're on, they're really on, and when they're off, they're just off, and they know it. So they continue on, and they don't change anything. I like it.
Which means they're a threat every week, no matter what they've done in weeks prior.
Exactly. Nothing. The consistency, you certainly don't bank on it.
You know, Billy, what that says to me, too, the difference of playing really great and winning and the difference of struggling is so minute. They're not looking for some major difference, maybe a setup of an inch or two, maybe ball position, might be just a little bit of the feel in your hands, your rhythm. So they just keep waiting for it to come back. Pretty amazing.
On the shores of the Hudson River, take a look at our scores of our featured group, Appleby and Estes. Both one over, Mickelson, 3 pars and a double. I think the last 3 holes have all, been a bit surprising. His ability to get up and down from some tough spots, like at 12 especially, and then the surprising 3-putt double bogey.
That was a few moments ago, excuse me, Grant, of the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. There's Lower Manhattan, right in the middle of your screen, Brooklyn. And the lovely lady you see in the middle of your screen, the Statue of Liberty. A lot of people have welcomed that site as they have made their ways into the city. There's the Verrazano Narrows, and that's the community that fronts this golf course to the east. There are plans. Mr. Fireman has plans to add development as they move along to this golf course in the future, so there will be some residences on this course. Here's a look at the golf hole this week. This is a very short, dramatic par 3, only 135 yards in length.
And the view is dramatic too, isn't it, Billy? At 14?
That it is. I mean, I'm looking across.
Wow.
I'm looking at Manhattan, the Freedom Tower, Lady Liberty. Then when you toss in Ellis Island, Liberty Island, I don't think I ever get tired of this view. The sun, the glistening, it's unbelievable out here at this point.
There's a great
How do you keep your mind on what you're doing?
Well, I mean, you guys are Florida, Indiana, I'm Tennessee. You don't grow up seeing these sites in person like a New Yorker would. And so maybe if you live here, this becomes part of the routine, seeing these sites. But for those of us who don't, it is staggering.
Well, this hole so far today, only a couple, couple groups have come through here, actually.
Well, it's certainly
one group.
Yeah, it's certainly a tiny hole. It's a small golf hole, but you can make a big mistake.
You can. Of the 6 players who've played it today, there have been 3 birdies and 3 pars, so it's playing to a half a stroke average under par. But there is trouble if you get careless, Billy.
Right now, watching the players in the first round, they certainly brought over the green in play, but Stuart Appleby with a wedge. Still just a little bit of wind into his face, maybe a little bit out of the right. Good looking shot just left of the hole.
This might be one of the few times I think a front hole location is an advantage. So often on a long par 3, when you're coming in with a longer iron with not as much spin, I think it's harder. But because, Billy, you described the wind right to left, slightly in, you can do just what Stuart Appleby did. Safely land that ball behind the hole knowing it'll spin back.
Yeah, I think if you do anything, you may be looking 10, maybe 12 feet right of the hole, just kind of fit it in between the bunker on the right and the flag stick. Wind should drift it ever so slightly to the left. Then you take the contour of the green should work right down to the hole. Estes going with one club more, going with a 9-iron. May try to hold this up just a little bit against that right to left breeze. He got it started where he wanted to, just did not turn any to the left. And it appeared as though the wind just kind of knocked it down, Mark.
That's very unusual to see a player with a teed up and a short arm miss the distance that much. The ball fed down off the knoll. We can't see exactly if that ball got to the bunker, Billy, or just a swale or a low area.
Billy, we talk about short par threes. One of them undid Mickelson at Marion on Sunday.
Yes, it did. And, it was a little short hole, just like this one is. Phil just righted the flagstick. Oh, very nice. Came to a halt pretty quickly.
Well, after scrambling for par 2 straight holes, Mickelson has a putt for birdie at the picturesque 14th. We're back at the 14th hole, and Bob Estes, he's been in the sand a lot here on the shores of the Hudson.
Yeah, and the ball actually sitting down a little bit. He can't spin it from this position. He's going to have to play for a little bit of release and let it roll out.
He's 11th on tour in sand saves, and looked every bit of it right there.
That was not as easy as Bob Estes made it look.
No.
So often standing above the ball like that, too, Billy, in that lie, that heel can catch.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. And he didn't even land it on the green. He landed about three or four feet short of the putting surface.
It's so good, Billy. We're going to take another look. You can see he's dug in deep with his feet, pulling left from that line. As Billy described it perfectly, he can't land it like you normally would well onto the green with spin. He lands it just short. And look at the ball release like a little chip and run. I mean, I don't think you could do it any better if you put 10 balls down there. I doubt he would want to try again.
Now, Bob Estes is a quiet guy, but you saw how quiet his lower body was there from a a tough lie.
Listen to you. What a great, you must be a good bunker player,
Well,
Grandpa. That's a good observation. You're exactly right.
I know what not to do. All right, what a visual this is again. And Billy, it's just, it never gets old, at least it doesn't to me.
So you're saying his line is just aim at the torch, right?
That might be a little too far left from this angle, but looking at the water taxi over there, that might be a nice little ride this afternoon.
Yeah, that's you can get it for about $10. You can get across over to Manhattan. Not too bad. It's a little lunch money.
But Stewart's he's looked at this putt 2 or 3 different times. In fact, he's kind of gotten over the ball and backed off a couple of times. But this should drift a little bit to his right down the hill. He thought it would drift right, and it stayed straight. And in fact, once it got past the hole, it actually moved the other way.
You wonder if frustration. Yeah, you wonder if the frustration may begin to set in. 4 straight good looks. Let's see if we can listen into Phil and Bones.
From my read, from behind the hole back to the ball, I feel as though this ball is going to go left or right for Mickelson.
Three straight one putts for a man who himself has carried the torch for the PGA Tour for the last 20 some odd years. He gets a shot back.
Talking about Phil carrying the torch, Grant, he really is one of the most popular players. And when we come up to the golf course and as we follow these groups, the fans really enjoy watching him play. There was a nice article done in the Jersey paper this morning about how popular. And one player said, I didn't believe it was authentic till I came and watched him. He says, now I think it is.
Now Estes for his par.
That's a pretty good up and down from an awkward lie, awkward stance, ball sitting down.
Third bunker he's found already today. Now Appleby. 2-putt par.
We talk so often about these players at this level hating to make 6 on a par 5. I promise you they hate just as much making a bogey with a 9-9 or wedge on a par 3 they've teed it up. So Bob Estes will be very happy with that saving par there.
You can't putt in stroke play events on a hole that you've just played in competition. But Appleby did want to get another look and stand over and that putt that he just missed. You mentioned Mickelson in the nice article in the Jersey paper. There was a fold-out big poster of Mickelson.
I saw that
today as well for anyone who bought that Jersey Daily News.
I'll make you bet he signs a bunch of those today. What do you think?
Well, we already saw him give a golf ball away, and take a look at the updated scores. They're all 1 over for the day. And just a gorgeous day here in the metropolitan New York area on 15.
Yeah, just a gorgeous tee shot here by Mickelson. Absolutely dead straight.
Billy, I'd like to ask you a question. That was a shinier metal fairway. Which one is that? Do you know if there's a difference between that and that driving club he uses?
Yeah, that's that 3 metal. He's got the Frankenwood, then he's got the 3 metal. It's kind of, you kind of toss it back and forth. He did put a driver in for the 3rd round at the PGA Championship, but he's going back with that same lineup that he won the Open Championship with. Now, Stuart Appleby, just a gentle right to left breeze. Beautiful tee shot by Appleby. See, I think this is, for the players, it's a pretty easy tee shot. That wind coming out of the right mark, you feel as a player that you can go ahead and send it down that right-hand side and never have that fear of losing it to the right in the bunkers or the fescue.
Don't you think that's even more of a feeling for a right-handed player?
Yes.
It's like you've got a wall out there, I always felt like.
Billy and Mark, as we look at Bob Estes, this will be a good view. He's talked about through the years how much trouble he's had just getting a proper setup. He talks about his bone structure and how it doesn't lend itself to the proper tilt. It's been interesting him talking about that and how he just feels like now in the last year or two that he's gotten it right.
It looks pretty solid to me, and that ball's leaking a little bit to the right.
Well, it did take a good bounce. We can't tell, Billy, if it got to the fescue or not. It'll be a big advantage for Bob if it stayed just short of that in that bluegrass rough.
Another look at the setup of Bob Estes.
Well, I'm like Billy. I mean, it looks great to me from this angle. I don't know about that comment, the bone structure, but, you know, Bob's always been a tinkerer. He's always been analytical. He's very intelligent. He likes to think about the swing itself. I'm the exact opposite on the spectrum. I could care less what it looked like. I didn't want to see it. I just strictly went by feedback. Where it went, then I made the adjustment. And there's a lot of players in between. But I'm like Billy. I mean, I thought it looked pretty straightforward there.
Well, he thinks that now he's finally, after all these years, he was tweeting about that earlier. And I've talked with him, having known him, both of us from the Abilene area, or that's where I've made my home the last dozen years. That's where Bob comes from and his family. But he's talked about just the length even of his shoulder blades and how it's conspired against him in his setup through the years. It feels like something he's fought through the years. But as you said, I think that's an important point. He is a tinkerer and always has been.
Well, for many years he played without a golf club.
Yes, that's right.
Now he's playing with a golf club. He's a player that he's won tournaments with a 10-finger grip. Now he uses the overlap.
So Bob Estes has had a long career, very successful. Mentioned won over $20 million. But how does that look compared to this year? Well, he's played 16 events and made 13 cuts. That's a pretty good ratio there. 2 top 10s. Remember, Bob is in his 40s now. 34th in scoring. I like that number. It looks like he's set for next week. All things being equal, he's in the top 100. He's had a couple of top 10s this year. You know, he still uses, talking about him being a tinkerer, he still uses an old style, I call it bullseye-styled simple putter.
Yeah.
And that's really going against technology, all the back weighting and face balancing people are talking about. Corey Pavin has kind of done the same thing, stuck with that old style, bullseye-style putter. Obviously, that can be made by different companies now. It was an Acushnet putter when Billy and I were young. But players have different ways to motivate themselves. The very fact that Bob has tweeted about his bone structure, trying to work into a correct posture, always had to fight with that. That may be the way that he stays mentally stimulated. It's kind of always needing to tinker, always needing to work on something. A lot of players need that to stay motivated.
He has an AJGA event, a junior event that he sponsors in Abilene. And has given a lot back to golf in that area.
And AJGA that Grant is referring to is the American Junior Golf Association. They're based out of Atlanta. Wonderful group that runs tournaments that are tour quality, and these players all have come up through those ranks just about.
And it's at Fairway Oaks, which, as I said earlier, when Bob was 13, 14, 15 years old, you guys began coming. The PGA Tour came to Fairway Oaks, the hometown of the Masters winner, Charlie Cootie.
Mm-hmm. He still lives there and has a golf course there.
He does. Diamondback Golf Club. He was partly responsible for the creation of Fairway Oaks back in the late 70s, back when those are the high-flying days, guys, of the oil boom back in the late 70s, early 80s. A lot of money flying around Abilene.
Yeah, Tony Andres, Hal McLaughlin. But
yes.
Now, Estes. Key yardage here is right at about 200 to get to the front edge, 231 all the way to the hole. So somewhere around 200 would be ideal to fly it out of this fairway bunker. Boy, this came out low, hot. It's not going to have enough steam to get all the way there. But it's a pretty good leave. And boy, you can see that ball release once it hits that mown area where they use that triplex, Mark.
You can, Billy. It actually picked up speed. That was a low cut, but really pretty good from the lie he had. You know, back to that Leggett days, Billy, I think Tony and Hal, those gentlemen treated us probably like these players are getting treated now at this beautiful course here at Liberty National. It was They made us feel like royalty back in those old days in Abilene. Now from the perfect part of the fairway, Stuart Appleby.
213 yards left to the hole. Just kind of looking at the tops of the trees, I really can't detect a lot of wind. In fact, you look at the flag stick, the flag is not moving any at all. Appleby going with a 4-iron. This ball moving left of the flag stick. Good shot. Stay.
That ball is still trickling, Billy. These mounds and these undulations on the green are getting accentuated as they dry out. Now Phil from the left center of the fairway.
Yeah, 204 yards. Now the wind is kind of hit up there at the green. The green more open. Certainly the trees don't block it. Mickelson trying to hold this 5-iron up against the breeze. This 2 just left of the flagstick.
That ball also feeds down to that low back left area, but stays on the green hole high, probably some 35 feet. First green in regulation for Phil Mickelson as you look at the stats. Excuse me. Second green in regulation.
In a row. He's on a row.
He's on a streak.
By the way, some who are not from Abilene might argue that they needed to entice you with things like the hunting and,
I didn't say that.
The royalty. I, having lived there, would tell you it's a wonderful town. And it's a tournament that a lot of you guys have told me that you'd circle on your calendar. Often played in October. In fact, usually played in October. And you never knew what you were going to get. It might be 80, or it might be 40, or it might be that in the same day.
You talk about a place where the wind could blow. There were no trees to block anything out there.
You got Appleby and Estes both having grown up playing in the wind. Appleby in Australia, of course. Well, we are less than half an hour now from our final group teeing off. A little bit later on, you'll see in our feature group coverage, Ricky Fowler, Keegan Bradley, and Masters winner Adam Scott. Tiger Woods has just teed off, and he's made an early birdie. Tiger trying to get off to a good start, as he did on Friday when he teed off well after 4 o'clock. And he birdied 3 of his first 5 holes, and you thought, well, could we be in store for another big low round from Tiger on a Friday like he had at Firestone a few weeks ago when he shot 61? But Tiger kind of stalled out on the front 9. Let's update the board, and you'll see Tiger's now moved into that tie for 4th place. What a year for Tiger Woods. You know, the 5 wins, it reminds me a lot of 2009 when Tiger won no majors, but 6 times. He swept all the awards, scoring average, player of the year, but that major continues to elude him.
Well, I thought it was insightful in the pre-tournament interview. He actually used the word, it's a great season. No majors. There was an asterisk by it, but he called it a great season. I don't think any of us could argue, especially all the things he's battled through in his life and in his golf game over the last 5 years. To get back to the top of all those charts is pretty impressive. Now Bob Estes from just inside 100 feet, Billy.
Yeah, a lot of green to work with, but this is a very, very busy green with all the ridges and sections of this green. Right there, Estes has to come up and over that last little ledge. For 481 yards, Mark, this is a difficult green.
Well, we're looking at it right now, and you can see the ridge that his ball just cleared. Then you see the shiny grass, which is the grass heading back down slope toward the fairway. You make a good point, Billy. For that length to have to be that precise on your second shot to just clear that ridge so that you can get close to the hole, it's not only takes a lot of ability, you need a little good break now and then on how the ball lands on the green, but that's where a lot of the teeth of this golf course is, in the greens.
Toughest hole on the course this week. Playing nearly 3/10 of a stroke over par. But then you go to the next hole and you can maybe make eagle. It's a drivable par 4. So this is one where you hang on for par.
Well, architecturally, I like that. You know, there should be a shift in emotion and strategy. You know, you try to kind of get your players started in the round. You like it build to crescendo at the end of each 9. And they do a good job with that. The 18th hole is a very tough finishing hole. Now Stuart Appleby.
I don't know if I was ever emotionally equipped to handle some of those changes, but Appleby coming up and over that little bit of a ridge, and about halfway there it starts going back down the hill.
As easygoing and laid back and low key as you were, Billy, and I find that hard to believe.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Billy, I resemble that comment.
That's a really good two-putt for Stuart Appleby. After some good looks for 4 straight holes, that was a good two-putt right there.
Yeah, and you're going to have that around Liberty National. You're going to put yourself in a position on some of these greens where you're just going to have to work hard to two-putt. And that was one of them. Now Mickelson, after getting a really good look at what this putt does, I think probably the most important part of that equation was the fact that he got the pace.
An extra look.
Get it! Get it!
For his second straight birdie, he's walking after it early. And on the toughest hole on the course, Mickelson makes his second straight birdie. He's back to even par for the day and 2 under for the tournament.
We're taking another look. He played a little less break than Appleby. Now watch him, he starts walking. Right there. That early walk sometimes comes back to bite you, but when greens are this beautiful, Billy, it's like watching you play billiards. I used to watch you when we played at the Woodlands. I could tell as soon as you hit it, it was in the pocket. I mean, there was no doubt there.
That ball was about 6 feet from the hole when he took that first step. But Bob Estes trying to save par, remain at -1. Nicely done.
A couple of really good pars at the 10th hole, now at the 15th for Estes. And he remains just +1 for the day, 1 under for the tournament as he tries to stay inside the top 100. Only the top 100 head to Boston next week. Little fist bump from Mickelson. The most popular player of his generation. You could say Fred Couples is up there as well. He gives some skin there. A low 5 and a big 3 at the tough 15. Back to the drivable 16th in a moment. Well, the tablet, July 4th, 1776, and the torch in the right hand. 1886 is when the Statue of Liberty was dedicated. It was followed by the first ever ticker tape parade in New York, led by President Grover Cleveland.
She looks pretty good for her age, doesn't she?
She's aged beautifully. There have been a couple of renovations. In fact, it just opened up again, Liberty Island and the Statue of Liberty, on July 4th of this year after Hurricane Sandy came through here last fall. Well, Matt Kuchar has blown through the PGA Tour the last couple of years, as consistent as anyone on tour, and he leads going into the weekend here in metropolitan New York. Well, we've come to expect this with Phil the Thrill, but take a look at how his third round has unfolded. This group again on the 10th hole made par there at the 11th. This was for par after blasting from the bunker. Tried to pour it in. That was for par. And now the putt for bogey. Yikes. A pair of lips, and he would make double bogey. And then at the 12th hole, in good position, but look at the awkward second shot here, just well short and right. And then the third shot, and watch the result, Mark. How many can do this?
One that I know of, Phil Mickelson. We're watching a very unlikely second shot, but he has this to save par where most guys would be struggling to make bogey. And look at this, Phil Mickelson, what we've seen of a lot this summer. We saw that out at the Open.
And remember, that was after a 3-putt on the hole before from short range. Made a nice scrambling par at the 13th, the par 5, and then his first green in regulation at 14 he makes it, and then here at 15. Watch how early he walks after this one.
And for 3 days, this has been the hardest hole of the golf course. Oh, you can see him walking. It's in halfway there. Phil Mickelson, back-to-back birdies. He's hit 2 greens, made 2 birdies. Pretty good close ratio there, Grant. We had a chance to show you that because as we move to the 16th tee, you can see that Phil Mickelson is still standing on this tee. There's a group ahead of them. Stuart Sink had to come back to the tee and hit another tee shot. That's why they're waiting. It's not that play is this slow. It's just one of those unusual circumstances. We don't know if it's an unplayable or a lost ball, what the reason is, but Sink had to come back and re-tee, and that holds things up.
Not going anywhere. Just hang on here at the 16th tee. Take a look at how Mickelson's played this year. You know, we talk about kind of his up and down nature, and yet 14 out of 17.
That's good.
Nearly anybody would take that.
The 2 wins, what dramatic wins? One was at a very respected tour event in Phoenix, but the way he did it. Remember, he lipped out on Friday for 59, went on to win record scores, just blew the field away. Then to seem to go through the Phil up and down the next few months, and he wins the Scottish Open, and that second win, which the Scottish is not listed there, that second win was the Open Championship, earning 4 of the last 6. So pretty impressive, and the Open counts on our FedEx Cup standings and official money and all the things that matter on the PGA Tour. Phil Mickelson just adding to the already inducted into the Hall of Fame career, Phil Mickelson. You see the smile on his face. You know something, I've got to be honest, that smile was there even on the 3rd tee after the debacle 3-putt from 4 feet.
Yeah.
But right now it might be a little easier to do.
Now look at the wind behind him and the trees at 16. This is...
I'm going to wait for them to finish up, and then if either of you guys need irons, I don't know if you guys are working iron swing, if you guys are going to lay up and walk.
You can hear him. Yeah, you could hear what he was saying.
And the reason he's waiting, it's a par 4, but it's a par 4, as you mentioned, Grinch. They can drive the green. That's why they're waiting.
So the playoff events, this is the first of 4 over a 5-week stretch. Points for the FedEx Cup race are quintuple, so 5 times the number of points you'd normally get.
And you can see what that volatility is so that it makes this playoff just what it is. More exciting. Guys can really pick up ground. And the guys who have the lead need to play to maintain it.
In the previous 6 FedEx Cup seasons, Mickelson has finished as high as 3rd, hasn't won it. Well, on this drivable par 4, 289 today, Billy, and Appleby has an iron.
Well, he's just going to hit a 5-iron off the tee, try to position it, kind of going under the thought process that if they're going to put a wedge in my hand, I'm going to take it. But that's pulled left, stays short of the bunker. Okay. again, you have that whole location up against that left-hand side, and I would certainly think that Estes follows the same pattern.
Billy, we overheard Bones and Phil talking, and Bones was recommending a rescue, still thinking he may be able to run that ball on the green with that club. Is that possible today?
Rescue 289?
Phil said he didn't think he could, and I have to give the other side of that conversation.
Yeah. Well, Estes is also going to go with 5-iron. Boy, if you're not 100% committed with this tee shot, this is the correct play.
He's laid up now all 3 days.
Pretty much the same line as Appleby, a little to the right. So both players will put that wedge in their hand.
You know, Billy, we would call those conservative, smart plays, but don't you think it's a good idea for those watching and listening to us this week and following golf, trying to learn something, that they need to still, with a conservative play, aggressively make that play?
Right. You want to be able, you want to play smart, and you want to hit the right shot, but you also want to use a club. You want to hit a club that you can make an aggressive swing. You don't want to make a defensive swing. You're trying to put the ball in position, but don't do it, with a defensive swing. You still have to make a positive, aggressive swing.
Right. I always tried to, like hitting an iron off a par 4, try to envision a hole out there, literally hitting it a flagstick, so that I would be more specific. Now, Billy, Phil is waiting here with this driving club that he has, this driving metalwood. It's not a driver, but he's obviously trying to reach the green. Now we're taking a look at the green and the group ahead of them, which contains, as we mentioned, Stewart Cink, who's putting now, had to go back to the tee. They're finishing up, and as soon as they are done, Phil Mickelson will take an attempt, or make an attempt, to knock it on this par 4. He's already birdied the last 2 holes and trying to make it 3 in a row.
Yeah, the wind's coming out of the right. It's not a helping wind either. It's more of a wind that is just mainly right to left. And I think if he tries to ride that wind, he can get it there. But in that conversation, he's really not trying to do anything fancy other than just put it on the center of the green. So you just have to avoid the hazard on the right.
The green is clear. Mickelson's ready. 2 straight birdies. Can he get some momentum to continue?
Ooh, this is way right. This is huge right.
And in.
Really, it landed right of the lateral hazard and bounced back into the water.
Okay, that's interesting because
he could drop on this side.
Now he can drop on this side. He can drop on the fairway side where that ball entered the hazard.
Well, Mickelson, after 2 straight birdies, will have to scramble here at the 16th. Phil Mickelson making his way up the 16th hole. His tee shot just moments ago. And take a look.
Billy described it going way to the right. It goes so far right, you can see it clearly lands above the hazard line. First bounce into the hazard, just short of that red stake. And Billy brought up a very interesting question. He'll now be able to drop, if he so wants to, on the green side, no closer to the hole, 2 club lengths from that hazard line. So most likely that's an option he will take.
In fact, Mark, that's exactly what he's looking at right now as to where he can go. And in fact, I'm not so sure he can go back across towards the back of the green. I think he can actually get to the back of the green.
That's a good observation. It's the nearest on the other side, isn't it? It's it's equal distance from the hole.
After laying up, here's Appleby's second.
Just a wedge, trying to control the spin.
What we see is a big feature of these greens. That hole is located on a little tier, Billy, that it feeds off to the right if you miss it right. If you miss it left, it feeds left, and his ball fed hard to the right. Now he's got over 20 feet left, where at one point it looked like he'd have 8 or 10 feet for birdie.
Yeah, just about 5 feet right of the hole. There's just that little slope that Appleby's ball caught, and then it just kind of raced down there and dragged back down to the right front. But now Estes, pretty much the same yardage. Just a lot of interesting little sections to these greens here at Liberty National. Pretty good distance. But again, the spin has just crushed Appleby and Estes.
Well, that looks like a benign hole location, but if that's any indication, it's going to be a challenge as this day goes on to get it on that right level. Now we're watching Phil, Billy. It appears he's going to drop short of the green.
Well, and I think after watching those 2 shots from Estes and Appleby, he feels as though this might be his best option.
So you want to just take a look here? As I thought, it was just right of that stake. It hit on the hillside and kicked in. So I'm going equidistant.
Which one with the red flag?
The orange flag is equidistant.
Oh, okay, yeah, from flag to you.
Yeah.
At the triangle, yeah.
Some geometry.
You can hear that triangle, which is a good way to describe it. From where the ball crossed on the top right of your screen to where he is now is one line. The 2 lines running from there to the hole creates that triangle, which makes him no closer to the hole. We got to see if we can Mike Appleby. He helped us there.
Well, look out, Bones.
Yeah, that was probably one step from being wet.
Yeah.
It really wouldn't be good when you get your golf ball wet and your caddy wet.
Dry Bones at the moment. One more look. Watch your step, Jim Mackay.
Is there any penalty, Billy, for grounding your caddy in a hazard?
Well, Mickelson,
or maybe drowning him in the hazard would be.
But I like this choice. I think after watching those 2 shots, as I was about to say, watching those come down the hill, now from this angle, he knows he's going right back up the hill. It's pretty straightforward for him. You just kind of carry this maybe 6 or 8 feet on the green, let it release up that slope.
Billy, don't you think he likes this slide too, as opposed to the fairway, because the ball will release a little more easily?
Mm-hmm. Yes, there's not a significant amount, but there's going to be some grass get in between the club face and the ball. So
I'll go ahead and say it. This is for birdie.
And that's what he's thinking, I'll promise you.
We'll just kind of keep this downstairs and let it just kind of roll up there.
Uh-oh.
There's the ridge behind the hole, Bill.
Yeah, he just kind of fired it. Looked like he was going for a little more of a spinner than what I thought he would play.
I think he landed that ball further than he wanted to. I really don't think he was trying to spin it. I really think he just missed the hill, and we see the ball landed all the way up on the top shelf, Billy, and he's not going to spin it with that swing even though he was in the first cut of rough. We saw him spin it out of worse rough earlier, but a totally different type of golf shot.
No, he had, on Saturday at the PGA Championship, he had a remarkable par save. He hit one on that 15th hole, the par 3, with the water right at Oak Hill. It hit the rocks, careened all the way over the water, over near a hospitality area. He flopped it up to about 12 feet and made the putt for par. Little tip of the cap, a wry smile, and he moved on. And now here for par at this, well, it's been the 3rd easiest hole this week. But not so easy when your tee shot finds the water.
And he has to be a little careful with this putt. You get a little frisky with this, and you get this one with any kind of speed, and you catch that top edge, all of a sudden you can find yourself with a 4 or 5 footer very easily.
Like that?
Oh, wait.
Almost. Well, 4 straight 1 putts. In fact, he's had 5 1 putts and 1 3 putt today. And he'll have that for a bogey 5. But at 2 under, 9 shots off the lead on a Saturday, it was a calculated risk for Mickelson and just turned it over a little bit too much.
I think that was a risk worth taking. I think he would take it if he were probably in the lead, but especially today trying to make up ground. He's coming off a couple birdies. If he could have made eagles, something dramatic there, all of a sudden he's 4 under for the day.
And where that ball entered the hazard, Mark, the ball entered the hazard right in the middle of the green. I mean, this ball carried past flag high. Now Estes coming up that slope, moving to the right.
So a sizable green, but in terms of the actual landing area, not very large at all, is it?
Well, that's really one of the design features that Bob Cupp and Tom Kite put into this golf course. We mentioned it's only on 105 acres. Yes, it can play lengthened out to just at 7,400 yards. They're not playing it at that length now. They're playing it, under 73.5 from the tips. But a lot of the meat in this golf course is the whole greens and where they can put the flags. Now Stuart Appleby, a similar putt to what we just saw from Bob Estes.
A little more up the hill, Mark. It's still going to move to the right, but going instead of diagonally, a little more straight forward. All 3. A little work to do. I still think Mickelson could have looked and gone more towards the back of the green. In fact, he probably could have gotten pretty close to dropping the ball on the putting surface.
Well,
but that shows you the supreme confidence that he has in his ability to pitch the ball and chip the ball.
Well, we could see why after the up and down we saw on the 3rd hole he played today, number 12 from the fescue. I mean, one of the hardest shots you could possibly have. He got that up and down. Now Bob Estes, still a little bit of work left to do to save par, Billy.
Well, I've got to say, for a hole that's measuring 289 yards, this group has pretty much made a mess of it. I can't get a read on whether he makes them or not.
Yeah.
The reaction doesn't indicate the result.
He's putted great today. Just 9 putts in 7 holes. Just hanging on. Now Mickelson for a bogey 5. Took a gamble. Paid the price. We'll walk away with the drop shot.
Well, we so often talk about how important momentum is in golf. That's a momentum stopper completely. The early 3-putt from close for double was certainly kind of a shot to the solar plexus. Then all of a sudden you make all those saves, go back-to-back birdies, and you have a chance to do something special. So he's going to have to regather himself as he plays these difficult closing holes now. A little bit work left for Stuart Appleby. Almost the same line as Estes, Billy.
Pretty much, maybe just a fraction to the right, but certainly not enough movement to where you're really concerned about this one.
See 6 straight pars after the bogey at the 10th, and Bones Mackay makes it safely across the rocks after a near splashdown. Mickelson safely over. We see Billy Kratzer. He's high and dry. Kind of wonders, we see Mickelson on the tee at 17. Is he more frustrated at the inability to get up and down from an area that he probably expects himself to than he is for hitting the tee shot in the water originally?
Say he's pretty accepting of the fact that he's going to hit some loose shots out here. I would say he's more upset that he did not get that ball up and down from that position short of the green.
Yeah. We're taking a look, Billy, at the stats on the 17th hole. 51 birdies this week, 165 pars, quite a few bogeys, only 1 double bogey or higher. It's playing to a stroke average of just under par. 6th easiest hole on the golf course. So while 18 is extremely difficult, 16 and 17 aren't quite as hard. Stewart is caddy, picking a definitive line. Every player does that. They commit to the line. They probably decided this on Tuesday or Wednesday, and they make any adjustment based on weather. Maybe hole location would adjust where they hit their tee shot.
It's a pretty wide fairway, Mark, and back into the wind, maybe just a little bit left to right, but a fairway this wide, you certainly want to pick out something a little bit smaller because it looks like a target you should never miss. And that's a good one for Stewart. Just kind of filtering to the right.
Filtering to the right, Billy, and getting some distance out of that ball. Rolled another 20, 30 yards, and he's in a beautiful spot now. First time we've seen Bob go off the tee with less than driver. This is a metal fairway.
Yeah, this is a 3 metal for Bob. And he can just, I think he can work this ball a little right to left with this club a little bit easier. Just a little bit of a cut down that right-hand side.
Yet another hole with the Statue of Liberty in the offing. Looks like it's perched up on top of one of those hospitality tents. It's out there in...
Well, that's a great view from here.
Wow.
Now Mickelson. Boy, this is just a bullet. Just inside the bunkers down the left-hand side. Flied it low, hard. Think that was valuable at the Open Championship for him?
He called that 3-wood the most important club since he began hitting a 60-degree wedge. The final grouping of the day has just teed off. Matt Kuchar takes a 2-shot lead into the weekend here at the Barclays, playing with Webb Simpson and Gary Woodland. You're watching feature group coverage from Liberty National. And our afternoon featured group, Ricky Fowler, Adam Scott, Keegan Bradley, and Fowler has picked up an early birdie to get to 8 under par.
A little rivalry going on in that group. Ricky Fowler yesterday shot 64 and was, basking in the sunshine of tying a course record. And the next group in, he asked Keegan how he played. I shot 63. So it didn't last very long. So two of the hottest players of the week compared together. And what a year Adam Scott is having. Just, tremendous win at the Masters after his collapse at the Open last year. Then he almost came back and won at the Open also. So
and contended at the PGA,
impressive.
Nearly won at Oak Hill.
Well, it's what we've expected of Adam Scott all along, and he's given us brilliant signs of his great play, and it's really nice to see this young man. What a great player, fine young man, to see him play like this.
You see the spire on top of One World Tower, also known as the Freedom Tower around here. 1,776 feet high now with that spire, and that's no accident, of course.
Right. And if you think that's an impressive picture, if you could see it in person like we have, it's even more inspiring.
Bob Estes at the 17th, his second shot.
From this right-hand side of the fairway, going back up the hill, 167 yards, and Estes going with a 6-iron, just a touch of breeze in his face. Really hard shot to get close because there's really no definition around this green.
Billy, that's a good shot in the middle of the green, but again, this whole location is front right, and once the ball gets about 10 or 12 feet behind the hole, it works away from the hole toward a low point in the middle of the green. Almost every flagstick and hole location we've seen today are sitting on little tiers. Does anybody work better together as a team than these two guys, Bill?
Well, you certainly look at the way that they're kind of always on the same page with one another. I'd have to say that they are probably the top team player in the caddy. 159 yards for Phil, trying to bring it in from the left, and it's just kind of hanging there, trying to maybe catch some slope.
Good news for that one. It does stay on the right level. It did not repel back to the middle of the green to that right hole location. It's 9 paces on the green, so Phil probably carried that front by about 3 or 4 yards.
Appleby with 142 yards. Could not position the tee shot any better than what Stewart did there. 9-iron just left of the flag.
That is really good. The ball lands just short of hole high, works back toward the hole. One of the first we've seen do that today. That ball is just inside of 10 feet. Excellent opportunity for Appleby to pick up one here.
Looking for his first birdie of the day. Let's step outside the ropes to get to know Stuart Appleby a little bit better.
Stuart Appleby continues to enjoy life off the course to its fullest extent. A thrill seeker by nature, the Australian has never shied away from the unique opportunities that come with playing on the PGA Tour.
Let's see some of the sights and the roaring sounds of a chopper. Let's go. Anytime you get the chopper is a unique and amazing event, but when you get to fly around one of the most amazing coastlines of the world, it's an absolute joy because you're getting to see so many different things so often. That thing's 300 or 400 feet high. Phenomenal. How beautiful is that? That's like some massive smoke machine parked at the top of the mountain. How tiny do you feel in this area? This is just unbelievable.
You guys need a hand?
Let's get wet. Kelly, that was good. Thanks, mate.
All right.
Enjoy it.
Thanks, Kelly. Cheers, mate.
His interests off the course could rival any adrenaline junkie.
You don't get into these cars, you fall into them.
There's always something, and more often than not, it involves racing.
All clear? Well, more dimensions of Stuart Appleby and these tour players. The Kelly referred to that they were thinking was the Kelly Slater. He's the Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus rolled into one in surfing. The world champion. I'm exaggerating, or maybe I'm not. 10, 12 times, I mean, over a long period of time. He loves to golf, by the way. He now plays in the AT&T the last couple of years, so I'm sure they've connected on giving him a few pointers on the golf course, as I'm sure he helped him in the water.
Well, Appleby and Mickelson are both men acquainted with grief and tragedy. Of course, Mickelson's wife and mother have battled breast cancer, and Appleby lost his wife, Renee, after the Open Championship 15 years ago. Bob Estes for birdie.
A lot of break in this putt. You're coming up the hill. This is going to move. Once it hits that slope, it's going to move to his left a pretty good bit. And this is, once again, this is all about pace. Once it gets over that little rise right there.
It's delicate. Well done.
You can see that ball barely have enough speed to climb that crest, and it still feeds a couple feet by, but that was well judged by Bob Estes.
I could read the numbers on it when it was going over that little crest.
Didn't have any extra speed, did it? That's one of the hardest parts of this golf course. If you don't get on the exact segment of the green where the hole is, and you've got a difficult two-putt. Now Phil Mickelson from the right level, Billy.
Proper level. And this putt's still going to have some speed to it, Mark. You know, the guys have talked about, you said you spoke with Stallings about downwind. This putt's downwind. Look how gently Mickelson hit that putt. Once it hit that slope.
Oh, my. Billy, he barely touched it. Now the ball's run some 8 or 10 feet by. It almost looked like it shifted into second or third gear. It's going a little. So now it's picking up speed. Again hits the speed slot there. And I can read the numbers as that one's rolling, Billy. I mean, that's amazing how delicate these greens.
I would think that above the hole, you get a little downwind above the hole. I'm going to say that these greens are going to approach somewhere around 15 on the stimp meter.
Well, how do you play a shot to this green and get below the hole where that hole's located today? Is it possible?
No.
Have to get lucky,
I mean, you'd really have to be fortunate to keep it short of this hole.
It probably wouldn't even be the percentage play to try it, would it?
No. And I would think that you would see most shots where Estes was. To put the ball in the position that Appleby and Mickelson did, that was pretty good, I thought. Now, Appleby for birdie.
Now look at this ball. It lingers on a good 3 feet, maybe 3.5 feet, and that ball barely had speed as it got to the hole.
Well, some of the players who played this morning, including Justin Rose, were talking about how much more difficult they thought the course would play today because the wind is up, the course is beginning to dry out. Now Mickelson for par.
I would say right now there's probably a good 24 to 30 inches of rollout. So what looked normal turned into a pretty nice two-putt for Mickelson.
Boy, he took that one in with speed, too. He never changes his approach, does he? He doesn't let the first one affect the next one, and that's a great rule for all of us in golf, you know. Have a game plan, stick to it. Don't let one shot make you defensive. Now Stuart Appleby from right about 3 feet.
Watch how long he keeps his head down.
We had a good view from there, Billy. Side on to Stewart. He really does look good over the ball putting. That left hand low, and he doesn't break down at all.
Yeah, and I think the fact that he's gone to that shorter putter to let the arms hang just a little bit more naturally. The arms are away. They kind of work independently of the shoulders, even though, you know, you try to match them together. I think the arms just a little bit freer, and you really don't mishit the ball all that often.
Estes for his par. 3 good two putts.
for our feature group. Appleby and Estes without a birdie, a single bogey on their cards. And commiserating as they walk off the 17th green. Mickelson's had a little bit of everything. He's had a bogey from the water. He's had a double bogey 3-putt. And he'll head to the 18th, 9th hole of the day in the shadow of Lady Liberty, which is on the Jersey side of the Hudson.
Yes, Jersey City.
As folks in Jersey will remind you, the Statue of Liberty is
I would have a hard
the
time,
Jersey side.
Grant, walking up to this tee because I was out there yesterday morning, and if you look to your right, it's just so mind-boggling, the beauty. I mean, from the Statue of Liberty to Brooklyn, you see the Brooklyn skyline, you see the Brooklyn Bridge,
yeah.
And then as you pan to your left or to the north, you see the lower Manhattan and the beautiful buildings and the newest of the buildings, the tallest. And then as you go to the lower, between that and upper Manhattan, you've got the lower buildings, I say not for most cities. And then you get back to the beautiful Empire State Building and the RCA Building and Chrysler Building. It's pretty amazing. Now from the tee, Stuart Appleby.
Right to left wind. Appleby with driver. Good looking tee shot here. Right down the center of the fairway. Beautiful shot.
That tee has been moved to the front of the back tee, I believe, Billy, today.
Yeah, and for good reason. The way that the hole played yesterday, and you know, anytime you have a par 4 that 490 yards and the wind direction back in the player's face, anytime you get players like Adam Scott, who I think is probably the best long driver in the game, hitting driver 4-iron, you're going to see most players going there into this green with a fairway medal. Now Bob Estes. Wind's starting to pick up. It's going to be interesting this afternoon. Good tee shot by Bob. Pretty much the same line as Appleby. Looked like he went in there and got a little extra on that
He
one.
may well have. And now Mickelson.
This is the club that he hit back on 15. He hit so beautifully. Yeah, this one up the left-hand side, trying to work a little left to right. Should drift a little bit once it hits the ground. 3 excellent tee shots here at the 18th.
Making their way up the 9th hole of the day, the 18th here at Liberty National, with Manhattan to the east. They're trying to take their score south. Webb Simpson, an early birdie in that final group with Kuchar and Woodland. He's now one behind the leader. You see Tiger Woods' name not there. Tiger three-putted the third hole after a birdie at 1, and then he came back and bogeyed the fourth. And so there's Tiger at the bottom of page 2. And his weekend scoring woes continue. He's number 1 in scoring average on the season, but third round scoring average, he's 84th, and final round scoring average, he's about 40 places worse.
And we're going to get a chance this afternoon in our second featured group to watch Ricky Fowler, Keegan Bradley. Ricky's off to a quick start, 1 under through 2, 8 under, and has jumped up into a tie for 4th. And Keegan's a par start for a tie for 6th and 7 under par. Now back out to the 18th and Stuart Appleby.
Yeah. 3 really excellent tee shots here, Mark. And Appleby first to play, 196 yards. Second shot plays about 3 or 4 yards up the hill, but from this angle, a little bit more into the wind. Appleby going with a 4-iron. Block to the right.
He looked down at his divot right after he struck it.
This green was actually moved its location back toward the fairway a bit. The hole was short and the tee wasn't moved up. Now Phil Mickelson, we saying this being their last hole. It's the last hole in the golf course, not the last hole of their third round. They do have the front 9 to play. This feature group started on number 10. Now Phil Mickelson, Billy.
193 yards. This is absolutely perfect for him. Just a nice, comfortable 5-iron. He likes it.
So do I. What a shot by Phil Mickelson. This is an incredibly difficult hole. Tee has been moved up a bit, but still over 470 yards. You can see that ball lands softly, almost hole high, Billy, about a yard or two short. Releases out some 10 or 12 feet past the hole. That whole location is on a back plateau. It will be harder to get to at the end of the day as these things dry out. Might be good to have this as your 9th hole today. Now Bob Estes from a perfect spot in the fairway.
Yeah, also going with 5-iron, 190 yards. He's going to have to go in there and get it. I mean, with this wind direction, any miss hit at all, it's going to come up short. And this is a huge pull to the left.
Incredibly favorable bounce, Billy.
Yeah, that ball, in fact, that ball came in sight after going over the bunker and then carrying to the right and coming around and everything. But I just think that was a lot to ask out of a 5-iron for Estes.
You know, Billy, I think he was thinking the same thing you were, and he got over it a little quick from the top and got over the top bit and pulled trapped it, which makes it go longer. But there's a case of he missed it bad enough to get a good break. It hit on the outside slope and fed it back toward the green, and he's got a much easier chip than he could have had.
Well, and the walk-up 18, really not many like this in all of golf. I mean, you think about great finishes. Pebble Beach on the other coast because of obvious reasons, the Monterey Peninsula, but you can see the One World Tower there in the distance, the Statue of Liberty to the right.
That's the modern clubhouse that was built here. That's very dramatic, the views from every level of the clubhouse.
And the grandstands there surrounding the 18th. It is, like most things in New York, one of a kind. Meanwhile, Stuart Appleby's trying to figure out how to make a par here.
That's one of those unforced errors a player of this, stature hates to make from the middle of the fairway. It's a very big, hard golf hole. You've kind of beaten it with a good tee shot, because I think it's one of the most demanding drives on the golf course. And you kind of let that long iron get away to the right, and now he's going to have to work really hard to make par.
Yeah, the bunkers, the fairway bunkers down that right-hand side, Mark, they have some situations where you're just kind of putting the ball back into the fairway and getting yourself out of that bunker. And pretty much the situation with Stewart here. Big splash face bunker, just a huge face on these two bunkers to the right and the one on the left. And the difficulty here is to get this ball all the way to the hole, because you're underneath the level of the green. You really can maybe just capture just a tiny bit of the flag from down here. And I think anytime you cannot see the bottom of the flag stick, it always toys with your distance control from a bunker.
Good thump.
Well played.
Billy, you described what he was facing perfectly. Have you ever been told the tip? I was told years ago to kind of try to hit the ball to the top of the flag stick.
Absolutely.
Well, we've got another replay view of Stewart's shot. All he can see is the top third of the flag stick, and that's what we're talking about. Try to land it on the top of the flag stick, and that seems to counteract, like Billy said, the height he's got to clear and how far he's got to go, and he did a good job. I think what makes that even harder, Billy, knowing that if you were to catch that thin and put it over the green, you are really looking at some trouble.
Yeah, you've got it in. You've got it in the chalets back there.
The food might be good and the beverage is cold, but you've got 9 more holes to play, fellas. Now, Bob Estes is on the upslope. Got a pretty straightforward pitch. I'm not saying it's easy, but he landed in that dark grass you see behind him, that rough cut grass, and kicked all the way through that swale onto the upslope.
Yeah, it's kind of just kind of a little bit of a step cut for the grass, but it's kind of that blue grass mown pretty closely. So for a ball to hang with the severity of that slope, I think that might have been a little unlucky, but has to be careful with this. This is not all that easy. It looks easy, looks ordinary, but it's a little bit tougher than that. Nice. Billy Nice.
Number 1 on tour, Billy, in scrambling this season. And he's hit only 2 greens in regulation, yet he's only 1 over par for the round.
Well, 2 greens and just be able to maintain the score. That just shows you how good these guys are on the PGA Tour.
They are very fuel efficient when it comes to burning strokes.
Now Mickelson has hit only 4 greens.
How about the birdie at 15? How about if you come back with birdie at 18? I think those are 2 toughest holes on this back nine.
That will be a first 9 36, 1 over par 36. 36-35 is the par here, 71.
Well, he did everything but make this one. Now we're looking at a replay. The reaction, little flinch there, thinking it was going to catch that top side of the hole. That's about as big as a reaction, negative, if you can call it. Kind of a exhale of breath, like, I would have loved to have made it. Hate to waste that one, but he'll head over to the second 9 for him, the first hole, with a double bogey, a bogey, and 2 birdies on that 9, turning in 1 over par. Now Stuart Appleby.
Just straight up the hill.
Shot link said 5 feet. These guys made a lot of putts from outside tap-in range just to save par. Sometimes it was their second putt. In this case for Appleby, up and down. The only bogey was missing the green on that long par 4 10th and being unable to get up and down, get it up and down.
Grant, I have to say, though, in watching these players closely, following, that's what I love about featured groups, getting to see every shot, that these putts are all rolling like you're on a billiard table. I mean, I haven't seen a ball bounce all day.
Estes, middle pocket. And despite hitting only 2 greens on his first 9 holes, Estes makes that backward turn, 1 over 36. So all 3 players in our first featured group, 1 over par on their first 9 holes. They'll head to the first tee. Short par 4, chance to maybe pick up a stroke. And another good view of the Statue of Liberty and another look at our leaderboard. Our second featured group, Fowler, Bradley, and Adam Scott. You see Fowler there, 1 under on his 3rd round. Keegan Bradley at even par. Tiger Woods is 1 over
as he has a couple of par fives coming up in the next 3 holes, neither of which he birdied yesterday. Rory McIlroy has given one back. 74 players made the cut. And Mark, as we think about scoring average today after the golf course played under par the first 2 days, so far today it's playing about a half stroke under par. It's really playing about where it was the first couple of days, a little bit easier. But again, these are the players who made the cut and of course are playing better.
Right, they're the players who are playing the best. I also think that we've still seen the greens receptive. While there have been some tough hole locations and hard to get close to them, the greens have not been hitting hard and releasing. A well-struck approach shot will spin and the ball can be controlled, and I think that's the reason. If that ever stops, once you see balls take big bounces and not stopping, that's when the scores will start to go up. But as for now, while there is a little bit of a breeze, it's not that unmanageable breeze. We're not seeing anything silly happen. So I think the players still can get at this golf course. Those who are controlling their flight, striking the ball solidly, can still shoot a score here.
All right, there is a look at the first. You see the screen off to the right. That's
all right, folks,
the practice team.
Please.
And I think a great aiming point. You see the tree right in line with the tent. This left to right wind, I think right at that tree and let it fall just a little bit to the right is the optimum shot.
Water right.
Well, this is right on that tree.
Appleby caught a fairway bunker here at 1 yesterday and almost made in the shade at the first.
Billy, with the back right hole location, he couldn't have just placed it out there if they let him walk out there any better than he's got it. Now, Bob Estes going with a long iron. Now, we've got a great view of the hole from right behind the tee. You see the water to the right. You see how close those skyboxes and hospitality suites are on the left side. The left side of the fairway is also framed by that bunker. So Billy mentioned it. See the tree right in the middle of the fairway, through the fairway? That's a perfect target to end up on.
Yeah, anytime you get a positional par 4 like this, and you just want to kind of corner it over on that left-hand side and give yourself the best look you can possibly get.
Only one ball in the water here at 1 all week.
Yeah, this one's starting left and drifting right. That's nice.
And now Mickelson.
Yeah, and he's going to go just like he's done the past couple of rounds, Grant. He's going to go with this little hybrid deal. Yeah, this one's starting at the bunker, trying desperately to get back to the right.
Our feature group has made the backward turn, now playing the first. Day 3 at the Barclays.
It begins with a whisper, and it ends with a roar. Tomorrow, the FedEx Cup playoffs start here at iconic Liberty National, where golf's top 125 begin their quest for the PGA Tour's ultimate prize at the Barclays. Tomorrow at noon Eastern on Golf Channel.
Well, it's always great to have the PGA Tour in one of the major metropolitan areas, and none bigger, of course, than New York. For years, you guys, Mark, played up in Westchester County, the old Buick Classic. It was
Westchester
for years.
Country Club.
Yeah, in Westchester, and now you have this stunning venue on the shores of the Hudson River. Phil Mickelson in the sand at 1, his second shot. This is the 10th hole of the day for our featured group.
Yeah, clean lie in this fairway bunker and far enough back that
Hey, Marshall, you can't talk about the hit, sir.
shadow kind of creeping into the bunker. But like I said, far enough back, really not an issue trying to elevate this ball quickly, and a little downwind from here.
Bill.
Go get him, Phil.
And even when admonishing, a member of the gallery uses the word sir. Can't talk while I'm about to hit, sir.
He was scolding with mildness, wasn't he? Not even offensive in that. Now we go to the perfect position in the fairway. Second shot by Bob Estes.
A little bit further back than what I thought Bob was going to be. At 157 yards. Going with just a kind of a gentle lay there for Estes. It was certainly a good strike. Looking for it to move right, but it just kind of hung out there on him.
I said earlier, only one ball in the water right at 1 all week. Just one yesterday. There have been 9 total tee shots in the water at this first hole. No issues for Appleby.
Well, he took it right down to the corner. I mean, you talk about optimizing the yardage off the tee. That's exactly what Stewart's done here. Just 116 yards left. Come on back.
A little bit unfortunate that it didn't, Billy.
That is unfortunate, Mark, because I really thought that would zip right back down.
Well, I think that's what he was trying to do. Maybe not quite that deep, but landed on the back edge. It actually landed the fringe and kind of hit soft. But that hole today is located 22 steps onto the green. And as you see on the bottom of your screen, there's a ridge that goes all the way to 18, 17 yards. So if you land that at the 17, 18, 16 mark, it can spin right back down to the front middle of the green. And I think that Stewart was trying to avoid that. He's got a little bit too deep into the green, and consequently he's got to have a really quick putt. That back fringe slopes onto the green, and he'll have a quick putt down the hill for birdie. You see the water that's to the right of this green stream that feeds down to a little pond that guards the right side of the fairway. In this remodel of 13 of the fairways, and basically every green was touched, 3 of them moved. They actually moved some of these streams and some of the water features, so it was a pretty massive undertaking. Bob Cupp and Tom Kite were aided by PGA Tour services. You can see how the first hole is played this week. There has been an eagle and 77 birdies.
At Aaron Badley's first hole of the tournament.
Was it 2?
Was a 2. He holed out.
Wow.
For an eagle 2.
Nice start.
He's having a fine week. He's tied for 17th, Badley is. He played with Stuart Appleby, his fellow countryman,
well, he
first
needs
couple of days.
Yeah, he needs a good week. And we talk about all these side stories. Maybe they're not side stories. Obviously, you come here to try to win the Barclays Championship, but guys are trying to get into the top 100,
Sure.
then the top 70, and then the top 30. So you don't want to stop here this week. You want to get as many points, as many dollars, Whatever they're passing out, you want as much of it as you can get.
I think Mickelson may be one of the exceptions. He's already coming in 4th in the points list, so you see him go for a green like the 16th and try to drive it. Here he is, a long birdie putt.
It's going to go up the hill about right there and then kind of go right back down. Nicely judged.
That's not easy to do. We really get a good picture, Billy, on our monitors of how that ball works to get up the hill, and it seems to reach the crest with no speed at all, and it just trickles down toward the hole. Very delicate these players have to be with the speed.
Estes next. We talked about the junior tournament, the AJGA event that Bob Estes hosts in his hometown of Abilene. He also is the sponsor and host of a Fellowship of Christian Athletes tournament that Tom Landry, the great Cowboys head coach for so many years, was sponsoring before his death. Bob has taken that over the last decade or so.
Certainly a putt that he can give a go. A little bit back up the hill. Not a lot of movement in this putt.
There's his first. Kind of like on the 10th hole, his first hole of the day, he began to walk.
His response, I still think, is puzzled. I think he thought he missed it to the right. I really do. But he didn't.
Well, so his first birdie of the day. He's back to even par for the day and 2 under for the tournament. Again, coming in 94th in the FedEx Cup point standings. And Mark, you mentioned it. Take a look at his body language.
Watch this. I think it's like, oh, I missed to the.
Okay. Sure, I had it all the way.
Oh, I promise you, as players, we get fooled more often the other way where we think we've made it. So it's nice to get the reverse of that. Now Stuart Appleby from the back fringe, Billy.
Looking left, just trying to get it gently rolling out of this fringe.
Barely taking a practice stroke.
For good reason. Once it hits the green, it is quick. It's basically, as a player, that's all you want from there. When you have to be that defensive.
I'm sure it's stopped. When you see him straddling, that would be the through line for Mickelson, just in case.
Your picture hasn't gone still. It's just that the ball must be oscillating. You want to make sure it's stopped.
It's just that Appleby went still.
Yeah, your picture wasn't frozen. And I don't think that's part of his routine. That was just waiting for the ball to get totally stationary. Now, Phil Mickelson. From 2 feet, pours it right in the middle of the hole. That's a good par from that fairway bunker. So we walk off this green with a birdie in 2 pars. Bob Estes, as Grant mentioned, his first birdie of the day to kind of balance out the bogey he made on his second hole of the day, the par 3 11 from a bunker. So he is 1 birdie, 1 bogey, even par for the day, 200 for the tournament through this 10th hole, the first hole of the golf course.
This front side, a par 36. 2 par 3s, 2 par 5s. And could you get a better day in metropolitan New York? We're on the Jersey side of the Hudson across New York Harbor. You got Manhattan.
Beautiful look at the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. Big ship coming into port. Pretty majestic scenes around here. How often do you talk about the scenery around a golf course that's man-made as being awe-inspiring? It's one thing when you look at, the Rockies or some dramatic thing of nature, but to see these buildings and what's been done here and all the history of this city, it is pretty awe-inspiring to look at it.
Had a chance to have dinner last night in Manhattan at a great location on the Lower West Side, and just a very short train ride over across the Hudson from New Jersey. And there is no place like it. On the tee at the second, this is the first of 2 par 3s within 3 holes of one another.
Billy, I see you on the tee there, on the back of the tee. And tell me, is this view behind this green amazing? Don't you see the Statue of Liberty right behind the green?
You cannot get more clarity than what you have today. I mean, what a beautiful sight.
how often could you say, hey, I'll start this one right off her crown and work it back to the right? It'd be a big fade even for me, but it's pretty amazing. If you were playing bad here, it'd be easy to get distracted and start looking around, but these players are focused on what they've got to do. And again, we have another one of those hole locations that's near the edge of a green, only 4 paces off the back left. The green is 32 yards deep. The flagstick is 27 where the cup is cut today.
Yeah, the par 3, I mean, it's 206, and I certainly have the wind direction right back into the player's face. And the first club of choice for Estes was the 5-iron.
Remember, he tugged that 5-iron on 18.
It's playing harder today than the first 2 days, Billy. It was 10th overall easiest or hardest, any way you want to say that. Today it's playing the 6th ranked hole.
Yeah, and the players, they're up on a tee that's, forward where they played the first 2 days. So
right, only measuring 219. But think about it. It's half the field has been through here and only 2 birdies so far. Now Bob's ready to go.
Yeah, and he's gone to that 4-iron. I think that's a good move. You go ahead and make a comfortable swing and get the ball all the way to the hole. Didn't like the club, didn't like the swing, didn't like the shot.
Looks like he came up and out of it pretty quick, and that's usually what happens for a right-hander. It comes up short and to the right. Good news, plenty of green to pitch to.
And the best scrambler on tour, as we mentioned, he's shown it today. That was a good life imitating art. He had Appleby holding the hand out right there, juxtaposed with Lady Liberty, sticking her right arm up and out. Another look here at the tee shot of Estes.
Watch what happens right after impact. You can see the shoulders raise up, hands really high, trying to save it by turning his right shoulder over like hold it, but it's too late. The ball's gone, and that's why it missed right now. Back live to Appleby.
Going with 4-iron after much discussion. This ball starts at the flag, but then it starts turning down and moving left.
It's the 7th time that one of these players has found a greenside bunker today through not quite 11 holes.
Billy, we talked the scorecard yardage at 219, but the actual yardage today, I'd mentioned 219, it's 206. So it is playing shorter. And what club has Phil got?
Yeah, and Phil's got the 5-iron. Pretty much same shot we saw him hit back at 18, but out of that quickly, and that ball moving left needs to get up a little bit.
Two in the bunker left. Estes on the other side pitching. All 3 have missed the green here at 2. We're back at the par 3 second and the second shot for Bob Estes.
Well, plenty of green to work with, and from this angle, I think the easiest of the three shots that players have hit here at the second. Just trying to coax it up this little hill.
And that was a great look at what Mickelson saw from Estes. Can't do it much better than that, Billy.
No, you can't, and that's why he's number one in scrambling. But Mickelson just looked over at Estes, and Estes said, go ahead and play. Now, Phil. Tough for most, ordinary for Mickelson.
And that was extraordinary for him.
Yeah, they're trying to do a little too much with that.
And one more look here. Really went hard after this, Billy.
This is a great example of what we talk about, short-siding yourself. Now, Phil playing.
Well, and he played first. He played ahead of Appleby simply because Appleby, when he hits his bunker shot, there was the risk of throwing sand on Mickelson's ball, so doing the correct thing.
Appleby realized it and seeded.
There's a real good example of the short-sided. Now Phil's putting for bogey, and Appleby has got a longer par putt than Bob Estes, and they were closer to the hole, but had no green to work with. Really important. The best players in the world, it's not where their good shots go. All their good shots are good. It's where the misses go.
And Mickelson tosses his ball to Chuck Moore, Bob Estes' caddy. Again, that's part of the choreography you have in a group of three, so Bones Mackay can rake the bunker.
Absolutely.
Speed up play that way.
There's kind of just a common, like a perfect word, you know, the choreography. There's a dance that goes on out here. If one player needs some help, another player jumps in and they're caddy, so that's what happens now.
I could see there being a little confusion, and you got Chuck Moore, it looked like was cleaning off the golf ball of both Mickelson and Appleby, who are both Callaway players. In terms of balls, double check that you've got the right ball there just to make sure.
Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, you wouldn't want that. Now the par putt here for Appleby. Mickelson will be putting for bogey.
Appleby, you know, a little bit of time here too, because Appleby had to wait for the through line, the bunker to be raked, which is being raked by Bones. He'll rake it for both players, and the other caddy will take care of the balls. Now Stewart's ready to go here, Billy.
A little down, maybe a little bit to his left.
Look, he missed some short-range birdie putts. I'm talking 10 to 15 feet early in his round, but he's really putted quite well.
Good-looking stroke by Stuart Appleby. Look at the ball hugging the ground. Again, I very seldom do you see a ball this smooth. These greens, I'm sure this course doesn't get an overabundance of play, limited membership. Beautiful condition. Now Phil for bogey.
Yeah, maybe a foot closer, but pretty much the same putt.
He double bogeyed his second hole of the day. He avoids a double at the second hole on the course, but does drop that shot back to even par for the tournament. And now Estes, who's hit only 3 greens today in regulation, and yet he's even par for the day, and this trying to stay there. There's that old school putter you mentioned. A scrambling round of even par for Bob Estes. A couple of threes to start his second 9 today, the first 9 on the golf course. 2 pars and a bogey. This is the first of 4 FedEx Cup playoff events. What a setting we have for it. 33 weeks of the regular season, 36 events. You have the 4 playoff events commencing here this week. Look at the former champions, Tiger twice, Bill Haas, that up and down he had in 2011 was remarkable. And then Brandt Snedeker, he's seen the ups and the downs of the FedEx Cup. Obviously won it last year, but some heartbreak earlier.
Well, you go back several years when it was a new format, and we all remember, I remember vividly, the last hole at Cog Hill in the playoffs to get into the FedEx Cup. He four-putted, knowing what he had to do. He missed two very short putts and went to the side of the green and broke down with his head and hands, looking at the scoreboard, knowing exactly that he had missed the playoffs. To go from the despair of that to the ecstasy of winning last year, that's what these FedEx Cup point race does. I mean, it's creative excitement to the tour. It's added excitement to an already exciting PGA Tour, and these players are supporting it. They get into this run now. You know, point values are 2 points for every dollar in the regular part of the year. Now 2,500 points to the winner this week, for example, instead of the normal 500. It's really amazing what happens here. I said dollars and points. They're not related. I was having a flashback to President's Cup. I apologize for that one.
Well,
but that's something else that's going on, too. Players are trying to make that President's Cup like Ricky Fowler and Keegan Bradley, and they'll be interested in a different point system. But we're talking about FedEx Cup right now.
Yeah, does it amaze you guys that there's been no FedEx Cup champion returning to Atlanta in the Tour Championship? It's never been done.
I know that, which is hard for me to believe, Billy. It really, really is.
You know, I look at the players, and yeah, Tiger with an injury and some other issues, but for no one to get back, I've got to believe that Snedeker's going to be the first.
Here's Estes on the tee at 3.
And less than driver, hole playing straight downwind. Just catches the far right-hand side of the fairway.
Hole location today on 3 is just 4 paces right in the middle of the green. You know, I've always thought that front hole locations are normally the hardest because it's hard to get the ball below the hole to have an uphill putt. Most greens, even modern greens, the majority are sloped from back to front.
Now Appleby, after that great bunker save.
Yeah, with this wind direction, really no necessity to go with driver. I want you guys to look at the scorecard on the front 9. There are no back-to-back par 4s.
A mix of
that's unusual
3s and 4s and 5s.
You know, I don't think I've ever seen that.
I never noticed it. If I have seen it, Billy, I'm looking at the card you're saying. I said, "There's no way. There's no way Kranzer's right." But you're exactly right.
Well, and this is part of the golf course you need to get. I mean, the front 9 is playing about the same as the back, even though the back is a par 35 and this is a par 36. And that tee shot of Mickelson comes to rest safely in the short grass. Our feature group coverage continues from metropolitan New York.
I know. Okay, it's all right. I know you're doing better.
Welcome back to the Barclays. First tournament in the FedEx Cup Playoff Series leading to Atlanta. We're having feature group activity here watching today. Our first feature group, Phil Mickelson, Bob Estes, and Stuart Appleby on this beautiful Liberty National golf course. There's a look at the hole our feature group is playing right now. The third hole in the golf course there, 12th hole, the 395-yard par 4. Second shot plays slightly downhill to a front hole location. And, Billy, you're out there with this group.
Well, Estes, is going to be from this right-hand side and laid a little bit further back. He's going to have 130 yards. Stuart Appleby actually got a pretty nice break. All bounced off a spectator off the left-hand side and came back towards the fairway. And Stuart's getting ready to either sign a glove or sign a golf ball and kind of reaching into the bag. But this is a hard shot to judge, in my opinion, Mark. You're from an elevated portion of the fairway. The green sits well below. You're downwind. Easy to hit this ball 20, 25 feet beyond the flagstick.
We've got a beautiful view from right behind Bob Estes, taking dead aim.
Perfect judgment there, Mark.
It is, Billy. That ball took one little hop and then just stopped immediately. Didn't spin back. I think that's the mistake, or that's where you need to favor, with only 4 yards of green separating the front fairway and the hole location. A little bit long isn't bad. Now, Stewart's got a blind second shot, doesn't he? But we're going to go back and take a look at Stuart Appleby and what's become a kind of a nice courtesy of the players. Notice he signed that ball. Look at this. No worries. He's thanking him for the good bounce, and we see no outward damage, Billy. There's no bleeding or bandages on the spectator, which is a good thing.
It's a good thing, and certainly playing with a gentleman that has signed plenty of golf balls and gloves for the fans when he's hitting there at tee shot.
Hasn't he? Billy, what does it add to this shot, being totally blind to the whole location?
Well, you're playing strictly by yardage, and Stuart Appleby with right at 110 yards, just inside 110, 109, but this is all about picking out the spot.
He'll pick one of those trees or something on the horizon, try to line the flagstick up as he walks back down.
And boy, you have to have ultimate trust in your yardage as to how far you hit this club. You cannot come up short. And he tried to utilize a little bit of that backstop back there, but crawled right up on top. So that's going to be a pretty quick putt right at the beginning.
It will be, but that's a little bit of the price you pay for an errant tee shot. I mean, it's a short golf hole. This hole on the scorecard only plays to a yardage of 395 today. It's actually playing at 380 now. Phil going in with wedge, it appears.
Yeah, 100 yards right on the button. Ooh, taking it in a little bit lower. Needs to get up. Get up. Can't make that mistake. He caught it heavy.
Even though Phil was in the fairway, he too could not see the whole location. Phil's body reaction told us he didn't hit it good. There it lands. It tries to hop up. We can see it, Billy, but doesn't get onto the green. And it's not going to release with a wedge. Now we're looking again at Phil's swing, and right away you can see him kind of going, that's not a confident move, and his head looks back down to the ground. He did not make good contact. You described that perfectly. He's making his way down to the green. He's going to have to rely on a little bit of his short game magic again to get it up and down.
Well, it's going to take all of his short game skill to get this one up and down, because with that whole location right on the front nose of this green, do you carry the fringe and try to get it to hop one time and stop? I think that's probably the best option for Phil, but I can tell you that that second shot, there was someone said something mid-swing that threw him off.
We're looking at a graphic right now of top 10 finishes over the last playoff seasons going back to 2007. So he's had at least one in the final end-of-the-year playoff system here in FedEx Cup activity every year. 2 last year, and 2 in 2011, 2 the first year we went to the playoff system in 2007. He'd like to have a couple more because, again, while he is in the top 5 as of right now, it's going to be imperative for someone who wants to be in control of what happens. Well, as much control as you can have in this game, which isn't as much as we'd like at times. If you go into the final tournament, the Tour Championship in Atlanta, in the top 5, you can win everything with a personal win. So that's important to these players. Now, Mickelson from a really delicate spot here, Billy.
Yeah, and he's going to just try to play that one little hop and check. You know, up and stop. There you go. Smartly played, executed perfectly. And I did find out that it was one of those cell phone cameras that somebody clicked in his swing, Mark.
Oh, that was a distraction. Wow. Well, you know, I was down on the golf course I mentioned yesterday morning, and almost every spectator was on their phone. It really surprised me. I know they've changed the rules on tour the last couple of years to go to cell phones are available. I know they're supposed to be turned off. But how many times have all of us forgotten in a movie or maybe out to dinner to turn our phones off, and how embarrassed we are when it rings or makes whatever sound we've got it programmed to make? But they can come at an awkward time on the tour, and sounds like or looks like in watching that Phil handled that very tactfully. Now we go to Stuart Appleby's putt. You described it earlier as being delicate, Billy. What does it look like now that you're up on the green?
Well, I'm kind of right at the side of it, and you know, he's just barely crawled up onto this back shelf of the green, so it's going to be pretty quick right at the beginning. And then this kind of front section kind of levels out a little bit, but he still has to kind of go into that defensive mode and just kind of back off this putt a little bit.
Just gets that started. Doesn't need much speed as it's working down toward the hole. Oh, Billy, I got to think he thought he stole one there as that ball was approaching the cup.
Yeah, I kind of got that same feeling as I was watching him watch the ball roll towards the hole. But I can promise you when that tee shot was in the air, he would have ran to the green if someone would have given him 4.
Well, 4 is a good score after that tee shot, and the fortunate break of the ball working back toward the fairway while it stayed in the rough. He wasn't in the deeper fescue. That's one of the advantages of the redesign since the 2009 tournament. They've widened the fairways. As we look at the fairway now, these fairways almost to a hole were tighter. The fescue, the taller grass you see, crept much closer to the fairways. They didn't have the bluegrass intermediate rough, so that's made a big improvement. The players love it, and we can see why. Bob Estes now from behind the hole, Billy. Much movement on this putt?
Well, he's looking out to the left of the hole. In fact, he went up to inspect whether it was a spike mark or maybe a bug. But looking left, still has to be careful with this, but certainly not the speed that we just saw from Appleby's putt. Get going. What was that? That was pretty much a swing and a miss.
Billy, it did. It looked like a miss hit almost. I mean, that doesn't happen often with a putter. I have hit the ground behind the ball before, and that's not a good feeling. But see if we can see something as we look at a replay, Billy. We're going to watch real carefully the back of the ball. I mean, he held still, looked like a normal stroke, and it looked like he put on the air brakes.
I mean, the putter, the ball came off the putter blade just is so slow. It was kind of like he hit it on the bottom of the putter, but he was on the proper level. The putt was quick, but it certainly wasn't that quick.
Well, you know, when you face so many downhill putts on this golf course, you can kind of get oversensitive, think too much. Now he's got a little bit down, but pretty straightforward putt inside of 4 feet.
Yeah, just keep it inside the hole.
Well, for Bob Estes, that's another par. He's through 12 holes, the third hole on the front side. One birdie, you see that on the graphic on the first hole. That was his 10th hole of the day. He bogeyed the second hole today. Now Phil for a very good up and down par save.
That's as good as the one that we saw on 12, Mark, when he got it up and down from the fescue.
I agree with you. Phil Mickelson at his best. We're enjoying action from the Barclays in the FedEx Cup playoff. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Well, I'm going to hang in there with Mickelson to the end, and then there's going to be a couple, maybe a hole, you know. That's going to be the time it's going to take me to get to my group. So that's when I'll take my break. So I'm good at 2:45. How about that knuckle curve that was thrown to Estes there? That was a swing and a miss.
Well, we welcome you to more action from the Barclays, the first tournament in the playoff series leading up to the Tour Championship, the FedEx Cup playoff series. Here's a look at your leaderboard. Players already out on the golf course after a little bit of rearranging of tee times. They play till dark both Thursday and Friday night because of early rain delays. Now everything is back on schedule. This is threesomes in the third round. You're looking at Bob Estes on this challenging par 3, Billy.
Yeah, 194 yards and just a little freshening of the wind. I would say a little bit into the player, a little bit out of the right. I would think that would lend itself to this whole location, tucked far over on that left-hand side. Estes has a 5-iron and just has to be careful. You just, if you miss-hit it on line, you're certainly in the bunker. And I would think that'd be the sensible play here, Mark. You just have to be looking 15, 20 feet right of the hole.
Yeah, that hole is located all the way back in the back left-hand edge of the green. 21 paces on, only 5 yards of green behind it. You can't make a mistake long or left. You have no green to work with. We're having a pretty look, Billy, back just then from the green back. You see a lot of water. And our viewers may think, well, or listeners, that, wow, there's water's in play. It is in play, but it would almost take with a back hole location a miss hit to the left and short, which we don't see too often. Now Stuart Appleby.
Yeah, and he's also going with a 5-iron and just trying to visualize this shot. He's backed off a few shots today. He's struck the ball well. He's hit a lot of good quality shots, but just doesn't look like he has that comfort level that we usually see Stewie have. Ooh, this could be money right here, Mark. Could be money.
Billy, that ball landed about 1.5 feet over the bunker, and it released onto the green. It was a good shot and a good break. It would have been pretty tough if that ball had just caught the lip. We're watching it land. I mean, it didn't clear the rough, Billy, by 6-8 inches. Kicked to the right, released onto the green. An aggressive line, and he's rewarded for it. Don't forget the different stories going on coming into this week. Stuart Appleby was 123rd in the FedEx Cup standing. He needs to improve into the top 100 if he wants to play again next week and work his way to Atlanta. Now Phil Mickelson.
And pretty much following what's been happening all day. When Estes and Appleby have hit a 5-iron, Mickelson's going with a 6. Ooh. Boy, this could be good also, Mark.
You hear the applause, the appreciation for not only Phil Mickelson, but for that shot. Billy, you've got great eyes. I hand it to you. You called it. What a gorgeous, gorgeous tee shot on this challenging par 3, the 4th hole in the golf course, the 13th for this group. We're looking at a replay right now, watching this ball descend from the heavens. It lands about 10 feet short, takes a big chunk out of the green, and just trickles to about 3.5, 4 feet. Perfect position, putting right back uphill. That puts a smile on Phil Mickelson's face. We watch him acknowledging the fans as he walks down the fairway, thanking them. That's an exciting shot. You know, we've seen it all from Phil, Billy. He was off to kind of a ragged start with his iron play and turned it around.
Well, and that's, you know, we talk about Phil being a free swinger. You know, he's going to catch his rhythm in a round. And then he's going to start hitting some iron shots. And he's going to start hitting some drives that, you know, we're used to seeing. It's just a matter of when he catches that rhythm.
Well, don't you think one of the things that helps any player, and those who are listening trying to improve their golf games, is if you hit a few bad shots early, you can't change what you're doing, and Phil doesn't. I mean, you've got to keep letting it go, keep letting it happen, keep releasing the club, and trusting. If you don't do that, you'll never get it back.
Right, and, you know, the adjustment that players make on the golf course, if they can be minor and you're successful, you know you always have that go-to.
Exactly right. Now looking at some stats this week for Phil Mickelson. Never had a problem with length off the tee. Sometimes it's not as many fairways as others, but 62%. Probably on the lower side for what he would prefer. Greens in regulation, 63%. Not much lower than you expect from Phil. Now the sand saves, that really shocks me, 3 of 11. 11 bunkers is a lot to be in. We saw him leave it in a bunker just a moment ago, but that's not his normal stat. But it's he's really grinding away, and he doesn't need to scramble on this hole, I can tell you that.
Well, walking up to the tee here at number 4, he kind of walked by and he said, you know what, I really haven't shown you much today, but I'm going to try to post 3 or 4 birdies from here to the house.
I love hearing that. You know, how many of us as players, Billy, you know, you have goals within goals. You readjust, you know, if you've had a bad front nine, let me get it back to par. Let me get it under par for the week. Let me get it under par for the day. All those little things to motivate you. Sometimes you've got to readjust those. I'm sure starting the day he wanted to shoot more than 3 under, but right now if he can get 3 birdies, he'd be happy.
And you've got to believe that, you know, you get one here, then you've got the par 5. Then if you can get one more, you've kind of salvaged the round. You know, even though you have Kuchar and Simpson up there at -10 and Schwartzel and Woodland at -9, and you've got a lot of players to jump over. But if you can just save the round today, just put something 69, 68, 7, somewhere in that area. If you can just kind of salvage this round, that can be huge going into the final round tomorrow.
Well, that's something you have to learn, isn't it, Billy? And Phil knows that better than anybody, but it's a big difference with a great round tomorrow to jump in the top 5 or 10. Now Bob Estes from outside of 40 feet.
Yeah, right at the end, Mark, it's going to move a pretty good amount to his left. Right there, starts moving left.
That ball is rolled just outside the coin, which is the marker for Phil Mickelson. So Phil's going to get to watch Bob putt first, which might help him a little bit with speed and pace. Billy, you see where where Stewart's ball is now. That ball landed literally 4 or 5 inches over that rough cut to his left. He's looking at the hole now. between he and the water, and it just trickled on down to there. It would have been a bad break if it hadn't have, but still, you called that shot as looking good from the tee. You hate those disappointments when one plugs under the lip of a bunker that you're posing on.
Yeah, and you would never, when that ball was in the air, you would never suspect that ball. You would never even think that it would come up short.
See if he can make a birdie here.
Just outside 18 feet.
You know, sometimes, Billy, as the sun gets up, you get into the middle of the afternoon, you can see greens, these bentgrass greens speeding up. While certain putts have been very fast today, it doesn't look like overall the speed of the greens is increasing very much.
Yeah, I think they've been pretty consistent. In fact, when we were walking up to the green, Estes was telling me that he thought that the hole locations today were just very hard to get at, and especially with the speed of the greens. I think they're running close to 13 right now, Mark.
Yeah, I'd agree with Bob's comment. They have not been able to get to the right levels very often, now from just inside of 4 feet. That's a good two-putt for Bob Estes. He's happy to make 3 here. Most threes on par 3s are good. I think if you told a player for the week, I'll let you play the par 3s even, he'd skip them for all 4 days. Now, Phil Mickelson for birdie.
Well, Mickelson would certainly take even par today since he's made a double bogey and a bogey on the par 3s up to this point. Just trying to grind this round out.
Another par 3 birdie for Phil Mickelson. He birdied the 14th, and he backs it up with one here on his 13th hole of the day. Stay with us. More action from this featured group of Phil Mickelson, Bob Estes, and Stuart Appleby in just a moment.
Well, it was a 2-shot lead for Matt Kuchar heading into the third round here at the Barclays, but look how the front page of the leaderboard is bunched up. Kuchar is 1 over for the day. Ricky Fowler is 3 under for the day. Webb Simpson playing with Kuchar, and Gary Woodland is 1 under. There's Woodland still at 9 under. Charles Schwartzel has picked up a couple of shots today. Justin Rose is playing with Tiger Woods and Jonas Blixt, and he's out playing both. He's 2 under through 8 holes. Rory McIlroy's even par. There's young Jordan Spieth, just turned 20 shortly after winning as a 19-year-old at the John Deere. There's Tiger Woods. He just birdied the par 5 8th. And that got him back to 1 over for the day. Tiger has been struggling with the mid-range putts today. There's Jonas Blixt playing with Tiger, former Florida State Seminole, who's won a couple of times in the last year. Camilo Villegas won a couple of FedEx Cup playoff events a few years ago. Brendan DeYoung back at 3 under. He's +3 on the day. There's Stuart Appleby and Phil Mickelson, both in our feature group coverage. You saw Bob Estes' name go by. Mickelson with a birdie just moments ago at the par 3 4th. KJ Choi you see there. Choi made an ace today at the same 14th hole where Phil Mickelson made a birdie in our coverage a couple of hours ago. Jeff Ogilvy at 1 over par. Right now, he is one of 4 players who would fall out of the top 100 and miss next week's Deutsche Bank Championship if things were to end as they are now. Obviously, a lot of golf left today and even more tomorrow. A sight that never gets old. It's a sight for sore eyes and has been for more than 125 years. The Statue of Liberty on Liberty Island. Well, Ricky Fowler, 3 under on his round today, trying to climb the President's Cup point standings, hoping to partner with Keegan Bradley at Muirfield Village later this fall against Adam Scott and the international team. We'll see them in our second featured group today. Liberty Island and the Statue of Liberty just reopened on July 4th. 6 weeks or so ago after some renovations following Hurricane Sandy. This, as we said, is the first of 4 FedEx Cup playoff events. It's the 7th year of the FedEx Cup. Only the top 100 in the season-long points race will make it to next weekend's Labor Day event in the Boston area. And then the top 70 at the Deutsche Bank, after taking a week off, will play the BMW Championship. And then it all concludes at East Lake in Atlanta, the Tour Championship presented by Coca-Cola. Phil Mickelson has a victory there. He and Stuart Appleby waiting on the tee at 5. Just beautiful today. It really feels quite autumnal. I mean, there was a little nip in the air this morning, wind blowing off the Hudson River.
Yeah, the conditions are absolutely perfect out here, and what wind there is, certainly it's got the players thinking a little bit, Grant, but you see the guys waiting for the group in front to clear, but from this elevated tee, downwind, pretty straightforward tee shot here.
And there is how the 5th hole is played this week. It's the 8th toughest, and just about the same number of bogeys and doubles as birdies. Mickelson.
Yeah, this one moving up the right-hand side of the fairway, needs a little bit of a kick to the left.
Kick the other way.
Yeah. Just all depends how close it is to that tree.
Well, that's playable. Left of the fairway is not. There's a look back up on the tee in the One World Tower behind them. This almost has a feel of a first hole, Billy, the way the golf course is set up. You're right by that screen at the practice tee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then if you just go over and then you go beyond a couple of chalets, then you're right at the first green.
Yeah.
But definitely a tee shot that every player is looking right center. You look at the two trees down that right-hand side of the fairway. That is a perfect aiming point.
Estes going back for another club. Left to right player predominantly. It's like the 3-wood. He doesn't appear comfortable.
It's a little bit of an awkward tee shot. I think anytime you see a player go back to the bank, especially after they've already set up to it one time, you know they're not comfortable with what's out there in front of them. This ball sets down the center and then slightly moving left or right. And slow down.
Wow.
Slow down. It's going to be okay. Whole location back left. That'll be just fine.
One more here, Appleby.
Now his shot type is to go right to left. He just a little bit right to left, just kind of a nice tight little draw that he likes to hit. This should set up perfectly for Stewie. Fairway slopes from right to left.
Whoa.
You know, this one is dangerously down that left-hand side, and that is so far left. In fact, he's probably going to have to drop on that forward tee that's probably 70 yards in front of him, Grant.
Appleby missed left. Phil Mickelson missed what amounts to his left. A pull. It's a chance to get up close and personal with his fans once again. Round 3 at the Barclays, a 3-way tie for the lead. Look at Kevin Chappell working his way up the leaderboard. He's within 1 of Fowler, Kuchar, Simpson. It was a 2-shot lead for Matt Kuchar heading into this 3rd round. But we've seen the wind today and the greens speed up to challenge. Keegan Bradley shot 63 yesterday. After his tee shot at the 5th found the water, Billy Kratzert, Stuart Appleby's taking a drop, and here comes his third. How far away is he?
Well, he's only advanced maybe 75 yards from where he hit the tee shot in the hazard, but now you're just trying to position yourself and try to get the ball up and down for bogey.
Third shot here. Water all along the left.
This should be good right here. Gets a little kick to the left, so he's going to be able to put a wedge in his hand. Maybe do a little damage control there and get up and down for bogey. Although it did just land in a sand divot.
Wow. Well, we were right behind him with the tee shot, and we saw that that ball almost the entire way fly inside the hazard line. So it wasn't as if he hooked it into the water, and that's why he had to lay all the way back. Okay, so Mickelson found the other side. He's dry, but what kind of situation is he in here?
Actually, a pretty good situation. When you look at where this hole location is, that far right-hand side.
A little bit into it, don't you think? Yeah, I mean, I think what I was thinking was a lower one of those and like kind of running it over that hump, landing at 55, 58. I don't think we need to land it short or soft for three. I think so. And if I cut it back in, it should come in soft. And it will help.
Well, the yardage I have him at is 170 yards, and just by listening, he's going to try to carry it just up on top. I mean, it's a very open look, and this is where all the spectators have been, Grant, so it's a very clean line. I mean, this is like being in the fairway from here. 8-iron.
Get in, Phil! Hold the position. Get in!
All right, so in trouble off the tee. You could tell he liked it because he spun and twirled the club and held that finish.
Thanks for your help. Sir? Thanks for your help.
Again, classic Phil tells the marshal, thanks for your help. He's told a few marshals that through the years, hasn't he?
That he has.
Pretty good round going for Bob Estes, I'd say, Billy. I mean, it's not necessarily...
It's not a pretty round.
It's not pretty.
It's a grinding round.
It is,
It's one of those rounds that, as a player, you see another player just kind of grind it out. He's made mention of the fact that the hole locations have been hard. They've been hard to get to. He's hit very few greens today, but he's been able to manage his game and keep it right at even par. And he's still 2 under for the tournament, and you kind of move forward. But this is an opportunity for him, Grant. From 145 yards, great angle. This is an opportunity for him to make birdie. And with this lie and from this elevation, Bob Estes is going to go with wedge. Yeah, this wind moving it a little bit to the right. I think he was a little confused with what he was trying to do simply because of the wind. I think he thought that maybe he was a little more downwind than crosswind from that angle. The tee shot was downwind, but from that right-hand side, second shot was more left to right wind.
Well, here comes the fourth shot for Stuart Appleby. In the water off the tee. As Billy said, maybe only 75 yards or so.
I've got him for 90, but
75 after the tee shot. And he took the drop.
Yes. Yeah. But now his fourth 90 yards. You can see that he's going to play this ball well back in his stance, right in the middle of that sand divot.
Which means he's going to focus on what?
He's going to try to take this in kind of mid-height. He's going to land it short. This two-tiered green, you can see that this whole location on top of that level. Going to try to land it just short of that back tier and let it hop up.
Trying to get himself completely committed here. Fourth shot on a par 4. These holes are very close to one another. I'm not sure if he's hearing something else
A lot of people trying to get into position, get up towards the green. A lot of cameras clicking. Mickelson right over there by the stream that runs down the left-hand side.
Goodness gracious.
Really good contact here. I mean, you know, he's trying to just drive it in there low. You knew he was going to spin it a lot.
Look at the debris. It just exploded. There was already a hole there before, obviously. That's why he was in the sand-filled divot hole. Now they'll try to repair that as best they can, but it may need a few days. Another look. But we think of explosions from the sand in terms of a greenside bunker. That was an explosive fourth shot from Appleby. Goodness. You know, Billy, I've heard through the years talk, some players say they feel like that ought to be considered ground under repair. Now, rounds of golf on the PGA Tour are taking long enough as they are. I remember Payne Stewart at Olympic Club when he was trying to win a U.S. Open. I had a situation like that, a ball in a sand-filled divot. I remember people talking about, they've talked about it for years, the idea that you shouldn't be penalized when, you know, you hit a tee shot in the fairway. In this case, for Appleby, it was his third shot. But any thoughts on that from your perspective?
Well, I think it's just, you know, as much as you would like to see equality, you know, across the playing field, you're just not going to get it in golf. It's an unfortunate break. It's part of the game. And you just continue on. Sometimes it comes at the right time. Sometimes it comes at the wrong time. You look at Stenson this year at the PGA Championship. 14th hole, hits a 3-metal off the tee, winds up 20 yards short. Well, he's at the beginning of that sand divot, so that was unfortunate. So it's just part of the game that you have to deal with, and I'm not for the rule change to change it if you land in a sand divot, Grant.
Even though you guys, at least most of the players I've spoken with, never quite ever think the good bounces match the bad ones, you do get some fortunate breaks from time to time, and you certainly don't want to
not every bad
give those
break,
away.
Not every break in golf is a bad break. Yeah. I think that's what you have to come to the realization, that you're going to get some good ones, you're going to get some poor ones. Take the sweet with the sour.
Yes. All right. Now Estes, you see that number in green. That is the projected FedEx Cup points standings. That's where he would be if it ended as it is now. He began the week 94th.
Coming across the green, everything tilts towards the hazard on the left. So right there, it'll pick up speed. But his pace has been absolutely right on the money today.
Just that short putt for his par. Estes is tied for 45th place. And now Mickelson for birdie.
A little bit different angle, but still, you're going to see this putt be pretty quick. You can see the mounding, where all the spectators are. Everything works away from that mound behind the fifth.
Well, from where that ball was headed off the tee, I don't suspect he'll be too disappointed with the par 4.
a chalice symbolic of excellence, a holy grail bequeathed to a seasoned victor.
On the biggest day of his golfing career, Brandt Snedeker wins the Tour Championship and the FedEx Cup.
In 36 events over a grueling 33-week regular season, the best players in the world have competed, each in pursuit of a dream to etch his name into history. Within view of the towering skyscrapers of New York City, on a nearby shore from a landmark of liberty, 125 players, the huddled masses yearning to breathe free, are now assembled at an event where we've witnessed miracles before.
Heath Slocum is going to stun the world's best here at the Barclays.
The first stage of the postseason to determine the next FedEx Cup champion is here. The featured group channel is next. The PGA Tour proudly presents the Barclays, the first stage of the 2013 FedEx Cup playoffs. In the shadow of the Statue of Liberty, it's Liberty National Golf Club hosting the Barclays for the second time, for the first time since 2009. Stunning views of Manhattan and Brooklyn, a little bit to the south and east, Staten Island to the south, New York Harbor, glistening on this late summer afternoon. Conditions near perfect, 77 degrees. A bit of breeze out of the north. Touch of fall in the air. This is our feature group coverage, and this is how they stand through 14 holes. Bob Estes even par for the day. Phil Mickelson 1 over. Stuart Appleby now 3 over for the day. And when this group is finished, we'll pick up one of our co-leaders, Ricky Fowler. He's 3 under on his third round today. Keegan Bradley and Adam Scott will play with Fowler. This is the first of 4 FedEx Cup playoff events. 25 players will have their FedEx Cup season end this week. Only the top 100 will survive and advance to a Labor Day weekend in the Boston area at the Deutsche Bank Championship. It all concludes with the Tour Championship in Atlanta. That's where Matt Kuchar played collegiately at Georgia Tech. He had a 2-shot lead going into this third round, but he's 1 over on his round today. Ricky Fowler, as I said, 3 under. Gary Woodland's 1 under. And there's the rest of page 1. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzert with you. And we've seen this thing bunch up because Kuchar, who had the lead, has not been able to take a deeper mark.
Well, this is a golf course that you think would favor Kuchar, and it does. A player who controls his tee shots, a good putter, but there's a lot of people chasing. This first of the FedEx Cup playoff events is an important one. Guys who aren't in the top 100 are trying to get there. Guys who aren't in the top 70 are trying to get there, and so on as we get to Atlanta, to the culmination of this entire year on the PGA Tour, the Tour Championship, where we will crown not only the winner of that prestigious event, but also the year-long FedEx Cup winner. A lot happening on our coverage today. We look forward to covering our feature group this afternoon. It's going to be pretty special.
When you see all the asterisks next to the player's hole location, hole number, that means the player began on the 10th hole. You usually see that on Thursday, Friday. However, because of the 2 weather delays on Friday, we had to go in groups of 3 and off both tees today. There's Phil Mickelson on the tee at the par 5-6, and it has been a quintessential Phil the Thrill round today. This was for par at his second hole of the day, Mark, the 11th.
After a pretty good bunker shot, we're not used to seeing that, but hold on, he's not done. He doesn't rush. He takes his time. He's not angry. He's going to finish this up, make a little bogey, and he can make it up later. He knows that. Now he's over this. Oops. Now he's right back where he started. He would go on to make that for double bogey. Now a poor second shot on the next hole. Look at this. He has nothing, folks. Full swing from 80 feet and spins it back out of the high fescue. Hard to believe. And what do you think happens on the par save? Well, typical Phil. Right in the center of the cup. What a great save. He made another good par on 13. And then moving over to 14, the par 3, the short par 3. He holds that putt inside of 10 feet for birdie. Now a long one on the hardest hole the first 2 days of 15. Just under 500 yards. Watch him start walking. Watch him start walking. He walks that into the hole. Birdie, birdie. Now he goes for the three-peat here to try to do something special, to drive a par 4, and watch what happens. It's way to the left, and that ball goes right at the hazard, back in the water. He would drop and then make another bogey there.
And that low bullet off the tee at the par 5-6, Billy.
Almost split the Marshall down there.
We've seen him thanking Marshalls and
apologizing to fans that have been it.
Sure, and getting to know his massive galleries up close. And here's 47-year-old Bob Estes. Grew up in Abilene, Texas, makes his home in Austin. 4 times the winner on the PGA Tour. Last win was 11 years ago.
He had a chance to win last week at the Wyndham. Contended all week, right near the lead, had a wonderful finish. Now Bob going off this tee with a driver.
And pretty much a grinding round today. He's just kind of hung in there. He hasn't hit a lot of really great iron shots. And this is a wayward drive here. This is well right, working with the wind. Going even further right.
That is closer to the other fairway, Billy, that parallels this hole. Going to need a little bit of good fortune to have a shot. This course being young and new, and many of you have heard the story, a former dump site. Tremendous amount of effort went into building this golf course, over $250 million. So all these trees are new. That's why we don't have the towering trees, but they are beautiful trees. Now, Stuart Appleby also a driver.
Trying to get a new start after the double bogey back on the 5th.
Well, a dramatic follow through. I think he quite made the contact he wanted, but he's right down the pipe. Well, we saw Phil Mickelson earlier in the water off the tee at 16. He went on to make bogey, as Mark said, and then he made that backward turn, Mark, and here he is on the tee at the second with Lady Liberty in the distance.
Very difficult par 3, playing just under 210 yards today. And that ball is flared out to the short side. He tries to go for the super flop spin shot. It doesn't get it out of the bunker, and it rolls down in front of that ball of Stuart Appleby's. He wouldn't get that up and down for a dramatic bogey.
And then at the 4th, the second par 3 on the front side.
This is a solid strike with a 6-iron, and Billy Cratcher called it in the air. What a great shot it was to about 5 feet, and this for birdie, for his second birdie on a par 3, also birdie the 14. He knocks it right in the center of the hole. The up and down roller coaster ride of Phil Mickelson continues.
Won the Open Championship, began the day 5 shots back in that final round at Muirfield. Let's see if we can listen here.
At 13 degrees aloft, yeah. And then they go down 3 degrees, and it goes up. I mean, what the hell? Exactly. You get it. So that's why we were, like when we had those other ones, the hot ones, they were just spending so much. We were like, we're just going to use the same one we got. Yeah.
We're hearing the inside discussion on equipment right here.
It worked for Stuart.
Couple of Callaway guys, and this is what we're able to bring you with this feature group coverage.
Well,
but it's extensive coverage. We get some insights from these players and their caddies.
He came out with an answer driver. It was really low spin.
Damian Lopez, the caddy for Stuart Appleby.
Take off, and they ended up just going to a different driver, the I-25, instead of getting them in the answer but with more loft. Well, now that the sliders come out, the slider's a low spin driver, like 600 more lower than they've had. Oh, really? That everybody's going to it. Everybody's going to it right away, and they're going to more loft. Oh,
now,
are you guys getting our conversation on there too? No audio. Okay, cool.
Actually, we are getting your conversation, Phil, and we're getting an education. We're getting an education into what equipment's doing. You think things haven't changed, Billy, over the last 20 years, and Grant, all of a sudden now these players are so into spin ratios. You heard launch angles, less spin, more spin. It's pretty scientific right now. I think he's got a future if he wants to be a club rep for Callaway at the end of his playing career.
Well, I think that's one of the intriguing things about Phil is that he is willing to go ahead and experiment. He's willing to try.
Always has.
And you know, if you're on the upside of technology, you're ahead of the game. And you know, that's what Mickelson does. I mean, he's always trying to get that little bit of an edge, and you know, more times than not, he does it. But I heard that same speech that he just gave Stuart Appleby's caddy. I heard that back at the Players when he first decided to go with the 3-wood off the tee and not carry a driver. And I think it's just a beautiful move, and certainly paid dividends at the Open Championship, the Scottish Open.
Well, Billy, remember the two drivers at Augusta. You know, one that had a fade bias and a draw bias. He won with those two drivers.
And I also remember Torrey Pines where he didn't carry a driver, and he probably should have. Right. So he's willing to go ahead and put it out there, whether you buy it or whether he comes off looking smart and doing it. That's another thing. But more times than not, you can pretty much bet that Mickelson's going to come off looking good.
You know, you made a good point, though, Billy. To stay abreast with all that's going on tour, you can't just be physically fit. You can't just be a good player. You've got to have your equipment, whichever company you're with, matching what you do. And they all have the technology to set you up. Every player attacks the ball at a different angle, some more steep, some more sweeping, and that greatly affects the kind of clubs and how they set them up for you.
Well, he always felt as though he made great swings with the irons, and you could never understand where the kick was, where everything was rotating through impact, and you just always felt like the CGs were too far up front, and he hit the ball high, and he was always trying to work the ball down, and it was actually affecting his swing. But now all of the technology in that 3-wood that he has pretty much mirrors his irons.
Estes' second shot here, Billy. There's a tree in front of him that he's going to go left of, and this is just trying to get back in position,
yeah,
right?
He's just going to toss it back in play. Once you get outside the side rails of the fairway, you're just trying to put the ball back, and pretty clean hit. This is going to be just in the rough. Got a favorable kick, but looks as though it's kind of perched up on top of the grass. I can see it from back here, about 180 yards away.
Yeah, we could see the head and neck of Stuart Sink, and I think Kevin Chappell there as well. Chappell, by the way, putting together the best round of the day. Chappell is 7 under par on his round. And now Mickelson.
Billy Shotlink has Phil at 250 yards.
Well, I think Shotlink's pretty good because I've got him at 252.
That's close enough.
So TOO or TWO, 252?
You want to split hairs and just go 251?
Deal. Now we see Appleby marking his ball. Is this what do we have here? The sprinkler maybe in his stance? I can't tell.
Well, the sprinkler head interfered with his stance, so he's just taking relief. Pretty simple process. Mark the ball, nearest relief, drop. But now Mickelson, he's going with the hybrid. I mean, he's going to. I think this is a stretch for this club at 252.
Well,
I would expect this to come in from left to right, Mark.
Well, with that right hole location, maybe he is trying to, for him, hit a draw in there, Billy, a little hotter.
Hit a cord! Come on, Phil!
Well, that's exactly the shot that he tried to play, and it's just not turning enough.
Just keep it into the swing.
Still a good shot.
I think he liked the contact.
Yeah, the contact was good. He just thought maybe the wind might push it a little bit to the right. Just didn't quite get enough, but
that had to be the miss, didn't it? Yeah. We saw him twirl that club after he struck it, and now Appleby's second after he took that drop. And you can see the sprinkler.
Yes, you can.
That he was taking the drop, taking relief from.
Just perfectly positioned right in the center of the fairway, 236 to the hole.
Still close to it.
You have to believe this is going to come in left to right.
Come on.
That's exactly what he tried to do, and he's hung it out to the left. Bunker.
That ball flies into the back of that greenside bunker, Billy. But, you know, those are the intelligent misses. You cannot miss it right because of the water and the hazard over there. So they were both trying to work it off that bunker and just kind of made the right mistake.
All right, so a third shot coming up for Estes and some greenside bunker play from Appleby and Mickelson. Updated leaderboard, Gary Woodland, a winner at the Reno Tahoe Open opposite Firestone 3 weeks ago, has now taken the lead. Kevin Chappell is now 8 under par with 3 holes to play, the tough 7th, the par 5 8th, and the long 9th. This third shot for Bob Estes at the 6th, the par 5.
114 yards. And after a wild drive, chance for birdie here.
A birdie and a bogey and a whole lot of scrambling pars for the West Texan Bob Estes. And some bunker shots coming up for Mickelson and Appleby. Beautiful day.
You talk about the volatility, Grant, of the FedEx Cup points. Gary Woodland, who's been struggling the last couple of years and did win a few weeks ago out west, he came into this tournament, the first of the playoffs, at 60th in the FedEx Cup standings. If he were to win, all things finished as they are, he's projected to jump up to second. So that's the kind of movement with these accelerated points that these players can have, and that's why it's so exciting.
2,500 points to the winner this week. How about the bunker shot for Mickelson, Billy?
Well, pretty straightforward. You know, it's about a 60-foot bunker shot, 20-yard bunker shot, but the difficulty is to cover the distance because he's on a little bit of an upslope. Caught it nicely.
We saw a stat a few moments ago where Phil was only 3 of 11 from bunkers, which is quite surprising.
0 for 2 today.
And 0 for 2 today. So he has a chance to turn that around now. Appleby.
Yeah, he's got to play a chunking right here. A ball so far below his feet, he's got to make sure that he takes a sufficient amount of sand just to push this ball forward and just let it release down the hill.
About like that. Beauty.
He listened, Billy. He did just what you said.
Billy, weird. The tee shot, he had that one-handed follow-through. I don't think he felt great about the contact, but he tugged the second shot maybe a touch, missing where he knew he could do what he just did, and now he's got a chance for his first birdie of the day. So a good turnaround.
We talked about technology, and that's one of the benefits of the way they're manufacturing golf clubs right now. You can have a mishit. You're going to lose maybe 10 yards, where when Mark played way back when,
now stop it.
Careful. A mishit,
you were with
might have
me.
cost him 35 or 40 yards.
Thanks, old man. But you're right, though, Billy. In those days, without the shafts design they were, and the wooden heads, and the forged small, simple blade on a toe, a 4-iron would actually come up 20 yards short rather than 7 or 8 yards short. Now, Bob Estes.
Boy, this is right up the gut. You cannot give the hole away. Just put a little pace behind this. Pretty easy putt.
Well, he's made a lot of putts from that range today for par. He'll tap that coin down and mark and have a short par putt upcoming. Mickelson to fight his way back to even par for the day and 2 under for the tournament.
Billy, a question. Have you ever thought that players maybe find it easier to focus on a putt of this length that is for par as opposed to birdie just because you maybe feel like you need to make it more, which is kind of silly?
Surprisingly, that thought ran through my mind when Estes missed. It's kind of like the grind was not there.
Interesting.
Now Mickelson right on that top edge. Pace, perfect. Back to even par for the day, 2 under for the tournament.
His first up and down out of a bunker today, too, so now he's 1 for 3 today. But, Billy, back to that point, I always felt that way. My brother, who watched me closely, Jim, he would say, Mark, you seem to be more engaged on the putt to save par than birdie. It wasn't conscious. I think sometimes it's subconscious with the players.
I do not disagree, because when you really grind it out, you really become engaged, and once you start that process, you as a player, as a pro, you do not want any drop shots.
15th hole of the day is the first birdie of the day, and Appleby with that mock fist pump. And a nice bounce back from the double at the 5th. He's given himself, Appleby has a lot of good looks, especially early in his round, and just couldn't get the birdies to drop. He scrambled for par quite a bit, as has Estes. Bob for par.
And that par, you could probably chalk that up to the tee shot because he had no chance to go at this green. And even though he had a good chance for birdie, the way it turned out, he put himself kind of behind the 8 ball from the tee shot on.
They'll now go to the long 7th. This is a huge month on the PGA Tour, the beginning of the FedEx Cup playoffs. And take a look. Points are worth 5 times what they've been earlier in the season. So a win here is worth 2,500 points. 70th place worth 5 points. Estes began the week 94th in the FedEx Cup point standings. There are a couple of players above him who would move out of the top 100 and miss next week's Deutsche Bank if things end the way they are now. Here we begin a tough stretch of the golf course. 467 yards. It's played into the wind for a good chunk of the week. 611 the par 5/8. The 9th is 474. 10 is 496. 11 is 250 as a par 3. Now, of course, these guys began on 10, so they have that huge long stretch broken up a bit.
Yes, they do. Phil going with the 3 medal, not his driving club. You can see the fairway in the left side of your picture.
Tees that club up pretty high. This one down that left-hand side, turning back to the right.
Wow.
Billy, that ball did not take a favorable kick. I mean, it missed by inches feeding back into the fairway, and that has gotten down into the bunker. The problem for a left-hander is that he may have to stand on that steep slope he could have a very awkward second shot.
Well, I can promise you he thinks that ball's in the fairway.
I was going to say, he didn't look like he knew what had happened.
We're taking another look because it landed in the fairway and the ball was working left to right. He thought that it would catch the fairway. It did not. This hole today is played to an exact scoring average in the third round of 4.000. 9 birdies, 9 bogeys, mixed in with 24 pars. Don't forget, this group was early off the back 9, so they're with the early wave coming around to this front 9, their back 9 of the day.
Stewie going to drive it. Good golf swing, pretty much the same line as Mickelson, though.
That ball jumped right into the bunker. A little more into the bunker, Billy. He shouldn't have a problem at all with his stance, and he's far enough back he may be able to get it over the lip. But I'm anxious to see what Phil does as he gets up to this situation.
Yeah, neither player, felt badly about the shot. They thought it was on the proper line. See if Estes plays that little bit of a cup shot. Pretty much every tee shot is dropped left to right. Trying to cling just inside the right bunker. There you go.
That ball took a very favorable bounce and is still rolling just now. Coming to an end in a beautiful spot in the right side of the fairway.
Mickelson and Appleby in the bunker left of the fairway at 7. A great look from high overhead, Liberty National, New York Harbor, Ellis Island, top left, Liberty Island, the top center of your screen, of course, the home to the Statue of Liberty, and Paul Fireman and Company, Bob Cup and Tom Kite, they took a lot of nothing and built something
what
special.
a transformation from a toxic dump site to one of the most beautiful golf courses in the country. Opened in 2006, as Grant mentioned, Bob Cup and Tom Kite did the design. 73-87 it plays, par 70, bent grass fairways, bent grass greens, A4, stimping out at just under 13. That's the speed on the greens. The golf course was received with mixed reviews in 2009 at the Barclays. Players were a little critical of how tight it was and severity of greens, and the owner and the tour and the architects listened. They came in and revamped it, changed 13 of the 14 fairways. We don't count fairways on par 3s. A few of the greens were actually moved. All of them were softened. The routing wasn't changed, but the fescue grass is that long, wispy grass you see on the picture, which is so beautiful. It encroached too close to the fairways, everybody believes, so they replaced that with some bluegrass rough, moved the fescue further out. And almost to a man this week, the players are just praising the changes and adjustments. They believe it's still very challenging, but it's now fair, and we're happy for all involved. It's a lot of fun watching these players. You know, they're catching this golf course soft. They're also catching it without a lot of wind. There's a little breeze, but this course could really, really jump up and bite somebody if it gets firm and hard and the wind kicks up to 15 or 20 miles an hour.
Well, I think it's always good, Mark, when players can showcase their skills. You know, I never like it when a golf course just kind of handcuffs the player and it's kind of a grind to where it's defensive play all the time. And I think the spectators like to see these guys out here and making birdies and challenging par 5s and going for it, and short par 4s going for it. I think they like birdies.
Well, and that guy right there, Phil Mickelson, an honorary member here at Liberty National, had a lot of input as to how this golf course should be tweaked, if you will, and he's been among those singing the praises of the changes. And Billy and Mark, you guys, as we watch Mickelson prepare for the shot, I think every player, regardless of how he feels about the course itself, realizes the importance of playing in New York City.
No question. Billy and I played for years up at Westchester Country Club in the Barclays years ago. Let's get back to Phil right now, though. How about that stance in this shot, Billy?
Yeah, it's awkward. I think he's going to play a little bit of a hook from this lie. Not, you know, he's pulled it a little bit more than what he certainly anticipated from the lie that he had, but that is not that bad from 164 yards. That the face of the bunker on that right-hand side, I thought he might try to maneuver it around that, but that was a good, sensible shot.
We were watching a replay, Billy. He did dig in. Now he's got to go around that tongue you mentioned that stuck out right in his way. He kind of gets it over that quickly. We can see the pull, but he did make good contact, and which always happens for a left-hander. A pull goes further to the left and longer, and for a right-hander, it goes, obviously a pull goes to the left and the ball goes further. That's exactly what happened. Let's listen to Stewart.
He's just a yard closer, but certainly nothing to deal with like Mickelson. Pretty decent lie. I've noticed that in the fairway bunkers, the ball just kind of settles into the sand. Just really, you don't get that really crisp lie. Stewart with an 8-iron. Fat. No good.
We could hear that, Billy, clearly fat. One hand comes off the club.
But it's the sand in the bunkers that it just doesn't give you that good look at the shot, Mark.
And Billy, it just barely sits down. We're going to listen to this now. Yeah, there's that thud, not the clear, crisp strike, and you could tell by his body action and the sound right away it wasn't what he wanted. But, you know, those are hazards. There's a reason why you can't ground your club, and they're supposed to be there to penalize you. Occasionally, bunkers are used to direct you, but those are there to direct and penalize you, and he paid a little bit of a price. Now, Bob Estes for a great spot in the fairway, Billy.
Yeah, maybe just a touch of a downhill lie, but you cannot get a better angle than what Estes has. And 149 yards, just enough of a helping breeze behind him that he's able to go with pitching wedge. Nice contact. Really nice contact.
Will that stay? Some work to do here for our featured group.
Yeah, Vic. Hello? He knows it. Don't even worry about that crap. Don't even worry about it. He knows it. Yeah, I mean, you can hear a gnat fart out here.
Third shot for Appleby in the par 4-7.
Well, even though I'm sure he has the yardage, this is all about feel right here, Mark. You have this whole location right on this upper left shelf of the green. You're downwind. You need to just drop it kind of maybe 1 or 2 paces just over that front edge and let it release.
This is one of those, Billy, you need to make perfect contact, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you need to somehow put as much spin with a lower flight.
Going to come up about 6 or 7 feet short, but that is a good play from where Stewart was. He has a chance to make it, and the last thing you want to do is put it behind that hole in that case.
Yeah. And the last shot you hit about 3 inches fat.
You have to have a short memory on the bad ones and a long memory on the good ones. It's not always easy, but Stewart's had a struggle today with only the 1 birdie. And he looks like he's actually physically playing a little better than that. Just nothing good has happened. The difference of playing good and bad out here sometimes is hard to measure. We have a look from the green, from behind the green. You can see the different ridges and slopes. There's a little ridge behind the hole where Stewart's playing in from that angle that would have fed it back to the hole. Now Phil's got to go down a slope through a low area, back up, and then back down again. He's going to have a hard time judging the speed on this one, Billy.
I would think so, because that low area that you're talking about, then the climb back up that slope, even though it's gradual, it's for a very long time, and then once you get over the crest, once it crests up onto that shelf, then you only have maybe 12, maybe 13 feet. But I think he can go ahead and put a little pace behind it, simply because that slope that he's coming up, Mark, that low area, it is gradual. It's not, abrupt. So it's gradual, so you can kind of work it up there. I would think he would get this within 3 feet. I just think it kind of fits his mode.
Well, ShotLink has this at 61 feet and a few inches.
He put a good pop on that putt. Still comes up well short.
Yeah, that's at least 10 feet short.
Well, these greens are built to the most, the finest specs, so they drain consistently and all those things. But anytime you have that much green in the lower area, it's going to hold water just a smidgen longer. And sometimes, it's a little softer. This time of day, the beautiful day like this, is bent grass, A4 grass is growing. So these greens are living, changing things. And during the day, the speed and the texture will change some. Now Bob Estes.
And right at flag high, but still going up the hill. The kind of putt you can give a pretty good run at it from here, Mark. Knew it right away. I mean, it's a couple times he's mishit a putt.
And a couple of times he's gone walking after it, and they still went in.
Billy, I always thought that when you're playing greens that have a lot of little shells like this, and you can get some really quick putts, that when you finally do get 2 or 3 where you can go and hit it, you've been so defensive all day, it's hard to let yourself really get the ball rolling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard to accelerate that putter blade through that zone.
Par putt here for Mickelson.
It's just going to drift a little bit to his left.
Wow. Still just a 1-3 putt, and that was back on his second hole of the day, the 11th. He has grinded through this third round. He's even par on the day still with a couple of holes to play, including the par 5/8 next.
Yeah, think about the bogey he made on the 11th hole of the day. His second hole, the par 3, had to get it up and down from the bunker for bogey. He never gives up. Of course, great players don't. That's one of the reasons they're great players. They battle the whole way, and sometimes they'll turn it around in the midst of a tournament to kind of come out of nowhere to win or salvage a great finish. Now Appleby trying to salvage something here out of a fairway bunker to the fairway, now here at 3, Billy.
Yeah, and it appears to be right at that 10-foot range mark, but really not a lot in it. I mean, just back up the hill. Nicely done.
So he answers the double bogey at 5 with his first birdie of the day and then a scrambling par at the 7th. And now Bob Estes with just maybe a couple of feet left for his par. Bob is even on the day, a birdie and a bogey. That number in green is his projected FedEx Cup points place. If it were to end as it is now, he would move up from 94th to 76th. This is not a, though there have been some great scores today, this is not necessarily an easy day to play. In fact, the course average today is actually a tick above what it was the first 2 days.
Well, if it were to end right now, too, Stuart Appleby's double bogey kind of bounced him back. He would go from 123 starting the week to 111. That would not be good enough to play next week in Boston at the Deutsche Bank. So he's got some work to do. There's a lot riding on this. He may not be able to win the tournament from where he is, but he can stay in the playoff system, and that's very, very important. What a gorgeous view of Lower Manhattan.
Gary Woodland's view from the top now by 2 shots. He's 3 under on his round. Kuchar is 2 over on his round today. And Kevin Chappell looking for his first PGA Tour title. Chappell is 8 under par on his round. He began the day as Mickelson, Estes, and Appleby, our feature group, did at -2.
And Sergio Garcia there on the leaderboard at 8 under, tied with Ricky Fowler. Ricky Fowler had the course record. He tied it yesterday for about 10 minutes. The player behind him after he shot 64, Keegan Bradley, came in with a fine 63. Sergio Garcia was the defending champion last week at the Wyndham. Did a very good job defending. Opened with a fine 400 par 66. Went on to have a high finish, and he too is battling to get more and more FedEx Cup points, as all these players are. If you can go into the final tournament of the year, the Tour Championship, which is the culmination of a year of grinding away at the FedEx Cup, the players that are in the top 5 have some control of the outcome by the fact that if they win the tournament, they would win the FedEx Cup. There's all kinds of scenarios that a player much further down can win if the top 5 players don't play well. So these players, every point they earn right now is very valuable, even in the last week of the year at the Tour Championship.
On the tee at the 8th, third easiest hole for the week.
Here with a little bit of left to right.
Easiest today.
No cameras, please. Thanks. No phones. Thank you.
Well, the wind a little in and coming from the left, so should push these tee shots a little from the left to right. This one going down the left-hand side, trying to turn back a little bit.
That ball releases down even with that left-hand bunker, Billy. It's a really good golf shot. As we take a look at this hole from behind the tee, as we're doing now, Stuart Appleby taking one final check of his yardage book. It's probably rechecking how far is it to the left bunker, how far to the right bunker. That right bunker you see in the dead middle of your screen is 325 yards to get to it.
Well, with these wind conditions, that would be a great aiming point. That bunker down the right-hand side. maybe not his most solid strike, but that went up the right-hand side, and a little bit of a favorable kick back to the left.
It got back to the closely mown rough, but it's still out of the fairway. But that might be good, Billy. I don't know if he's far enough to go at this green, but if he is, he's got a beautiful lie, kind of one of those sitting up where you can get a 3-wood, everything on it.
Estes.
He'll set this down just inside that bunker down the left-hand side and just let it fall gently to the right. Just like that. Beautiful tee shot by Bob Estes.
That ball runs out just past Phil Mickelson's, and as you mentioned, Billy, set it up right at that left bunker and fed right to the middle of the fairway. What a good tee shot. Look at this. NCL. People are heading on vacation out of the
Gary
harbor.
Woodland's cruising. Now leads by 3. Well, how's Gary Woodland doing this week? He's number 1 in driving distance. He's number 2 in driving accuracy. He's number 1 in greens in regulation, and he's 7th for the week in putting. Added up, and he leads the field by at least a field goal, 13-10. There's page 2 of the leaderboard. We'll see Adam Scott, Keegan Bradley in our second featured group here on the shores of the Hudson River. New York Harbor, there's Ricky Fowler. He was at 10 under par and tied for the lead about an hour ago. He's given up a couple. He's now tied for 4th. And Fowler will play with the major champions Scott and Bradley. Day 3 at the Barclays. The first of 4 FedEx Cup playoff events. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzer. Our pleasure and privilege to be with you on what has been a picture-perfect day. We're in the metropolitan New York area. We're in Jersey City, New Jersey, just across the Hudson from Manhattan. Here's West Texas, born and bred Bob Estes, grinding through a day, guys, that has seen the golf course fight back just a touch. It was about 70.7 the first couple of days, which is a little under par on this par 71 course. Today it's 70.8, even though we've seen some really low scores. Now we're on the par 5/8, and here's Phil Mickelson's second shot.
Just try to avoid the bunkers down the left-hand side. Mickelson outside 330 yards, so just trying to position for the next shot, and that was a nice solid strike right there.
How about the 2 3-woods at Muirfield on Sunday?
Impressive.
Back-to-back on that.
Impressive. Yeah, I think he was the only player to reach that par 5 and 2.
That whole last hour and a half of what he did over in Gullen, Scotland at Muirfield was pretty impressive. He just lapped the field the last 6 holes, Bill. You were there.
Yeah, and, to birdie 4 out of the last 6, to shoot that number on that day, I don't care
Yeah.
what anyone says, that course was not that gettable, and that goes down in my top 5 rounds of rounds that I've witnessed on the PGA Tour.
This guy, Stuart Appleby, lost a playoff at Muirfield in 02.
Short, I think.
Looked like it was heading toward the left-hand bunker. I don't know if it had enough to reach it or not.
We couldn't tell for sure either, Billy. We'll have to wait for a minute to find out.
But a pretty strong wind in the player's face right now, Mark, and just want to frame this second shot just down there, trying to get it somewhere around that 90-yard mark and just engineer a shot from there.
That sounds a little heavy, Billy.
Well, it's bleeding just a little bit to the right, and that's going to be just fine.
All right, wedges coming up for third shots into this par 5 for our feature group on day 3 at the Barclays. Well, Liberty National has not given up as many birdies maybe as they thought. Justin Rose this morning predicted after finishing up his second round that the course would fight back a little bit. And it is playing a little bit tougher this morning, this afternoon in round 3. We're at the par 5 8th. Third shot's coming up for Appleby, Mickelson, and Estes here in our feature group. We can see the ball of Stuart Appleby.
Yeah, good news for Stewie, but when he got up there, the ball's short of the bunker. Actually, the ball's kind of sitting down just a little bit, so may catch a little bit of a quick lie right here, but I would think this whole location very accessible for the players, even with this lie. I've got Appleby at 111 yards to the hole. Estes and Mickelson have 88 and 84.
Well, you're within about 2 yards of shot length, so I think you're correct. We got a good look right now, I believe, right behind Stewart.
I think I have to do it right. Well, yeah, I think you're going to have to. I just think the sandwich is too much. You said a little three-quarter baby. There you are. You're on. For about 100. Yeah, about the yardage swing on, to be honest. Exactly. I like it. Which, what did you say it was? 3 meters.
Left to right predominantly with the wind, but I still think you have to play for just a little bit of hurt.
I think, Billy, he was also playing, even though it was just a wedge, playing for a little bit of a release out of that rough, and it's a pretty good leave all in all, right below the hole, about 15, 16 feet. This looks, from our view, as really one of the more benign hole locations we've seen today.
This has easily been the most accessible for these players. In fact, Mickelson and Appleby both, along with Estes, have thought that the hole locations today have been pretty good. So that makes the round that Kevin Chappell and what Woodland's doing even more impressive.
And Billy, when you say pretty good, you're referring as they are to pretty tough, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I think so too.
Chappell in the group ahead of this one just made birdie here at the 8th to go 9 under on his round today and 11 under for the tournament.
Estes from 88 yards. Plenty of spin.
Oh, maybe too much, Billy. It's running back all the way down, right beside Appleby.
Yeah, you could just kind of tell with that sound. You know, he just clipped it absolutely perfect.
Billy, I've got a yardage book in my hand as I look at the shape of this green. It looks like if you pull the ball, it's going to kick to the right toward the hole. If you push the ball, it's going to kick to the left toward the hole. It is by far the easiest we've seen today. And Phil just missed a divot there, which would have made a big difference. Now he's taking dead aim from 84 yards.
Yeah, now a little bit of a downhill, so that should help him keep the ball down out of the breeze, Mark. Well, he has kept it way downstairs. He took this one in from the basement.
Well, he got out of the basement to the main floor right there because that ball is about 8-9 feet right below the hole. All three players on the same line. By the time they get to Phil's putt, he'll know exactly what this putt is going to do.
Billy, he told you he was going to try to make you a few birdies coming in, didn't he?
Well, that he did. So he's made 1. This could be 2, and
he made 4, and then it's 6.
And then you've got
make one
you've got your work. Yeah, you've got your work cut out on 9.
Sure. We have seen some great scrambling from Mickelson today. We've seen him in the water. We saw him 3-putt from about 6 feet. And he's got a birdie putt here, as do Estes and Appleby. I think Estes may actually go first, and they may have to get creative here with where they stand. And there's some moving of the coins. Not sure. Maybe not.
I have a feeling that Bob will be able to take his normal stance, I think, and not stand on Stewart's line. Sometimes, if or a match play, you have no choice. I remember one time playing a match against Tom Lehman, and we both had 4 and 5 footers, very critical time of a match back in the old Accenture match play, and I was out by about 1/8 of an inch, but I had to stand with my heel. That's the old day of metal spikes right on his coin, and I felt bad about it. And I looked at Tom, and he said, "Well, I'll be glad to go first," and the official said, "You can't do that." It was very awkward feeling, so he moved his coin, and I knew that my heel was going right down on top of where the mark was. Out here on tour, sometimes if that were to happen, and that's not the case here, quite often a player will say, "Hey, I'll just go ahead and putt. It's better for me," and it just works out easier.
Well, back we saw on 18, Mickelson had a bunker shot after he left his first shot in the bunker. It was Appleby's turn to play, but Appleby said, "Why don't you go ahead and go, because I don't want the splash from my shot to land on your ball."
Right. Now, they think different than those of us who don't play all the time do now. I would have been more worried that, Phil, if you play from there, what if I chunk this and it goes in your footprint? So it's all how you're thinking. But these
I don't
guys,
buy that for a second.
Well, yeah. I might have got it out, but it does change things a little bit. Now, Bob Estes, Billy.
No, straight up the hill. I mean, all three players can give this putt a pretty good run from underneath the hole. As you said, it kind of filters in from the left, filters in from the right. In fact, Bob brought in Chuck to take a look at it. And
again,
just about every putt he hits, he knows whether he's made or missed. I mean, he's quick walked it a few times today.
Still just a bogey and a birdie for Estes.
One thing I always observed and reminded myself of, when I would walk early, Billy, I think that tension or whatever that is in there. I don't think it happens from the second the ball's hit and you look up. I think when you're a little anxious, you're maybe expecting something may not go right, and you've already started that walk before you ever hit the putt.
I've been there. I agree. But from this distance, pretty much the tour average, 15 to 20 feet, and Stewart has 18.5 feet here, but pretty much the tour average is just under 20%. I mean, I think there's that misconception that you think tour players make it from this distance 50% of the time. Actually, they make it about 17% of the time.
Nice little run here for Appleby as the wind begins to blow. some of these pedals across the green. A nice little run after the double bogey.
Billy, you talked earlier how now he's letting his hands hang down with the shorter putter. The person that stands out to me throughout the years was Andy North, let his arms hang down so well. What a good putter he was. Now Stewart's over the ball, ready to go.
Should have gotten a pretty good line from Estes.
Oh, go to hole!
Second birdie since that double bogey at 5. A good comeback for Appleby, who is 1 over for the day now with the 9th hole to play.
And I think Billy was right on when he said he got a perfect read. Now, if someone doesn't have the read by now, Phil Mickelson was taking a nap over there. He knows exactly what's going to happen here. Can he hit it on the line he wants?
Yeah, and right at 13 feet. You got to believe that if it doesn't go in, he's going to catch a part of the hole.
How about the center part of the hole? What a good putt by Phil Mickelson. He is making a late run, just like he told our own Billy Kratzer. Yeah. Boy, 3 of the last 5 holes.
There are his 3 birdies that he promised you, Billy.
We'll have to go up and tell him nice going. Maybe we ought to have a little contest every round.
Maybe he ought to up the ante.
All right, so Bob Estes played the role of good scramble partner. He gave him the read, and they followed it up. They'll head to the long, challenging 9th. Last hole of the day for our first featured group. Lots of golf left here from metropolitan New York. Gary Woodland began the day 2 shots behind Matt Kuchar. The big hitter from Kansas has vaulted into the lead. He led by as many as 3. Kevin Chappell is 9 under on his round today. You see the asterisk by the 17. Means he began on the 10th hole, so he's playing the long 9th hole. If Chappell were to birdie, he would have a 61. 10 under par, 61. And even Lady Liberty might have to turn around and take a peek. That would be a course record by a couple. Keegan Bradley, just not long after Ricky Fowler shot 64 yesterday to match the course record. Bradley shot 63. We'll see Keegan Bradley in our second featured group of the day. This has been enjoyable today, watching Mickelson and Estes and Appleby grind out their third rounds on what's been not necessarily an easy day to play like we saw the first 2 days.
You're right. Now with that driving club, not a driver, but it's now Phil Mickelson's driver, Billy.
Yeah, left to right wind. Now this ball turning too quickly to the right. Do not hit the path.
That caught a tree, it looked like.
Billy, the tree softened it. It missed the path. It stayed in the bluegrass. Not that thick of a lie. Needs a little good fortune to be able to shot at the green, but it could have been a lot worse. Could have gotten out of play.
Yeah, boy, if that would have hit the cart path, that would have been up and over.
We're going to look at the landing again, Billy, on a replay. We see it clip the trees. It softened it. Lands between the trees. It ends up pretty soft. There's a tree on our angle between us and the ball, but that's pretty fortunate to hit the branch. Otherwise, I think it's gone. Now Appleby with driver.
Well, this hard left to right wind, it is tough to make yourself send it down that left-hand side. And this one just inside Mickelson's. This is going to catch the trees also.
There it is, landed. That ball kind of got through the trees, bounding down the right side. It's got a very clean lie in the bluegrass. He should have he'll have an open swing for sure. May have to do a little work, a shaping of the ball, but that too, you know, could have taken a right bounce and gotten out of play. It wasn't as far right as Mickelson's, but still, both balls turned out pretty good for where they were hit. Bob Estes has been a driving machine early on in this week. Only missed a few fairways the first couple days.
And really hasn't driven the ball that poorly today, other than on the par 5, where he let it get a little loose. Par 5, 6th hole. But,
yeah, 10 of 13 today, Billy, so far.
I mean, it's been okay today, but loves to work it left to right. You know, this is right of Mickelson.
Oh, that ball flew into whatever that is, hazard. I hope it's marked as hazard for his sake. Otherwise, he may be re-teeing. I don't know how that's marked, Billy.
I don't know. It's a bunch of pine trees over there, and I think if it gets across those trees, Mark, it is definitely out of bounds. In fact, he's going to hit a provisional.
Well, that's a good idea. I see no hazard stakes as our cameras pan the area. They've got the vicinity that the ball landed. Interestingly enough, now he's playing a provisional for a lost ball or out of bounds. If they find that ball unplayable, he will not be able to use this drive, will he, Billy?
No, he would have to come back or use one of the 3 options for an unplayable line.
Right.
Now, the provisional tee shot for Estes. And this one, too, working right. This one needs to watch out.
Oh, it hit the cart path, Billy. Oh, and that is even deeper into the bushes. Ah, man, he's got...
I did see a volunteer down there give the safe sign, though.
Well, that's good news. That must mean they saw where it ended up. You know, for a right-hander, we hate left-to-right hard winds, and that's what happened. Now Bob Estes is walking off us tee in trouble. Well, Bob Estes, big trouble. You have to stay with us and see what happens as we come back to this featured group.
They're not, Vic. They found the second one. Yeah, the second one was safe. It was signaled safe.
That's Bob Estes and his caddy Chuck Moore in the trees to the right of the 9th fairway, the last hole of the day for Estes. And he says punch out. Bill Kratzert is down there. Billy, what have you seen or not seen?
Well, they've located the ball. Now they're just trying to make a decision.
Billy, have they located the first or the second ball?
They have located the first ball.
Yeah, that's a good break for Bob right there. We're looking at the pictures of Bob walking back to the tee, it appears.
That's Billy, talking with Chuck Moore, Bob Estes' caddy, trying to make sure they have all of their options in front of them.
Well, they're probably trying to, which is totally appropriate, get information, because Billy would have been on the scene as we described this and have camera angles. So,
well,
Billy, what was he asking you?
Well, I asked Bob. I said, you hit a provisional, and he said, I hit a provisional for a ball out of bounds, and it's unplayable.
That's what we were talking about. You
exactly.
Can't play that.
That's
right.
exactly right. So he's going to go back to the tee. He's going to play from the tee, his third shot.
You know, Billy, I make this statement. I don't know if it's correct or not. Couldn't you have played it? You could play a provisional and say, I'm playing it in case it's lost or out of bounds, right? That would have worked. We'll go back to Phil Mickelson playing from the right rough.
Well, he's got just a little narrow opening that he's going to try to fit it through.
That's all he needs.
And you're right. That's exactly all he needs. If this is the right distance, this is a great line.
Oh, wow.
Just comes up short, Billy, and feeds back off the green. It was directly on line.
I mean, that was just covering that flagstick.
Another look. Shades of 2010 at Augusta National.
We see the ball missing that first tree to the left. It's missing it on the right side, missing the other trees on the left side. Just comes up a little short.
So again, to recap with Bob Estes, we can see him in the distance walking back up the hill to the tee box. And we'll check in on his situation in a moment. Obviously, for the speed of play, Appleby's going to go ahead because I don't think Estes is ready yet.
Well, you remember earlier in the day, they had to wait on the front nine when Stuart Sink had to come back to the tee. So they're trying to do all they can do to move things along, get out of Bob Estes' way, and maybe shorten the wait here on the last hole for the group behind them.
Well, he is going to play. And actually, the tree right in front, trying to keep it underneath that canopy of the tree, that's all he's concerned with about the first 15 yards of the shot. Came out cleanly.
And what a way for Stuart Appleby to finish a wild, windy round here on Saturday at the Barclays. He'll have that putt for a third birdie in his final 4 holes.
That was a good golf shot right there to this back left hole location. I mean, tremendous opportunity for birdie, as you mentioned, Grant, inside of 10 feet. Billy, back to that question I asked you. You can re-tee and say this is a provisional for lost or out of bounds. That would have been okay if it had been
correct,
lost or out of bounds, right? But you can't ever hit a provisional and then find it unplayable and play that provisional for that.
Correct. You have to find the ball, then deem it unplayable, and then go back to the tee.
Or like you said, the line of sight, keep that point between you, which he couldn't do, and 2 club links didn't get him out, right?
Yeah, you had to go to. You would have been out of bounds and straight back. It would have been like being in the House of Mirrors over there.
So even though he's already at 2 drives and he's taking a penalty shot, he's only officially hitting his 3rd shot on the hole.
This is his 3rd shot, yes.
Very good.
Is it long enough when it's your first shot?
A2, anything?
Dillard Pruitt gave him a ride down. Well, this is a good one right here. This starts down the left side, peels back to the right.
Yeah, that's a beautiful tee shot.
Yeah, so Estes in play with his 3rd. So he'll be hitting his 4th.
And it just rolls over and through a couple of divot holes. And Phil is giving Billy his dinner reservations tonight, perhaps. Well,
Mickelson told Billy earlier he's had a frustrating day, but he's going to try to give him a few birdies coming in. And
Billy,
he did. He's given him 3 birdies.
He's not arranging a motivational talk after the round, is he?
Well, so Estes, after hitting his tee shot way right, you can see Estes perhaps in the distance. You see the cart up there toward the top of your screen. Beyond that is Bob Estes.
Dillard Pruitt, as mentioned, is one of our officials. While you can't use carts in the regular play of a tournament, an official can run a player back to speed up play to get a group back in position. It looks like he's going to give him a ride. Now you can see in your picture that's Dillard Pruitt picking up the player. This is all obviously within the rules of golf on the PGA Tour. And his caddy, they both jump on and try to just keep the pace of play for the sake of the field in this group. Save him a few minutes.
A1 Evil. BSI.
Guys, let's go ahead and let you know that Kevin Chappell in the group ahead did make par here at the 9th, and so Chappell shoots 62. 9 under par, 62 for Kevin Chappell. He's in second place at 11 under.
Well, we're looking at a picture. I'm more worried that Bob Estes is going to break his driver. That driver is hanging on by a thread.
He might want to after those 2 tee shots.
It just fell out. It did not break. And Chuck, one of the best caddies, been around for a long time. He picks it right up. Bob will never know.
Oh, my. That brings back memories.
Don't tell me you broke one.
I do have dinner reservations tonight, though.
Well,
yes.
We figured you got some inside tip from a local member.
One more look. This is
great replay.
Feature group coverage at its finest right here.
Well, you know, we've said we've enjoyed so much doing this year. We give our audience an insight that they don't normally get. And, I mean, where could you get a picture like that? Come on.
So
Perfect
now
drop.
The 4th shot coming up for Bob Estes.
I'd have left the head cover off. I'd have just let it. I'd have just really punished it.
Hey, guys, I know we have a lot of golf left tomorrow, obviously, 18 holes to be precise. But we are talking about the top 100 advancing to next week's Deutsche Bank, and Estes came in 94th in the FedEx Cup point standings. And I would contend that moments like this are big in determining whether or not he's going to make it to next week. You scramble, you save bogey maybe, and who knows?
Sure. Every stroke can be valuable when you're positioned, I would say 85th through 100th coming into this week, but now from 199 yards. And he doesn't like that. That's going to be short. That's going to miss right and short and filter back down the hill a little bit.
Now he's got to work hard for double bogey. And, you know, it's not just about being in the top 100, which is the immediate concern. You've also got to look out to the week after where you got to get in the top 70. So every point gained this week or saved is one less you have to save the next time. Now Phil Mickelson from well below the green, Billy.
Yeah, he's about 10 yards short of the green, but see if he can dazzle us here with a little bit of a shot here. Plenty of green to work with. Trying to take about half of the distance out of play. A little release up the hill.
I think that's close to dazzle. I know as a player I thought it was a very good shot. He'll have a very easy par putt left.
Billy, that would be for a working man 70 right there.
Well, we talk about grind. You talk about Estes grinding out this round, and he did a nice job of it for 17 holes. Mickelson hung in there after the double bogey right off the bat.
Yep.
On number 11, the par 3, and you make another bogey on the par 3 on the front.
Number 2.
And so it's kind of a, up and down, but day's end, if you can just grind it out and get under par, you've done your job.
Meanwhile,
you didn't have your best stuff.
That's right.
And you just continue on.
All right, so you got Appleby with
it's a poker game.
A short putt for birdie. This is 6 feet 8 inches according to ShotLink. Even though Estes still has a 5th shot to play coming up, Appleby will go ahead.
You talk about Appleby, 123 on the FedEx Cup standing coming into the week. He's right now at 105. This would most likely project him into the top 100. Oh, and it just burns the left edge. I think he thought he made it. It dove right the last 3 or 4 inches to miss.
That was for an even par 71. So 2 birdies in his last 4 holes.
And he knows it's important. Watch the body language. Oh, he couldn't bear to keep looking.
Well, he's projected at 105 going into the final round tomorrow. Remember, he's done. So there's still a lot of players out on the golf course, and it's a golf course that's toughening. So he could get a little better going into tomorrow. Now the 5th shot for Estes. Unplayable off the tee. Had to go back to the tee and hit a 3rd shot in the fairway, then a 4th shot here.
And pretty much the same shot we just saw from Mickelson. Maybe just a little bit different angle, but I'm sure he'll try to play it the same way. Just try to take a 1/3 or maybe a half of the distance out of play, just like that.
Shot forward on the first bounce, but still a fine play from Estes. That for double bogey, and that could possibly take him out of the projected top 100. Again, so much to be determined tomorrow. We'll have featured group coverage all day from here at Liberty National.
I feel like the 3 of us need to form a new company. You know, the accounting firm of Kratzer, Boone, and McCumber. We will give you the final tally tomorrow. It's going to be like that all day long as we watch these numbers. And I'll tell you right now, as a player, you're not trying to think about it on every shot. But I promise you, Bob is upset, not just the potential of making double here, that, man, I worked so hard, I ground out a decent round, and I'm going to hand back a handful of points, if not more, that are so important to getting in next week and the following week, with the ultimate goal to be at the Tour Championship.
And a lot of it, Mark, you know, you can get guys sitting on the sideline. And if you get the right guys playing well,
right,
it has no effect. But if you get the wrong guys playing well, it has every effect on your position going into next week.
You're right. Last week there were no changes, but boy, there could have been. Now Estes for double.
Mercy.
Oh, that is so disappointing as a player. I've done it. I bet you, Billy, you have maybe once, but wow, it just takes your heart out.
Well, like we said, he was super grind today for him. Only hit 3 greens on the front side, and he just kind of hung in there, and then to have it just kind of all evaporate on this 9th hole, his 18th hole.
And for a player who's driven it so well all week to have the driver cost him. Now Phil Mickelson
for a 70. Wind whipping those pant legs. Made a lot of putts like that. Wow, Mickelson.
That was hard earned right there, guys.
You got that right. And a round of one under par 70 for Phil Mickelson. He did deliver on his promise to Bill Kratzer out in the fairway early in that second 9. Said he's going to try to do something coming in. Well, our first featured group of the day has finished. More golf coming up in the shadow of the Statue of Liberty. Ricky Fowler, Keegan Bradley, Adam Scott. Featured group coverage continues in a moment. On the tee at the 13th, one guess who this is. Ricky Fowler at the par 5 13th. Had a share of the lead earlier today. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Billy Cratchit, our second featured group of this third round of the Barclays.
Ricky going with the driver. This par 5 13th hole. What a good tee shot right down the middle. This 563-yard on the scorecard. Par 5 playing back into the wind.
And here you see how the 13th is played this week. The only par 5 on the back nine. Keegan Bradley played his collegiate golf just about 20 miles away. And of course, he's a Boston guy, and you see his yardage book. He's had that familiar hashtag Boston Strong ever since the marathon tragedy back in April. We saw Kevin Chappell just a second ago post a 62. A couple of guys in our featured groups today, Phil Mickelson and Keegan Bradley, have each shot 60 this season on the PGA Tour. And Mickelson's still, to a lot of us, is a 59.5 or 59 3/4, depending on how you want to look at it, back in Phoenix. Keegan's was at the Nelson HP Byron Nelson Championship, a tournament he won a couple of years ago.
Well, actually, it appears as we look at our picture, you notice in the distance the group had not cleared. They were in the left trees. So Ricky Fowler was actually hitting into the group inadvertently, obviously. And you can see where the tee is from that position in that mounding and fescue grasses. They could not see into the left trees. So
that's Schwartzel, Jakobsen, and Garcia.
That's why we have the delay after the first tee shot. Don't see that very often.
See, Fowler, you can't miss. Even from
in the
300
trees, right?
yards away in the trees.
So don't wear that if you're a hunter, right?
Good point.
Well, as we see the view now, we can easily see why they could have missed the group to the left, right behind that group of trees. Now Keegan Bradley, the water would be into play for Keegan if he were to hit this ball to the left, so he's got to put this ball right over his right shoulder there, just left of those right bunkers you see at the middle of your screen. If he does that, he can reach easily with his length.
Flirting with the right side of the fairway.
Flirting with the right center of the fairway. What a great place to flirt. That is.
That's a full-blown courtship right there. That's beyond a flirt. He's in good shape.
I think it's their 5th anniversary right there. That ball was, I think he came out of that a tad. The ball had a lot of hang time, not his penetrating length you normally see, but still plenty ample for him to reach into. Now Adam Scott, one of the best drivers of the ball on the planet. Beautiful balanced golf swing. He reaches for the tee quickly, which usually means the players like the tee shot. That too is down the right side of the fairway, and that is long. That's the longest of the 3 tee shots. All 3 players in good position as they go off this 13th to par 5.
Well, let's take a look at how Ricky Fowler has gotten it done today. We have seen him briefly atop the leaderboard. This was Fowler at the first. Short par 4. And Fowler got his day off to a great start.
That was a good way to start the round. Look at this hole located close to the water on the second.
This is the 5th hole, his second shot, and just drops it in beautifully. And now for birdie. He would roll that in par. How about this? Second shot, par 5-6. Look how low and left
He's trying to cut this ball off those left bunkers, and what a good job he does into the middle of the green. Now he's putting for the big birdie, the eagle. Could he make it?
This would be for a share of the lead. Fowler, one of 4 eagles at the 6th, now at the 9th. His 3rd shot.
He drove into that lateral hazard you saw behind him there. And this shot comes up short, left of the green. Now he's got all this green to work with. Did he get this up and down? Little pitch shot from inside of 50 yards. Takes one big bounce and releases. But it doesn't release enough up that hill.
And so for bogey.
Oh, a disappointing miss there, Grant. He gives the eagle right back there on the 9th with a double bogey.
Yeah, the only missed fairway of that front 9 really cost him.
You know, we talk a lot about the FedEx Cup points because they are so important to making it to the Tour Championship. There's another list that both Keegan Bradley and Ricky Fowler are interested in. Keegan's a little safer on the President's Cup list. He's tied for 5th right now, or 5th place alone with over 10 million points. He most likely has sewn up a spot on that team. Ricky Fowler, remember when he was a young player on tour? He's still a young player on tour, but a younger player on tour. He got picked for the Ryder Cup.
2010.
He played really well in 2010 without a win on tour. Well, now he's won on the PGA Tour in Charlotte. He is 17th on that President's Cup list. He's the type of player I know a captain would like to have, but he needs to make some more points to seal his spot on that team.
So these 3 in our featured group, Fowler and Bradley and Scott, they could see each other in Muirfield, at Muirfield Village.
Yeah, with a little different atmosphere maybe. Yeah. Playing against each other head to head.
Good. Scott, of course, has been a stalwart, and he was chosen for a team by Greg Norman when he really wasn't playing his best. And many, including Adam, point to that moment. You know, sometimes when other people show confidence in you, it can have a dramatic impact, can't it?
Especially someone with a record of Greg Norman. You know, he saw a lot in this young man. He's befriended him since his young days, and I think that did a lot for Adam Scott to build his own confidence back up, and he's really played beautifully this year. It's nice to see him, Adam Scott.
There's the scorecard of Ricky Fowler. We showed you some of how he fashioned those numbers. Tiger Woods also birdied the first hole today, but Tiger has fought his way around Liberty National today. Fowler's 1 under. Tiger is even par on his round, and Tiger is -6. Scoring average, as we mentioned earlier, you see the water taxi. Is the meter running? Is the meter always running on the water taxi? That's important to know. Take a look at that.
As long as it's floating, it is. Boy, Keegan's had a little more up and down day.
Yeah.
Grant bogey on the 5th, birdie on the 6th, bogey on the 7th. Look at this, bogey, par bogey.
5 5s on the card for Keegan Bradley.
What a difference a day makes. Just yesterday, it may seem a long time ago, after all the golf these guys have played, 63, which is a new course record, which lasted, what, a day? So Ricky Fowler sets it in 10 minutes ahead of of Keegan Bradley. Keegan Bradley breaks Ricky Scott, and now broken again today.
The scoring average here in the 3rd round today, 70.8, a little tougher just by a fraction than the first 2 days. And here's the scorecard of Adam Scott, and you see the double at the 10th.
Well, you know, a slow start too. 2 over after 4, kind of battled back to get it 1 over. Then the double at 10 really is a killer. And then we just saw the bogey on 12. So Adam Scott having a bit of a fight today. Now Ricky Fowler.
Yeah, I'm just going to lay up, Mark. And I think that's a sensible play. Just kind of toss it out to the right.
Billy, it's the same thing we saw our featured group earlier in the day do, and it probably is the highest percentage. Has he missed this fairway with a layup, or did he find the fairway?
It just kind of squeezed in and got a favorable little hop there to the left. So he's in the fairway by about 2 feet on that right-hand side. So, okay.
If you remember, if you were with us earlier, this feature group this morning, early this afternoon when they went through here, it was very hard to get the 3rd shot close because of where this hole is located. Ball feeds away from the hole. If it lands at the hole, doesn't feed back, and you've got to be careful not to leave this ball to the right of the green. Very hard up and down. Now Keegan Bradley, he is going at the green, Billy.
Well, I think he's going to lay up.
Okay.
You know, because you still have Jakobsen, Schwartzel, and Garcia on the green ahead of him. So
that's right.
And I think this is a good play. I just think it's way too risky to go with this par 5 too.
Billy, we see that ball perfectly on the right side of the fairway.
And that is right next to the ball of Ricky Fowler, Mark.
They'll both be good. You know, as I was asking you that, I looked back up at our screen, and obviously they are laying up because the group is still playing. Adam Scott, who's hit a good tee shot, he too is laying up out the right.
Well, when you have two guys like Adam Scott, Keegan Bradley, for my money, I think they're the two best long drivers in the game right now.
In terms of combination of distance and accuracy, right?
Exactly.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly, Billy.
And Adam Scott on the left-hand side of the fairway. All three players in good shape.
We'll see third shots into 13 coming up in a moment. Gary Woodland at one point had a 3-shot lead today, vaulted to 13 under. He's given one back. And Kevin Chappell with a new course record, 9 under par 62 today. In fact, he had a reasonable look at birdie for a 61 on the 9th hole, which was his last hole of the day. Matt Kuchar led by 2 when the day started over Woodland and Webb Simpson. There's Simpson on page 2. Tiger Woods birdied the first hole, then fell back to 4 under par at one point. He's worked his way back to -6, which is currently in a tie for 13th place. Nice day for Aaron Baddeley. You saw he's 5 under with 1 hole to play. 69 is 2 under par. Matt Every, who came into the week 88th FedEx Cup point standings, having a good week. Same thing for Ryan Moore and Daniel Summerhays. As we look across the Hudson River to Manhattan, and we see 3 guys who are certainly ready for prime time. Ricky Fowler, Keegan Bradley, Adam Scott. Fowler will be first to hit his 3rd shot here.
From this right-hand side, Fowler, 94 yards. But this whole location, I mean, anything 3 paces past the flagstick, it's just going to go down to that low area. It's going to release and just continue to work away from the hole.
Billy, I'd say the players have maybe a 3 or 4 yard landing area that if they miss, they're not going to be inside of 20 feet.
I would say that'd be very much on target. You've got to land this ball within a 12-foot area to get it close. Get down.
That's what you were talking about, Billy. You went deep with that. You know, they see this hole located so close to the front of the green, they know that if they land it short of the green, it's going to spin back down the hill. So they give it a little bit extra, and the green goes away. We can see the ridge behind the flag about 5 or 6 paces. Now Keegan Bradley.
A couple yards closer. I mean, there's just not enough room to squeeze it in. I mean, if you try to fly it, you know, mid-height, try to let it hop up there, then you run the risk that, you know, if you come up just a little bit short, it's going to drag back to the front of the green. So it's just a difficult shot. I mean, you think you're making the proper play when you lay up, and I still think that's the correct play, but this is just a hard third shot.
Here's the other ridge that's left of this hole, Billy. While that was the perfect weight, it fed away about another 6 or 7 feet. It's a good shot, but it's not inside of 15 feet.
Adam Scott.
Yeah, and Adam right at 88 yards. That needs to get down a little bit. Okay, very nice. Excellent shot by Adam Scott.
It nearly went all the way down. They'll have that for birdie.
Well, that's the best shot we have seen today on this hole. Tremendous shot.
Another look. How close did this come?
Well, we talked about that small area landed, and that ball landed about a foot or two short of the hole, took one hop and checked. That same ball landing 4 or 5 yards further in the green, feeds 20, 30 feet by the hole. Good job by Adam Scott.
4 shots back when the day started, but now 9 shots off the lead. He'll have that short putt for just his second birdie. You know, we've got 3 guys who play well on Madison Avenue right over there across the river in Manhattan. Ricky Fowler is quite obviously a fan favorite. You see all the youngsters dressed like little Rickies out in the gallery, and of course Adam Scott is as marketable as they come. And Keegan Bradley, you know, he played his collegiate golf over in Queens.
Yeah, I know this isn't a pretty thought or picture to have in your mind, but I've seen some old fellows try to dress like little Rickies, and it does have an interesting look, but that just goes to the popularity of him. You know, Adam Scott, starting today, he's had a struggle today trying to win this tournament, obviously. He would follow in the footsteps of 2 other Australians that Billy and I had a chance to play a lot of golf with, David Graham in 1976 and Bruce Crampton before my time, but I knew Bruce well in 1970. Were Australian winners of the Barclays when it was held up years ago at the course we've talked about earlier at Westchester Country Club, a great old classic course up in the White Plains, Westchester area north of the city. Probably about as far north of the city as we are just to the west.
Long birdie putt here for Ricky Fowler. You see that number in green with a green backdrop. That's his projected FedEx Cup points if it ended as it is now.
Just inside 30 feet, coming up that slope, and about right there kind of levels out. Boy, that was a good looking putt for a long time.
He's expressing his surprise. The ball didn't work further to the right. I'm surprised too. I thought it was in the last 2 or 3 feet. Really good looking putt. We'll look at that again. Look at it at the hole. Just carrying a little too much speed. Either a half inch more to the right on your direction, or maybe 6 inches less speed, it goes in. If.
Birdie at 1, an eagle at 6, but no birdies since. Keegan Bradley will be next.
That's the kind of putt that, again, because this hole is located on this little table, this little shelf to the right, pretty much every putt coming from every direction is going to be uphill. And then once you get up on the shelf, from this angle, it's actually going to work away. So once it gets up on top, it'll work to his left and be a little downhill.
Finished with a 66 at Oak Hill a couple of weeks ago. Finished inside the top 20.
And was right there to congratulate Duffner.
You're right, Billy, and it's been really fun to follow the way these two guys, Duffner and Bradley, have forged their friendship since they went toe-to-toe in Atlanta at the PGA Championship back in 2011. Neither had won a major championship, of course. Bradley was in his first year on tour. Duffner, since that time, has won a couple of PGA Tour events and, of course, now the PGA. They really love to stick it to one another on Twitter, especially. And it is really comical how they go after one another, all, of course, in good fun.
Clearly in good fun. I echo Billy's comments. I thought it was very touching that right after Duffner came off the dramatic win that Keegan did just give him a handshake. He gave him a brotherly bear hug. You can tell the friendship they built up, and it's nice to see that in a sport that we go head to head all the time. But Billy, when I reflect back, if I was going to give my son or anyone else advice on playing golf, it's really you're playing yourself in the golf course. And I think we both and anybody who's played at this level knows how hard it is to win. So when someone else does win, you really you appreciate it, and you know how much it means to them. So I think that's why we had that feeling on tour.
Oh, absolutely. And when you look at the way that Duffner played, the way that he struck the golf ball, and Keegan makes a nice putt for his 2-putt there, but you look at the way that he played, he was so deserving of the PGA Championship.
Yeah, the best player won there.
And I thought it was great, as Bradley was there to congratulate him, it was great to think that Duffner won by holding some crucial putts, and he had looked shaky at times with the putter. Scott now for his birdie. So he tries to scratch and claw his way back into relevance, at least as it relates to this week. Kind of slaps his back with the putter. He can get up to the top of the back with that long one.
Well, that's a nice bounce back from the bogey on the 12th. Ricky Fowler finishes up from about 1.5 feet. He will make par. 4 straight pars to open the back nine after a double bogey on his 9th hole.
So a birdie for Adam Scott. Pars for Fowler and Bradley. Ricky Fowler, briefly, a share of the lead today. Trying to get back to the top. Headed to the short 14th. The beautiful look at Lady Liberty when we return in our feature group coverage.
Good looks, youthful charm, cool style, athletic ability.
Well, a new updated leaderboard shows Kevin Chappell, having began on the 10th hole, shot 62, finished about 30 minutes ago, and now Gary Woodland, who at one point was at 13 under, leading by 3, has fallen back into a share of the lead with Chappell. Bubba Watson working his way up the leaderboard. Ricky Fowler in our feature group for this afternoon. just made par at the 13th. Justin Rose is playing with Tiger Woods and Jonas Blixt, the Swede, today. Tiger is even par on the day. Justin Rose is 1 under. And we're at the par 3 14th. One of the most picturesque you'll ever see, for obvious reasons.
Yeah, this little par 3 is right on the water. You see over to the Statue of Liberty, Lower Manhattan. That's Brooklyn right over Keegan's, to the right of Keegan. Looking further up Manhattan. It is spectacular, folks. The pictures are gorgeous. I mean, it gives you a real sense of it. But when you walk out there and feel the wind in your face and hear the sounds from the city, it's a unique golf course. And think about the origin of this piece of land. You know, it was a toxic waste site, a dump site, 105 acres. What an undertaking. The $250 million construction cost. Who knows if that's exactly right. I doubt it's low. I mean, I would think it might even have been more. The most expensive golf course to turn something that was a dump site into a little paradise right here off the water is quite an accomplishment.
Well, Scott will have the honor. Let's see if we can hear it.
This little par 3, you can see he's played to a stroke average just under par, 2.95. There have been 6 double bogeys when that hole was located in the back. It was more troublesome today. This is, I think, one of the most accessible hole locations. It is downwind, but you can play right at the hole and kind of spin it into the hole. Adam Scott, first to play, Billy.
Yeah, and probably as much wind as we've seen all day out here on this point mark. Down, helping the player. Little from the right. Just a hard sand wedge for Adam.
Asking for it to get down. And that's why.
It's a lot of yardage to cover with sand wedge.
Yeah, you've got to hit it so hard, and when you spin it, get it up in the air, makes it go higher. Spinning like that, this downwind carries it even further. Billy, this is a little more downwind than it was a few hours ago with our earlier featured group.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in fact, I just heard Stephen Hale, Keegan's caddy, Pepsi, say a little more down, just a touch out on the right, more down than out of the right.
Well, there's a good look at this green. Looks like it's sitting right in that wetland marsh area, guarded by bunkers left and right.
Yeah, that's working left and going further left.
The good news for him, up at the green, we can see that ball. It's about a foot off the green. It'll be a very challenging putt to judge the speed on, but that actually could have turned out worse than that. It landed softly.
I think I detected a derisive chuckle after he hit that shot. Now Fowler.
Usually pretty good distance control. Once you get Ricky inside 150 yards, he's usually pretty good. Going through a little bit of a swing change, trying to take a little bit of that flattening of the golf club out. Good looking line right here. Excellent golf shot.
Boy, you know that ball was struck purely, Billy, because it landed just past the hole, even though downwind took one bounce and stopped right on a dime. He'll have a very makeable putt of about 6 or 7 feet.
To Billy's point, Fowler is 16th on tour in that range.
Not bad, huh?
Thank you, Ricky. Yes.
Our tour guide, Ricky Fowler, here.
With this side on the golf course, it's not bad.
No, it's not bad.
Take a look at how Fowler has played statistically this season on the PGA Tour. He's missed just 3 cuts, or a couple of cuts, coming into the week. 4 top 10s, still just the 1 win. That was at Quail Hollow, the Wells Fargo Championship.
You know, it's a good year by anybody's standards. I think he's probably a little disappointed to date. You know, players of this caliber coming out with all the fanfare from Oklahoma State, making such a splash early. We know the talent's there. I think we expect him to be a more prolific winner. I think that will happen. He's a lot of fun to watch. And I'll tell you, for all the flash this young guy brings to the tour, I've seen him the way he reacts with the fans and the kids too. We talked earlier today about how Phil Mickelson gives it his time and is gracious to the fans. I've seen the same thing in the young Ricky Fowler, and I think that's a wonderful quality for our young players to develop.
I don't know that anyone on tour gets more screams and shouts from the gallery in an attempt to make him laugh than Keegan Bradley. He's a big fan of the Howard Stern show, so he gets, you know, some cat calls relative to some of his appearances on that program, and obviously he's a huge Boston sports fan, so somebody there referring to Tom Brady.
Do it for Brady. Billy, you're there. How hard a putt to judge the speed here?
Well, I think it's somewhat simplified only because he's putting back into the wind from just over the green mark. You got to go through a little bit of fringe, maybe about 10 or 12 inches of fringe, but then you kind of get this putt to the crest of the hill. Once it starts down that hill, it's not going to be nearly as quick because the wind is back into the player's face. And the greens are at the speed that it's going to affect the putts.
And that did come to a halt.
Yeah, we can see it,
yeah.
Billy.
Good call.
That literally was air brakes. I mean, the wind did knock that down at the end. You could clearly see it. Didn't run out like so many other putts we've seen.
As we watch our second featured group of the day, guys, the tournament really is shaping up for an exciting finish tomorrow. At one point, you had Kuchar leading by 2 going into the day, but then you had Gary Woodland briefly leading by 3 shots at 13 under. And certainly while somebody could get back to a number like that, you know, now 11 under is leading. And guys like Tiger Woods are only 4 shots back, whereas Tiger was 9 off the lead about an hour and a half ago. Scott for his second straight.
Yeah, I think after watching the putt from Keegan Bradley,
yes,
his putt became much easier. He did not fear the speed of that putt, made a nice stroke. So back-to-back birdies for Adam Scott.
Interesting back nine for Adam Scott. Double bogey on 10, bogey on 12. Now back-to-back birdies. We're watching a replay of this putt. Billy called it. It became easier after seeing his playing competitor putt. Pours that thing right in the left edge. There's never been a bad 2, Billy Krasser. Never.
That is so true. Now, Ricky Fowler, I think you take a little bit of the break out here and just pour it in.
That was to get within 2, and so still no birdies since that eagle at the 6th.
No, we can't really tell if that was a push or just a misread, but it looked to me, I know it's a little different angle, Billy, but it looked like Adam Scott's ball and Keegan's was trying to work right to left at the bottom of that hill, and Ricky's didn't have any of it.
His was pretty straight. I think there's a little bit of an influence off of the bunker, a bit of a downward pitch that may have straightened it out, but I think it might have been just a slight push as Keegan taps in.
And if we could have zoomed in, we could have at least seen the direction where he played collegiately there at St. John's. Yeah, across. You can see Brooklyn from over there. You can see Lower Manhattan. Just spectacular.
Now they'll walk off the shortest par 3 on the golf course to a tee. You see right there that starts the next hole.
And there's Woodland back at 12 under now. He birdies the par 5 13th.
The 15th hole they're headed to is a big golf hole. Billy Krasser, 494 yards.
Well, it's a big golf hole, but you're going to have the benefit of a breeze that's pretty much going to be a little down, maybe a little from the left. So you're going to be able to take it down there pretty deep, Mark.
Exactly.
That's how the 15th is played this week. It has been the toughest hole in the golf course. We saw Phil Mickelson in our feature group earlier roll in a long birdie.
Well, it has played as the toughest so far this week. That really came from a lot of the numbers from the first 2 days. Like Billy mentioned, it's downwind, so it'll play a little bit easier today than it did the first 2 days. Today it's actually ranked as the third hardest for today only, but when you put all the scores together, it's the hardest for the week. And even playing a little easier, it's almost 4.3.
See the wind blowing the tree right in front of Adam Scott. There's water down to the right of the fairway. Scott has moved back into the top 20 with those back-to-back birdies. And the final group of the day, Kuchar, Simpson, Woodland, are playing the 14th, and that's why they're looking in that direction. The proximity of the holes to one another extremely tight, as you would expect on 105 acres.
105 acres doesn't give you a lot of extra room, but I like that as a player. Very little walking between greens and tees. But what they're waiting for is those shots to land, because they know there's going to be a reaction when the ball's hit. There's going to be a reaction when the ball lands on the green, and you can see Adam looking back to the tee, waiting for that last player to hit, and he'll go.
And I think this tee shot that Adam has facing him, he's going to have to hug that left side. He's going to have to go down that left-hand side. Now it's 301 to cover the bunker. But with this wind direction, anything down that right-hand side, you can certainly go through the fairway and into the primary rough.
We're taking a look right now, Billy, from the fairway back to the tee. Now we're back up at tee with Adam Scott. He's got a driver. You've said it, I've said it, we've said it all day. What a great driver of the ball he is.
Well, this is just slaughtered over the bunker.
And he finds the fairway for a third consecutive day, and it's still going.
That ball appeared to be really, really long, Billy.
That is, like I said, you're going to watch Keegan Bradley and Adam Scott, and they're the two best long drivers in the game. Not only are they long, but they're accurate.
Yeah, that ball waved to that bunker you said was 300 to clear. Now Ricky Fowler, not as long as those two, but an aggressive driver.
He's not as long, but he'll surprise you. I think he can cover the bunker also. There's that much wind behind him, that much of a trailing breeze. Well, we're going to find out, because this is right at the center of the bunker.
It did clear it, Billy. Oh, wow. What a good bounce. It landed about 7 or 8 yards over the bunker in the first cut of rough. Kick to the right, right back in the left edge of the fairway.
And the only reason I say that, Mark, is I followed him in a practice round over at the Open Championship. He asked Joe Scavron the cover on a bunker. The cover on the bunker was 303. He said, "I've got that in the bag."
Wow.
Yeah.
He probably said it just like that, didn't he? Now Keegan Bradley. This young man can really drive his ball, too.
Yeah, a whole different sight line for these guys. Ooh, that one's moving right. That one's moving right. That needs to hang on.
It did, Billy. It hit very soft. Hit very soft. He's going to be just fine.
I think he quite caught it the way he wanted to, but in the fairway, and that's certainly at least half the battle at this 15th. Adam Scott just powdered his tee shot here at the 15th, and they're calling in the authorities to check it out. Scott with a couple of birdies in a row and in good shape off the tee. Well, it is just a gorgeous day here in metropolitan New York. And we've enjoyed watching. Great coverage, hard by New York Harbor. And Adam Scott with birdies at 13 and 14 has moved back into the top 20 after struggling for most of this third round. And he has just blistered his tee shot here at the 15th hole, which has played the toughest all week. All three players found the fairway, in fact, in our second featured group. Scott, Ricky Fowler, and Keegan Bradley. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzer. The first of 4 FedEx Cup playoff events.
Well, Billy, we're going to have to get you to fill us in because ShotLink does not have Adam Scott's drive. It has Ricky Fowler's at 331, and if my eyes were right on our monitor, it appeared that Adams was quite a bit further than that.
Well, if he's 331, you can just go ahead and add 29 onto that, so you can just go at 360 for Adam Scott.
Billy, as soon as I asked you that, we've got a great picture behind Keegan Bradley, and it looks like Adam Scott's. You'd have to get a club, club selection. Get your caddy to consult how far to get to that bag.
Yeah, you could certainly use a nice throw from here to get up to Adam Scott's ball, but
Billy, I thought the 16th was the drivable par 4.
It's going to be interesting to see what these players do on 16 with this wind direction.
Goodness.
Bradley, 182 yards to the hole, a little bit of a downhill lie. Boy, that drive must have really hit softly in the fairway, but this is an interesting club selection. 9 iron. 9 iron from 182.
Oh, he went at that so hard, Billy. Came out of that one, too, and it's going to come up short just like the drive, but have some 40, 45 feet from a low area up over to one of these plateaus we've talked so much about today.
That's the most disappointed fairway and green I think I've seen on the toughest hole on the golf course, the 15th. But again, it's...
I like that.
Well, you got to imagine
it's a player knowing what he's trying to do and not executing.
Well, and just remember, a day earlier he shot 63, so in comparison to yesterday's round, this is quite frustrating. Now Ricky Fowler from a good spot on the left side of the fairway.
Yeah, great look at it, Mark. 159 yards, and Ricky Fowler going to go with pitching wedge. A 15-mile-per-hour wind behind the players, and this is hanging out to the right. This is not a good shot.
He got a very fortunate bounce. The ball landed actually in the high fescue and kicked out. It ran down into a level swale, but he still has a very difficult pitch shot. About 15, 16 feet of fringe to a green that's slightly above him. We're taking a look at his lie. It's a clean lie. A lot of options here.
364 is what ShotLink tells us about Adam Scott's tee shot.
They finally got it calibrated, right?
Just 130 yards left. Birdies at 13, birdies at 14, and this one is right at the flag stick. Is it up?
Oh, what a...
And he knows that is going to be underneath. He's going to have to come up and over that ridge, then down to the hole. That's going to be a difficult two-putt.
That might be the best example of the difficulty of these greens. And remember, since 2009 when the Barclays was last played here, these greens have been softened. It takes some of that out of the golf course, but that's what protects this golf course. You put these hole locations up on these little plateaus, and a shot has to be struck perfectly to get it close.
We're not at 14.
We talked earlier today in our first featured group about what a difficult green this is for such a long golf hole. I mean, typically you'll see small landing areas on short holes, and this is kind of the worst of both worlds: long hole and small landing area. Well, Scott sailing along the first couple of days. He's 5 under total. His driving distance nearly 295. His fairways almost 80%.
Little surprised at the combination of almost 80% of the fairways and only 62% of the greens. That doesn't really, it would indicate that he's not hitting his irons quite like he would like, and that last shot may be an example of it. Think about the, some of the other shots we've seen him hit, not quite as spot on for Adam Scott as we're used to seeing.
Well, just for the record, 364 is the longest drive of the day. By however much longer it was than Ricky Fowler's, because Ricky Fowler had the second longest of the day. The longest all week, though, is in this group as well. Keegan Bradley, 365.
None of those things you just said surprised me, Grant.
Further proof of why they are the best long drivers in the game.
Well, you know, there's an example where Adam Scott just put on a show but did not take advantage of it, so you still got to hit good irons. Now, Ricky's chosen a putter, Billy.
Good choice here. I mean, you come up the hill. I mean, it's so closely mown. We talked about the way that they mow up around the greens, the entry to about 25 yards short, and then all around the green. So it's all about judging the pace from here. And did not anticipate that.
That's the one drawback when you do putt and you got to come up a slope. He knew he had to get it hard enough to get it on the green. The last thing you want to do is leave it in the fringe, and you could see it top the crest with just a little more speed than he wanted, and that's why it ran out some 12, 14 feet. Well, both players with these great drives did not take advantage of it. Keegan Bradley, with the worst of the three drives, will be the last to putt. Adam Scott now getting ready to putt. Billy Shotlink has him at 44 feet.
Well, and probably 22 feet of it is going to be up the hill. And then once he gets over that little crest, then it's going to be really quick going down that hill. And going down the hill, not only are you going to be going down and moving a little bit to the right, but you are going to be downwind also.
For our viewers, as you look at the first part of the putt, see the shiny grass, that's all up the hill. And then what you see, the darker grass on the lower part of your screen, is the back down toward the hole.
A 364-yard drive, but unable to take advantage, and now about 5 feet left, 4.5 feet maybe, for his par. "12 under leads it. Scott is at -5. Keegan Bradley did not hit a drive that he was intending to. Didn't quite get all of it. Didn't hit the second shot he wanted to hit.
We're getting a good look at the galleries here. Beautiful galleries on a beautiful day. A lot of these people, you took the ferry, took the train over, encouraging all of the public transportation as possible because of the limited space here for parking. But they're doing a great job putting on this tournament. Now Keegan Bradley, same direction Adam Scott had.
A little bit different angle, but still you have to contend with that downhill right there going to the hole. Good effort.
Just a single birdie a day after shooting what then was the course record, 63. And Mark, as you said, that could be accounting for some of his frustration.
I don't know how Billy feels about that, but I always thought when you had a course record type round or a tournament round, maybe a career round, it's very hard to follow it up the next day. Now Ricky Fowler.
Yeah, he'd like to follow up that putt he just hit from off the green with a nice one here. Absolutely. Kind of equals out, Mark. You missed the one back at the par 3, and then you make that one coming down the hill here at 15.
That's the way you need to think, Billy.
Absolutely.
I know you need to get over that, say, this owes me one. I missed a little one for birdie. Let me hold this one. Always got to spin this thing in a positive way because the game itself can be so challenging. Now Adam Scott got to grind a bit on this one for par.
Yeah, as all good players do, they watch it as it goes by the hole. So certainly knows the line coming back.
Scott unable to take advantage of that booming tee shot. Another booming tee shot at the next hole would give him a chance to maybe pick up one or even two. The drivable par 4 16th when we return to the Barclays. A really nice comeback today from Matt Kuchar. Began the day with a 2-shot lead, dropped a couple of shots back to 9 under. At one point was 4 shots off the lead. But now he's regained a share. Tied with Gary Woodland, Adam Scott. Let's get to know him a little better outside the ropes.
He's from Queensland, Australia. This is Adam Scott.
Surf. I'm a surfer. If I can get to the water, I'll go surfing. I'd like to say be a surfer, but I'm not good enough. I drove my parents' car until I was a pro. My first car was a BMW 3 Series, which is pretty spoiled. Thumbnail would be a good Aussie Barbie. I like Wimbledon. I like going there. I've been to a few finals and that's pretty good fun. I saw the Red Hot Chili Peppers in Brisbane when I was about 15 and it was out of control and actually a little scary down in the mosh pit.
All right, on the tee at the 16th. They're waiting for that green to clear. It's a drivable par 4, and Schwartzel, Jacobsen, and Garcia are there ahead of them. That's Schwartzel crouching down low, and Garcia and Jacobsen, international trio. It's fitting that you have that group waiting with Lady Liberty off in the distance.
It is. I thought that vignette showed a nice side to Adam Scott. Nice side to him.
Yeah, right now.
I like that. I drove my parents' car until I turned pro.
And now he's got a car logo on his right chest.
Now they're paying him to drive one of the nicest cars in the world. Well, you play the kind of golf this young man has.
Well, he's got an iron out.
Oh, look at this. I'd like to ask, Billy, what is the wind direction doing in regards to this tee shot? He's got a long iron. Looks like a 2-iron out.
Well, it is the 2-iron, and the wind direction a little down and from the left.
Would he be trying to reach with that 2? Most likely run it up there on the front left of the green?
Well, 289, you're kind of, that's a lot to ask for with the soft conditions.
He's waiting, though, Billy. I mean, he's either he's doing that out of courtesy not to, land one where they hear it land. Some players will take that into consideration. Most players, a lot of the players, would you agree, Billy, don't even carry a 2-iron anymore?
Oh, I would say that probably very few, but I did see a lot over at the Open Championship over at Muirfield that I did see where a bunch of the manufacturers were kind of remaking the driving iron, where they have the loft of, kind of in that 16 degree, 15, 14, just trying to get the ball flight down and try to hit a more piercing golf shot. But most of the times you're going to see a guy put a hybrid in the bag before you see him put a 2-iron in the bag.
Right.
Jason Day's been hitting a 1-iron this year.
That's a flashback to Billy and I's era where we all carried a 1-iron. Well, most of the players did, but you talk about the Open, you don't want the ball up in the air. What's good about the new hybrid long irons for all of us, including tour professionals, especially the higher handicap, it allows you to hit the ball a bit and still get it up in the air. The last thing you want if you're trying to flight one down and control it on firm fairways is having the ball spin and get up in the air. So that's why I think in the Open, Billy, so many guys probably were going to a long iron off the tee.
Mm-hmm. And because the golf course was playing so fast, so quick, it's so hard. But I don't know. You've got 289 to the hole. The hole location's 10 paces on. The smash factor, what he's going to have to do to get this ball onto the green, probably is going to have to carry this ball close to 270 in the air, with the softness of the fairways. And as kind of strange as it sounds, I think it's doable for Adam Scott.
Well, if we remember our feature group earlier today, Phil Mickelson went with the fairway metal and he pulled it and actually flew it deep into the middle of the green while it went in the right hazard. So he would have been, we were talking back then, he would have been too long with that fairway metal, and so maybe these guys have made that adjustment.
Yeah, and it's a totally different wind right now, Mark. When Mickelson played, it was more directly right to left across this fairway, across the green. Now it's completely switched, and now it's left to right and down. But flagstick in, here we go. Boy, this is just hammered. I mean, absolutely slaughtered.
Will it stay?
Oh, no. Billy, that ball rolled up to about a foot off the green.
Took a peek.
It hesitated, rolled back about 7-8 yards, and I don't think he could have hit it the extra inch to keep it on the green. Pretty good lead, though, right below the hole there.
Yeah, and as we saw earlier, just, going right up the slope.
What do you want? Do you want me to hit
with that one though? If you want it to be back there at 100, then that's the fuck.
Right. Totally different strategy we were listening to. They're trying to leave it at 100, so this is an iron to get him to the 100-yard marker, right, Billy?
Exactly. We saw this from Appleby and Estes earlier. If you have that extra gear, I would say go for it. If not, do what Ricky Fowler's doing. Oh, but this, he hit it heavy. He's going to leave more than 100 yards.
Billy, I'd like to point out, too, it's not that Ricky Fowler did not have a club that he could reach the green with. He just didn't feel it was the right play for him. So he certainly could have knocked a 3-wood driver on easily.
Now Keegan going with the hybrid.
One more look at the swing of Fowler.
Well, even with slow motion, you can't tell exactly. It sounded like Billy said a little heavy, and it certainly came up further than 100.
Keegan, this hybrid now, because of the height that he's going to hit this, he may carry it pretty much right on the front of the green. I mean, it is definitely doable with this club.
He went really hard at it.
Yeah, he tried to hit a little bit of a cut, and it's just hanging out to the left, Mark.
Yeah, took a nice hop, but it's soft. That's going to come up about 20 yards short, maybe 25 yards short. Not a bad spot to be. Not much green to work with, but pretty straightforward pitch.
Not throwing in the towel quite yet. Bradley trying to conjure up some of that magic from Friday 63.
How's your clearance?
Pretty good. Bad angle here. James J. Braddock, the former world heavyweight champion, had something to do with the building of that bridge, believe it or not. Many years after his holding that title, after that happened. What a beautiful sight. I mean, it's still mind-boggling to me that we have people smart enough to figure that out and to build it.
And again, this is a golf course that just opened 7 years ago, and people who've come to this area for a long time were just stunned that you could squeeze a golf course onto this property. Now, second shot for Ricky Fowler at 16.
Well, he got what he wanted. He's got 102 yards to the hole. Ricky going with a lob wedge. Have to be so precise with this hole location. Good looking line. Is it up?
Billy, that ball took one hop. It kind of checked, then released after the first check, and now it's still rolling, just now coming to a stop. That really highlights those ridges we've talked about, those plateaus all day, Billy.
Yeah, and, it was just a fraction to the right. Just kind of toss that more to the right. Keegan really has a hard shot.
Well, the TV doesn't do it justice. I mean, it looks like a pretty straightforward pitch, but
well, the mound and where Keegan and Pepsi are walking down, that is like a crown. If you land it right on top of that spine, you're fine, or just past it. But a little left or a little right, and it's going to get kicked either way.
I got you, like a V-shaped crown that could send it either way.
But I think this is a very hard shot. It's a very nervy looking shot. You have to be so precise. You have to clip it absolutely perfect.
Billy, we just had a good angle from behind the green that showed us what you were talking about. Now we've got another angle behind it, shows us exactly what you're talking about. That crown right on line with the green is the highest point.
And there's a kick to the right. I mean, you had to land it within a 3-foot circle in order to get that ball close.
And just remember, after the 2009 Barclays, these greens were all softened. So you can see why the players have appreciated the softening, but they're still challenging. Now, Adam Scott.
Yeah, pretty straightforward right here. You can work it up the slope, just like that. Good touch.
And that for a third birdie in his last 4 holes.
You know, architecturally, that's a great example of, you know, where you play off the tee. That if you have a 90-degree angle or perpendicular to those ridges, it makes it so much easier. Like Adams, all he's got to do is judge speed. When you're going down a ridge, like we saw with Keegan Bradley, you're off by a foot or two, and it propels the ball some 20 feet offline.
Here's a great look from high overhead Liberty National. They are playing on both sides of the golf course today. Players went off in groups of 3 on holes 1 and 10.
Look at the mowing pattern. Growing up in that industry, working on a golf course as a kid and as an architect and golf course owner, it just is. I love the agronomy of the golf industry. It fascinates me. And these northern grasses. I grew up in the South on Bermuda, but there's nothing prettier. Sorry, folks at home. There's nothing prettier than bent grass and bluegrass, the richness in the green grass. It's so beautiful to see.
It's the kind that Keegan Bradley grew up on.
Yeah, and this putt, that slope that is to the right of the hole, he's actually pretty much going straight up that slope. So doesn't have to worry about too much right or left. It's just speed going up that hill.
For birdie. We've seen that look a lot today. Didn't see that much yesterday. 8 under 63. Course record for about 24 hours. Until Kevin Chappell bested it by 1 today. Of course, we're used to seeing him give that stink eye or the evil eye before the putt when he's lining it up, and here's the reaction
Well, he's on a pace to shoot 11 shots higher than yesterday's round, so you can see where the dejection would come in his body posture. Now Ricky Fowler, Billy.
Yeah, different angle coming across the ridge diagonally. It's going to move left, then kind of straighten out.
Still no birdies since that eagle at the 6th. He was 3 under on his round through 6 holes, tied for the lead. And that putt for par keeps him at 8 under. He's now 4 shots back. 1 win on tour. Seems like he's been out here a lot longer than he really has.
Ricky Fowler is presently tied with another player we've heard of, Tiger Woods, who finished the day at 2 under par, and he's to 8 under. They're both right now, along with David Lynn, tied for 4th. They're still in great position in this tournament.
Tiger just birdied the 18th to shoot 69. Scott. What a well-played hole. Of course, it's a touch easier to play it well when you've got those skills. You can just blast a long iron to just short of the green. The deft touch with the second shot, and he pays it off with a stroke from a putter and a style of putting that he'll have to adjust in the men in the next couple of years.
When we followed Phil Mickelson earlier today in one of our featured groups, we talked about how these great players never stop. They keep trusting themselves. Well, think about it. Adam Scott was 4 over par for the day just an hour ago. Now he's birdied 3 of the last 4 holes and got himself back in the picture.
Tiger is only 4 shots off the lead. Same for Ricky Fowler, Justin Rose. But for Tiger, he plays his last several holes in 4 under par. He was back at 4 under for the tournament after a bogey at 7, but he plays his last 11 holes in 4 under. You see the 62 from Kevin Chappell. Bubba Watson, a good round of 3 under par today. He's only 5 shots off the current lead. Now 16 is that we just saw, drivable, short par 4 for Kuchar and Woodland in our final grouping. But 17 and 18, good tests. By the way, you should see Tiger's round of 69 today. In case you're wondering how he hit it, he hit 12 of 14 fairways today. Tiger did. Now Scott on the tee.
Yeah, going with driver. Back into the breeze a little bit. And this ball peeling off to the right.
Into that fescue.
Yeah, Billy, that ball missed the bluegrass first cut of rough and got into the fescue. He'll need a little bit of good fortune here to find a lie. We'll have to wait and see what he's facing on his next shot. He's going to have a clear shot, but the lie will dictate a lot. Now a beautiful view from behind Ricky Fowler. We see the bunkers that guard the right and left side of this green.
Yeah, he likes to shape it a little right to left, so back into the wind. Any movement of ball is going to be accentuated with this wind direction. Really worked hard on trying to keep that club in front of him, trying to keep from laying the shaft down too quickly. Beautiful tee shot.
That ball hits and releases down the fairways. Will be left with a beautiful lie in the middle of the fairway. You know, Billy, I don't know about you, but when I see a course that's exposed to the elements like this one is out in the wind, I really like it when you have an open airspace that you can shape your shots and ride the wind or hold it against the wind. You're not, you know, restricted like some parkland courses that have heavy trees down both sides of the fairway. It's a totally different kind of golf course, for example, than an Oak Hill or a Harbor Town, and I think it fits where this course was built.
It is, yes.
Well, you heard Keegan Bradley and Pepsi talking about what the wind direction, what is, instead of directly in, is off the right, but Keegan going with a 3 metal. After watching this hole earlier, I think this might be the most difficult hole location that I've seen today. And this is a tee shot that's working left, and if it gets a little bit of a nose to the left, it should be fine.
2 in the fairway. Adam Scott in the fescue right of the fairway. Our feature group making its way down the 17th. We're back to the Barclays in a moment. What's in the daily news? Well, how about Kevin Chappell's 62? New course record. And he'll be in good position for a first career PGA Tour title. What a way to break through. And one of the biggest events all season. The first of 4 FedEx Cup playoff events. The Barclays here in Jersey City. Across the Hudson River. Across New York Harbor from Manhattan, there is One World Tower, known as the Freedom Tower as well. And that spire was added earlier this year, making the total height 1,776 feet. Keegan Bradley, a bit frustrated after his 63 yesterday, which at the time was a course record. He's really had a hard time getting anything going, at least in the right direction. It's been going in the wrong direction most of the day. He's fallen into a tie for 26th place. He was tied for 4th coming into the day. Just a gorgeous day for the spectators here. The wind has made it tricky for the players. And Billy and Mark, how about this? The stroke average is now a full stroke higher than the first 2 days.
Well, that surprised me with the hole locations we've seen. And Billy talked about this one being the hardest, and he's out on the golf course with these players that he's seen all day.
Well, and I think with the wind kind of kicking up, the wind kind of made a little bit of a turn. Came from a different direction this afternoon, and actually it's been a huge factor in some of the scoring. I just can't tell you how good around Kevin Chappell played. For him to go out there and shoot 62, I did not see a 62 out here today.
Not for 18 holes.
Very true, but I certainly did not see that many birdies opportunities out here.
All right, this is some of what Adam Scott did earlier on the par 5 13th. Laid up on a par 5 that has been reachable by some. May have just smooched the flagstick a little bit, not quite sure, but he rolled in that short birdie putt. And that began to turn things in another direction at the short par 3 14th. How about this swing? Staring it down, asking for it to get down. It would come back a bit.
Really wasn't the tee shot, but it was this coming up that made this hole the difference. You got a chance to watch Keegan Bradley play from the back of the green. He knew the line and knocks it right in.
And then at the drivable par 4 16, took a long iron off the tee, just short of the green. Just a beautifully executed pitch shot, and that was no tap in there. That was a good 4.5, 5 feet. Got it to go in, and Scott 3 birdies in 4 holes to right his ship, so to speak. Now Keegan Bradley at the 17th as the green is clearing.
Yeah, just kind of peeking around that bunker just in front. Boy, it looks like that whole location is just stuffed right on that front fringe. But Wind direction. Keegan with 161 yards left to the hole. He's chosen a 7-iron, so I would think that he's going to put this pretty high up in the air. Hopefully let this wind just kind of knock it down, Mark.
I agree, Billy. We've got a beautiful angle. He's actually shooting right over the left third of the fairway bunker. Starts it out to the right, trying to draw it back in.
Yeah, it's just moving a little too much to the left.
Now we're looking at the hole from behind the green. We can see what you were talking about, Billy. That hole is sitting high into the right. If you miss it left and short, it feeds back down the hill. All kind of stuff happening around this hole location. It's actually further to carry that front right than it is the front left of the green now. Ricky Fowler from the left center of the fairway.
Yeah, just inside 150 yards. Ricky going with an 8-iron. Actually, it looked like he's aiming a little right at the flag stand, trying to play a little bit of a right to left shot in here. And that is not good. That's kind of like the wedge that you get back at 15.
Maybe fortunate that that bunker grabbed that second shot.
Absolutely, he's fortunate that he grabbed that shot. That was not what I expected.
What kind of lie did Adam Scott catch off that tee shot?
Well, it's manageable, but he's going to have to go down there and get it. He has 143 yards left, and you know this is all about guessing. This is a well-struck golf shot, high in the air, perfectly played, just what you would expect. But you better have the strength of Adam Scott to pull that shot off.
Yeah, Billy, he was actually playing for that ball to fly, wasn't he?
Oh yeah. I mean, you get that wispy dry grass, you can catch some heaters coming out of this stuff.
You know, and the danger is you can't, you know, quite often a player to prevent a flyer or a jumper, as we call them, will go with more club and swing smoothly so it doesn't jump. You don't have that choice out of that fescue, because then that wispy grass that Billy described can get caught around the howls of the club and shut the face. So you've got to go hard, actually gripping the club a little firmer.
Yeah, you grab it a little bit firmer with the left hand for a right-handed player with the last 3 fingers, and you pretty much try to play a little bit of a cut shot out of there.
Absolutely. Now, we talked earlier in the day about bunkers sometimes not there to really penalize you. While there are hazards, there is a lateral hazard that guards the right side of the screen, and that bunker prevented Ricky's ball from going in it. So in this case, yes, it does protect that front right hole location, but a ball missed to the right, it also keeps it out of the hazard. So it's really the lesser of two evils where his ball ended up.
Yeah, if you catch a good lie at the bunker, certainly enough green to work with from there, and you're going back up the hill. We saw earlier today where Mickelson ran his first putt about 8 feet by the hole. So, but the difficulty that Ricky has, he's on the side of the bunker. He's on the face of it. It's kind of a semi-plugged. It's not plugged all the way, but it's a shot that I think if he gets it within 10 or 12 feet of the hole, he's hit an exceptional shot.
The kind of lie that may want to come out to the left, Billy.
Right, but he's not planning for it to do that. He's actually...
We've got a good view of it right now. It's way above his feet.
Yeah, but he's actually playing directly at the hole. I would have thought he'd played more to the right of it. But this is a hard shot. 10 or 12 feet here. You have hit a marvelous shot. That is a 10 out of 10 right there, boys.
That took some imagination too, didn't it, Mark?
That took a lot of confidence, a lot of trust in your ability, because I'm like Billy, thinking you might kind of dig underneath that and let it come out to the right and high. He tried to keep that club square, and it came out low and barely cleared the lip. Turned out pretty good. That was a calculated gamble right there.
And Bradley's caddy, Steve Pepsi Hale, will give Ricky a little help. That did not clear that lip by much. Not the lip of the bunker, but the crest of the green there.
What I like about what we saw, not a lot of wasted time fretting over why the ball was plugged in the side of the lip. Kind of went about his business. I think it helps you react more naturally than trying to, be so precise. Just trust your natural ability. Now Adam Scott from the back of the green.
We saw this putt earlier today from Bob Estes. This is the putt that's going to just swing gently right to left all the way with the slope. It's all about the pace. Get up on top and then start turning left. Really good looking putt. Pace is perfect.
There are some diabolical hole locations today. 17 is one of them.
And think about it. These greens still have a fair amount of moisture in them. The balls haven't been bounding off the greens. Good shots are rewarded. But like Billy said, he had an educated flyer. Kind of read the lie, went hard at it, which you have to do. And he's going to have a probable par here and get out of here without any damage. Keegan Bradley is the third member of our featured group this afternoon.
And I can only imagine how quick it is from this angle right here, because you actually have three sections of the green. You have where Adam putted from, you have where Keegan's ball is, and then you have where the hole is located. So it's a little bit of a triangle there created by the ridges. So pretty level at the beginning, maybe just slightly uphill, but once it crests that hill, it is straight downhill.
Well, he's trying to get it just over the hill, Billy. Will it pick up enough speed?
Wow. That almost came to a stop. It'll be for par for Bradley.
I think play's been pretty slow for these guys out here today. I can see some frustration with Adam Scott and Keegan Bradley and Ricky Fowler. There's been a lot of waiting. They've pretty much waited on every shot. Stevie Williams has said that they've waited just about every shot from the first hole on. So it's been a long day for these players.
Fowler for par. Knew it immediately.
I mean,
it's still rolling.
That was more of the daylight stroke right there, Mark.
It was, Billy. I have to believe that these hole locations, not just the fact that the greens are tough, but these hole locations almost to a hole have been so challenging that's how often have we seen a guy just walk up, putt it up, and tap in? I mean, this was that quick stroke you described, Billy, and it missed the hole good 4 inches left from 6 feet. But I really think where these holes have been located today have contributed greatly to the pace of play.
For bogey. He's looking back maybe at a couple of spike marks. Not sure if that's revisionist history or if he may have been bothered by them. But clearly, the moment he struck the putt, he looked down. Maybe, if nothing else, it just distracted him or got in his way or affected his line or something.
Anytime you have a downhill fast putt that breaks, if you get it started on the low side of that line immediately, whether it's a bounce or a slight pull, it gets amplified greatly, and it really did look like a bad putt.
Well, if you hit a better 8-iron, you would have been in that situation.
Okay, Dad.
Bradley for par.
Nicely done. That's a nice 2-putt. You really had to be careful where he was.
8 birdies yesterday, just 1 today, and none on the back 9, as you can see. Yeah, has him scratching his head.
Literally.
How does it happen? 63 and then 3 over today. Scott for a heck of a 2-putt.
That's a nice 4.
Absolutely, from that fescue on the right side of the fairway. Very well done by Adam Scott. He keeps the momentum of trying to salvage this round after getting, 4 over par early. Now 3 birdies in the last 6 holes, and got himself back where he could have an exciting Sunday.
Gary Woodland has made birdie at that short par 4 16th. So Woodland has moved back to 13 under where he was earlier. So Woodland now leads the Barclays again by 1. And there is that updated leaderboard. Woodland, Kuchar, Chappell, Woods. David Lynn, the Englishman, who last year finished second to Rory McIlroy, a distant second as it turned out at the PGA Championship. Lynn parlayed that second place finish into PGA Tour status this year, and playing for the first time. Has had a fine season. Came back and had a good solid PGA this year as well. Finished in the top 25. Jocular, jovial Englishman, Lynn, and he's having a fine tournament here this week. You see that parlay into status, and to see him take advantage. There are, Billy and Mark, there are players, and you guys, it happens in every era. somebody will come out of nowhere to do well in an event, a big event. Where did he come from? But to follow it up with a strong season like David Lynn has had, impressive.
Well, I think there was like a 3-year period where he did not miss a cut on the European Tour. I mean, I know he's only won once over there, but he's very much an underrated player.
Stevie Williams is kind of pointing that the wind is right to left and down. Is that correct, Billy?
Yeah, it's definitely out of the right. How much down there is? Right now, not a significant amount. It's just more right than left.
Well, you know, with the boundary to the right, it's out of play if you hit it to the right. It is a wind that I'd rather have than the left to right one, I can tell you that. In this hole today, because it moved the tee up in this wind, while it's still a very hard golf hole at 472 yards, it's ranked the 7th hardest of the day, playing to a stroke average of 4.138. So it is, while difficult, a manageable hole. And we've seen a few birdies made here today. There have actually been 6 of them.
Yeah, and I think you see the bunkers down that right-hand side. If you can start the ball just inside that bunker down the right, I mean, that is an ideal line for Adam Scott.
Whoops.
Oh, this is a massive pull. Massive.
That ball might get over. If it gets through the people, it could get over by the first fairway, Billy.
Almost looked like he was trying to play a hard cut off this tee.
Double crossed it, maybe.
Four left, he says.
4 left. But right now you're thinking don't kill anybody, but that ball was going in with some speed. It didn't appear to hit anybody. They'll have to wait and see. You know, he could get a break, but he's going to need one now. A nice look from behind the tee. Keegan Bradley next to play.
A disappointing day today, but this would be a little sweeter if he could find a way to make a birdie here at the tough 18th.
Again, I still think the line is, you know, maybe 5 yards inside that bunker down the right-hand side.
Billy, I did see white stakes down the right side. Is that correct?
Well, there's nothing good that can happen down that right-hand side. I can tell you that. And Keegan trying to hit that little cut up against the breeze. Keep it short of the bunker straight away.
Well, it needs to stop. Oh, it just runs into the bunker. It was a pretty good shot, but even though it was cutting, it released into the bunker. He is in the back of the bunker, so he may be all right.
Fowler had a share of the lead earlier. Now he is, after that bogey, 6 shots back.
Let's see if he plays a different shot. He likes to work it right to left. I bet this one goes more right center of the fairway and turns down just a little bit. Yeah, that's exactly what he did right there. That's a good tee shot by Ricky.
Adam Scott, his tee shot looked like it was halfway to Hoboken. He'll try to find it and somehow scramble at the 18th.
I'll see you about 5 till 9 then, Vic.
Well, it has been a glorious day here on the shores of the Hudson River. A great day for Kevin Chappell. A course record 62 today. Tiger Woods birdied the 18th to shoot 69 and some degree of discomfort. You may have heard the story that Wednesday night, or I should say Tuesday night, had a rough night's sleep. Came to the golf course with a sore back and neck. It abbreviated his practice time on Wednesday. Adam Scott earlier this week ruffled a few feathers perhaps, or made a headline or two when he said that he thinks, though he's only won one time this season and Tiger's won 5, he thinks Tiger might trade that 5 for 1 because his one, of course, was the Masters.
And I have a question. Whose feathers did that ruffle?
Don't know. Just
because I think he might be right.
I'm neither agreeing nor disagreeing.
I think that Adam Scott knows Tiger well enough, and all the players at this echelon, how much importance they put on majors. That's really flattery to that in itself.
They know how much they put on majors. They know how much he puts on majors in terms of emphasis.
Absolutely.
But to Steve Hale and Keegan Bradley talking here. It made headlines in the Daily News and other newspapers here and around the world, in Australia as well. 5 wins, 2 of which are World Golf Championships. Impressive. Tiger has an outside shot at a 6th win this week. Right now, Tiger's 5 shots back. 2/3 of Tiger's wins have come when he led or had a share of the lead going into the last round. Fowler even for the day.
164 yards for Ricky. Nice clean contact just right of the flag, working in towards the flag nicely. Maybe a half a club short.
Again, not to be redundant, this whole location is in a back plateau. We saw earlier in our feature group, Phil Mickelson, a glorious second shot that carried back there and stayed. There still seems to be a little moisture in the greens. That is an option for our players, but it's a risky one. Now Keegan from the bunker, Billy.
And as you said, Mark, far enough back. And, you know, the yardage that he has to cover, 157 yards. He's chosen a pitching wedge, so, I mean, he's going to have to hit it right on the button to get it there. Well, that's going in the same direction that we saw Estes earlier. Does he get that right kick? Yes, he does.
Billy, when you go that hard out of a fairway bunker, it's so easy just to slip a little bit, redirect your club, and probably the tip for people is that more club and have a little quieter in your legs, but Keegan likes going hard at it.
Yeah, if he's not going hard at it, he's not trying.
All right, so that's the ball of Adam Scott.
And I have no idea how this ball got there, because this ball was way left. This ball was 20 yards left of where it settled, so just kind of must have been a little racetrack effect, but just 129 yards. Again, decent lie out of that fescue, and a well-played shot. Actually able to put a little spin on it, it looked like, Mark.
Well, he did, and the hill is making that ball spin back down away from the hole, but he's just short of hole high. He's got to come up on that level to get to the hole. We're going to take another look, Billy, from this shot from the fescue. A thin lie, but you can't control exactly what's going to happen. Hits more down on the ball, gets ball first, which is so important. Boy, that beautiful follow through in the finish of Adam Scott. Right on line, the ball lands and feeds left, and he'll have a little bit of work left. You know, Billy, you asked how his ball got there, and I don't know either, but I noticed he was right by the cart path. That ball we saw bound over the cart path. It could have rattled around the gallery. That slope could have taken it back on the cart path and fed it right down to where it was.
Yeah, it had to have done that, Mark, because there's no way that ball on the line it took off could be there unless it went down that cart path.
I totally agree. We saw it go past the first wave of people, but if it hits anybody in the leg or bounces off them on the top of that hill, it's all matted down. Then it gets on the cart path. That's probably why it got there. whatever reason, however it happened, it was a tremendous break for Adam Scott, and it looks like he's taking advantage of it.
He may have gotten a little more check out of that fescue than he'd have liked, because that did not quite crest that plateau where the hole is located.
It did, but you know, Grant, of the two evils of it not checking at all and going over, I think you'd rather have it there. But you're right, he probably was surprised. Now, I think this shot coming up for Keegan Bradley is a little harder than what we saw earlier, because he's not as much on the upslope.
Well, and he's chosen a totally different club. He's going to go with the putter, Mark, which I think is simply because of that difference in the lie, not being on the upslope.
Billy,
being a little bit on the downslope is the proper play.
We're looking at a sprinkler that's between he and the hole. Is that even affecting him mentally, maybe, or is not in the way?
I kind of think I think he's going to go left of it. I don't think it's going to have any effect. I think where the ball is laying, that he can probably go 18 inches left of that sprinkler head.
Okay.
Maybe a little closer than 18 inches, but pretty good with the pace.
All considered well done to drive it in the bunker, to pull it left of the green. He's got an excellent chance to get out here with a par. Still a very disappointing round. Boy, when you shoot 11 shots higher from one day to the next, it's tough to take. And as Grant has mentioned a couple times, yesterday made a boatload of birdies, and today just one.
Yeah, 8 yesterday, 1 today. Guys, how about this? As we think of this tough hole location, Bob Estes, after we saw him in our earlier feature group, just tweeted, Kevin Chappell's 62, 9 under today is easily one of the best rounds of the year. The wind was blowing 10 to 20, and some of the pins were brutal. So Estes, who was playing behind Chappell, had high praise. Now Fowler.
Let's see if he can finish on a good one right here up the hill, turning a little left at the end. Didn't hit it. Just like 17, knew it right when it came off the blade.
Birdie at 1. The eagle at 6 gave him a share of the lead briefly. But then no birdies or eagles after that one at 6. And you throw in the double. The only missed fairway of the front 9 was on the 9th hole. Hit it in the water, made double. And then we just saw the bogey at the 17th. So par is 36-35. He went 35-36. Even par 71. Now Scott for quite a closing stretch.
Yeah, great opportunity here up the hill. Put a little heat behind it, moving right. Boy, was that a good-looking putt for a long, long time. I can't believe it didn't move more to the right than what it did.
Still 3 birdies in his last 5 holes. And Scott back inside the top 15, currently tied for 13th place at 6 under. Gary Woodland has bogeyed the 17th, and so the lead is 12, and Scott will have this putt to post 6 under. He could be 5, maybe 6 shots off the lead going into the final round. Doable for sure. Ooh. And a little 5 o'clock shadow for Adam Scott as we near 6 o'clock.
Yeah, and
here in the East Coast.
Kind of shaking his head over there, Ricky Fowler, like, what did I just do?
Well, you know, we're out here this long. Sometimes you wonder if it might be a slight break in concentration. There's still a good fight back, and this is the kind of golf course I can see the volatility of a player making up a lot of ground. You know, 6 shots is doable when we've seen what Keegan Bradley did yesterday. Keegan Bradley finishes up the par there. Pretty good par from where he drove it, and his second shot ended up.
Kevin Chappell, what he did. So Bradley follows the 63 yesterday with that struggle today. Round of 74, 11 shots higher. Biggest move of the day, Kevin Chappell. Moved up some 40 spots on the leaderboard. We'll be back to wrap things up here from Liberty National in a moment.
Enjoyed it, boys. See you tomorrow.
Well, putting the wraps on a beautiful Saturday here in late summer, metropolitan New York area. We're in Jersey City, New Jersey. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzert, our entire crew. So glad to bring it to you. Matt Kuchar and Gary Woodland sharing the lead. Woodland just bogeyed the 17th. So he and Kuchar and Webb Simpson in our final group playing the 18th. Kevin Chappell, course record 62 today. Tiger Woods still bothered some by the sore neck and back. Birdied the 18th nonetheless to shoot 69. 2/3 of his wins have come when Tiger's led or co-led going into the final round. Still 25 wins when trailing going into the final round. The young Jonas Blixt under par round today.
You and I got a chance to speak to him. Just a few months ago, he was struggling with his game. I think more his confidence. And boy, has he turned that around with a win. Great play at the PGA. Nice to see him follow up here at the Barclays.
Greg Chalmers had an ace at the 14th hole today just moments after KJ Choi made a 1 at that short par 3. Keegan Bradley goes 63-74. Not an easy day to play. We've talked about it all day long. The hole locations in some very difficult spots. The wind was a factor. Phil Mickelson, you see, with a 70 today, and that was hard-fought and well-earned. We saw him in our first featured group. Here's the PGA champion, Jason Duffner. Stuart Appleby was in our featured group earlier today.
And he's one of those guys trying to fight up the FedEx Cup standings.
Big
as
day
it stands
tomorrow.
Now he's just outside the 100, so a good round gets him the top 100 and on to the Deutsche Bank next week in Boston.
And his projected FedEx Cup number, Appleby's, is 103. A lot of important golf to be played tomorrow. There's Choi, buoyed by that ace.
And unlike most weeks that we watch, Grant, we're looking for the guys who are fighting for the win of this tournament. Some of the guys on the other side are fighting for their very life in the playoffs.
It should be exciting. We've got feature group coverage coming your way tomorrow. Thanks to our producer, Vic Frank, director Bob Mattina, and our entire crew. For Bill Kratzert and Mark McCumber, I'm Grant Boone. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for joining us today in metropolitan New York. We got to see Mickelson and Bradley and lots of other great players. We'll see you tomorrow from Liberty National for the final round of the Barclays. Phil and Ricky.
They're together, and that's the only package? they together and that's the only package?
Hey guys, it's Steve sitting in for Vic. They're back to back. Phil first, then Vic.
All right. Yep.